the school because it's the only entity that all three towns that were affected by this.
No.
Because the
We haven't.
school buses buy their gas from there.
Yeah, we haven't agreed to anything.
I know we have.
Thank you.
All they're doing is coming up with a preliminary memorandum of understanding, which will then in turn be brought to both boards, and what do you think of that? So that, it's just a starting place.
That helps.
But that's what's going on with that.
That's where they were a year ago.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll open this meeting of September 29th, 2011, time being 4:32. Let the record show that all selectmen are present. 4:30, we have Dr. Tammy Davis and Mike Gagne from the school board. So you want to come on up, talk things over, you can stay there, however you want to do it. It's easier to hear you from up here if you want to. I want to turn the mic around.
Well, good evening to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here. And Mike and I are here this evening because we wanted to address the entire Tilton Selectmen board regarding the request for the new contract for the Tilton PD and the SRO agreement between the school district and PD. We certainly understand the logistics and the reasoning behind the new contract. I don't think the board or myself have issues regarding that. I think what is challenging for us is the timing of the new contract because our budget cycle, like for next year in 12-13, it's beginning right now, and we work pretty diligently to try to budget as closely as we can to our personnel and our expenses. And as I believe that our numbers show us that the request that you're making for a $21,000, almost $22,000 increase in this timing in this budget cycle, which we're currently in, is quite difficult for us to try to fit that entire amount in when we haven't budgeted for that. Because I know that our BA worked with your BA here as far as last year when we were building our budget and requested the numbers for what it would cost us for our SRO. So what we're challenged with is the timing of this, and we're hoping that somehow we can work through this because it looks like that maybe we didn't budget appropriately when in fact we did a budget appropriately given the numbers that we were given at the time in building our budget. And I did take this to the board, as I said I would, which was last Monday night to the board meeting, and I gave the board the proposal, and I'll let Mike take it from here.
I don't know if, and I can speak to the board. What the board did after taking a look at the new contract and the cost is, I mean, the first reaction was, of course, we understand that the district has to pay for its fair share of the position, but again, it goes back to that timing of, the budget process. We've already started our fiscal year. We actually already started school, and now we're faced with, an increased cost of roughly $21,800. And there are, in addition to the position itself, there are a couple of differences in the contract in regards to percentage of salary, and then the cost of the cruiser, which are new costs. The initial reaction from the board was, well, what can we do to control our costs? And one of the ways that the board felt that they could do that was to look at other options as in regards to how to staff the SRO position within our district, which is not our preferable solution to it. I mean, we'd still like to, continue to work with the town of Tilton and the Tilton PD. We'd like to keep Officer Patton there. But as you know, with, these tough economic times, it's, how do you come up with 21.8 when your budget's already solidified, passed, and begun?
Totally understand your position, and I appreciate that you understand ours, because that 21.8 was coming directly from our bottom line. Now, the issues of whether a school resource officer is appropriate or not, we pay our share of that by paying into the school system, certainly, and we just didn't want to have to pay that extra 21.8 either, because that's what it costs us, what with the car and everything else involved. We have a detailed list of how we came up with the figures.
Sure.
So, hey, we'll have our officer back, if that's the way you were going to go.
I mean, that's not where we want to go, but, I mean, we'd like to
Oh,
keep
I
the
understand.
officer.
No, I totally understand.
It's just,
What is, let's make sure we all have the same figure. What is the figure that you were given for this budget, for the officer? I know it was based on Officer Penault.
We were given for 11/12, 47,406.
47,406.
06.
47,406. That's for the 2011
To 12,
2012 school year.
right.
So that is,
Based on,
that's almost 65% of a patrol officer. It may not be Officer Patton, but it is 65% of a patrol officer.
right.
And that's actually how our previous contract was. I mean, we were
Right,
paying
we went up
65%.
1%.
That's
Right.
right. And so the new contract that you're proposing goes up 8.1% and then asks for the $1,500 for the cruiser.
Right.
I have taken it upon myself to make inquiries about, and talking to kids and stuff, about what's been going on in the school, and I understand that in the high school, there's been a number of fights and incidences, so I guess the SRO officer is needed. I mean, and that police presence is
Yes.
needed.
yes.
I think almost for safety's sake, well, I didn't think I'd be sitting here saying that, but I think I'd be willing to go with the figure that was proposed to you, because it was proposed to you in good faith. May not have come from the Board of Selectmen, but it was still given to you, and you took the number. And give our increase to the Budget Committee for the next school year.
Our intent on this, so that you understand it and you get it firsthand, not that you're not getting it the correct way, our intent was so that the SRO would not be costing us any monies, additional monies to the town. We are more than happy to pay our fair share, but we don't want, and the way we have been looking at it over the past 2 and 3 years is that there are certain parts of the department that have actually cost us money. And one of them was our drug task force officer, which we pulled in. Another one is our SRO, which is costing us money. Even though you pay a portion of that, it still ends up, you pay 65% of it, 35% of that is our cost, plus what we pay into it as our school district costs. So we're paying more than our fair share. So our intent is to come up with a contract that not only redefined his duties as an SRO, which satisfied all of us. I don't think that was an issue, right? But also to satisfy the monetary amounts. And, like Catherine said, I mean, the timing is not, it was our intent to bring this up to you last year. We had asked for it to be brought up to you last year, and it wasn't. Instead, the proposal came to you as a percentage increase, and that was not that was on our error, allowing someone else to do that. So we took it into our hands and developed the contract ourselves this year. So here we are with the contract. I don't think that there's any differences. I think that what you're seeing is the actual cost of the SRO, what it actually costs the town of Tilton to put somebody there. And it doesn't matter who we put there, it's the actual cost of who is there. So if it were Officer Penalt, it would be a different amount than what it would be if it were Officer Patton, depending on the wage. I think that would have to be the consensus. The other option to them would be to look, have you thought about going into a part-time basis, or, I know that was an option.
We have investigated that. The problem with that is the time of the day in which the officer's needed. Do you cut the officer in the morning? Do you cut the officer in the afternoon? And those are the times where most of your students are gathering and when the incidents occur.
Right.
And the kids are smart.
Of course they
If you
are.
have them there scheduled for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, well, Tuesday and Thursday are free-for-alls. Like, there's Rose not in school.
When does your school...
I don't want to penalize the school for our error, and I think that's what we're doing if we insist on holding to the new figure we gave you. One thing I want to say, though, is for the 2012-2013 year, that figure actually will probably be a little higher because it's going to have to include the increases from our union contract.
Percent.
Yeah.
Right.
And, of course, if the state fools around with the retirement any more than they already have.
Right.
Well, that gives us the opportunity to budget for it, and it gives the opportunity for the board and I think the budget committee to determine, is this going to be the increase that we can build in our budget? So it really gives us the opportunity to plan appropriately in building our budget, to make those accommodations.
So actually, your budget goes to your budget committee in the same time as ours does in January and February. It has to be
Yes.
finished, and
Yes.
so we would have to get a formal figure to you no later than December to put in your bed.
Actually,
Prior to that.
the sooner the better, because our board will start working on our budget right after Thanksgiving.
Right.
Okay, so you have to,
Right.
So even if we could get the number sometime in November, so that so that Cheryl Soma could build it into the budget that's being
Right.
presented to the board.
Oh, I think you'll have it in the next couple of weeks. I already asked him to look at that,
Okay.
figure what it would be to incorporate the increases from the union
I
contract.
know he's done some of that work
Yeah.
already. So
He just, you know how Tim is, he wants to make sure it's
Sure.
absolutely correct. So he'll look at it and let it rest and look at it again.
Excellent. Because our budget goes to the board on November 29th, and then the board hands the budget committee over to the budget, I think, late December.
Right before
Right Christmas.
Right before Christmas break, the
Right.
Friday before school breaks for Christmas.
okay. All right, and there's no other issues with the contract itself, right? It's just the...
Written contract.
The written contract, this is just the issue with the
Budget.
budget itself. Okay.
More so the timing of it.
Well, just so I can put it out there, I'll make a motion that we charge the school $47,406 for the 2011-2012 school year for the SRO officer. That's the figure, right? I have like 3 written on this page.
That's the number from 11-12 that we budgeted based on Mr.
Okay.
Tim Pearson's recommendation.
I guess I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have discussion.
I do too.
I've been given the tentative schedule for the SRO officer. It's it's pretty inclusive. It says Monday and Friday and Wednesday. I'm not sure what happens on Tuesday and Thursday.
Monday through Friday.
Oh, is that, well, it's a slash, so I wasn't sure if it was through or if it was just Monday and. Good. There is nothing here that allows the SRO time during his 8 hours at the school to prepare for if he has a student that he's had to arrest or charged with something, to do that paperwork. And I just wanted to remind you that in that contract, that if that work is done outside of his 8 hours, that's overtime. So I might suggest that there is some room in here for him to do that type of paperwork. He also is required by that contract to supply us, I believe it's weekly reports.
Yes.
So he'll need time within that 8 hours to do that as well. Because we want to stick to, you don't want to generate overtime
Nope.
with him, so
We'll make certain that's built into
I
the
would
schedule.
suggest that, and I don't know what that block of time is, I think that he can tell you better than we can, but
Okay.
I myself would like a little more time to think about this, and I would at least like until later this evening to talk about it further, if we could.
I'll withdraw my motion.
I'm not, I mean, if we could just have tonight and get back to you, I would appreciate, my personal opinion, I would appreciate it, because it's something a little bit more to digest. I want to make sure we've explored all the options that's due to our taxpayers. So if you're still ready to make a motion and ready to vote on it, then you
Can wait a day.
can, whatever's up to the board, that's my opinion.
I'm more than happy to withdraw my motion for now.
Okay,
I'll withdraw the second.
and we'll vote on it a little later. So we will get back to you and let you know what our decision is. We'll vote on it a little bit later.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Why is this in a non-public?
Is what?
Cindy's in a non-public? Why?
Legal.
Of the attorney.
For what?
It's public knowledge.
Yeah, what we're talking about is,
Public knowledge.
it's public.
Whether or not to hire an attorney.
If you're not, if we're not,
If we're just discussing.
if we're just discussing hiring an attorney, that's not non-public. If you're going to
Right.
strategize, you know, if we're going to plan a case, which I don't think we are if we're going to hire an attorney.
We
He
just,
can do the strategizing.
we just want someone to be there to protect our monies.
But the particular case is public, it's out there, it's in the bankruptcy courts. You can look it up.
So I would suggest that it wouldn't be non-public.
That's fine. I didn't ask for the
Okay. Cindy, you're up.
I am. Yep. I was supposed to be at 5:30. I can bring my stuff. I'll get it. I just came up here to visit.
Marge, did you want to talk to us for, okay, come on.
Liz, right in there, Marge.
Thank you. You all know I am chairman of the recycle committee.
Right.
So I'm here not only as chairman, but also representing myself to know what my future is going to be with the recycle committee. And it all stems from your decision not to vote for the co-op. I just can't tell you what a huge disappointment this was to our committee. You all set up the recycle committee over 2 years ago with the intention, I thought, that you all wanted to bring townwide
Well,
recycling.
Hold on for 1 second here.
Yeah.
We did not vote against
We didn't,
it.
we just had questions.
We had questions where Mr. Drescher, is it? Pressure is coming in to talk with us. We had a few questions Joe couldn't answer, so we didn't vote on it that night.
But it's not,
It was my opinion, and it was written in the newspaper, and everybody I've talked to knows that Tilton had to put in a no vote.
Because we had questions, we didn't want it to be a yes vote.
right.
We still had open-ended questions on what would happen. I can't remember what the questions were now.
How much is it going to cost the town of Tilton? That was a question.
That was one of the questions, and you couldn't answer that.
Things about transportation.
The transportation
and
costs.
What have you, when it
Right.
was going to
There were
start
just things that we didn't
precisely.
know.
But there
Right.
was a vote taken, and Tilton went on record as voting no. And that was the vote.
We voted no with the criteria that we would ask Mr. Pressure to come in and speak with us, and then we could always jump in, whether it be a week or 2 weeks later. We'd never, I believe it's our intention to jump in on this.
Yes.
Well,
We just
I-
had a lot of unanswered questions that Joe couldn't answer.
You took a vote?
I believe that there's another vote.
We voted to
If-
vote no,
if
based
Tilton-
on what you just said.
If Tilton's vote was the no vote that put it as it wasn't going to be built, it wasn't going to be built. There wasn't going to be another vote taken 2 weeks later to see if anybody changed their mind.
But we were
That was the vote,
told-
whether it was going to go forward or not go forward.
But we were told that our vote wouldn't make that much difference at the time, and that's one of the reasons why we waited, was to get our answers.
Right.
That was all.
And which
That
indeed
was
turned
it. I
out to
think
be
your
true.
information is a little bit different.
Well,
Yeah.
if any of you read the paper, it said in there, Tilton voted no. A lot of people that we've had contact and worked with over the last 2 years said, what's with Tilton voting no? I mean, the whole future, when we couldn't go forward with it last year, the whole future of what we're going to work on this year depended on that recycling plant going forward. If it doesn't go forward, we're either trucking it up to Maine, down to Massachusetts, or this is a nonprofit co-op. The other people who are competition who are going to come in and want to take their place, they're definitely a for-profit, and it certainly isn't going to be a better deal for us than the no-profit one. So, I mean, my question is, personally, in the 2 years, I put in a lot of time, on this committee. We all go over on Saturday mornings and give up our time to man the recycling place we've opened in the meantime. So I want to know if we truly have your support for going forward for this. Because if not, we may as well disband the committee right now. We all have put in too much time and effort to find out that no, there's no way that the town is going to do it, and we're going to show on paper to begin with that it's going to cost less money than it costs now. To have a truck come and stop and pick up at every stop, it's going to cost more money. The only savings is going to come from that co-op recycling place with revenue coming back to the town for the recycled material we take there, and the lack of funds that we have to pay to have it disposed of as solid waste. And, you can say you wanted more questions, but what's the alternative? I guess I want direction of where we are supposed to go with this, because we don't want to waste our time if you're just going to vote no on anything if it's going to cost more money.
The last time the co-op came before the Board of Selectmen, this was just a conception. To build this was just a conception. The figures they had were projected. If this one joins, if this one joins, if this one joins. So here we are. Communities have committed, they've got money, they're going to build it. Well, now we need the hard facts. I don't think we should be jumping in. I wasn't here for the vote, I had to leave, but I know that the board felt we didn't have a lot of answers. We can't jump into a pot unless we're absolutely certain it's the best thing for the town of Tilton. Now, has Mr. Pressure been contacted?
That's on my list of things for this evening, to discuss when you'll be ready to
I
talk
suggest-
to him.
But has he been contacted to know that we didn't vote against it?
I told him that night.
So he knows that
He knew it that night.
we just need more information to move forward.
He
You
knows,
didn't go down on record, to my knowledge, as no vote, as abstaining from voting. You went down as a no vote. That's what was in the newspaper.
But that was in the
So voted no.
newspaper, but those powers that be that are building the co-op, what do they know?
I voted no, all right? And I probably could just as well have abstained and had the same effect, except for I was told the vote was no. And me changing the vote for the Board of Selectmen is not going to happen.
Yeah, it
And you
should have been in...
You have two appointed representatives from the town on the co-op that do go to the meetings. You know, maybe they didn't have all of the figures in front of them to bring back to you, but
Neither were both of them here to answer our questions either.
Right.
So if there's going to be something, I would say, in a contract going to be signed, as, you know, as large an impact as you say it is, that perhaps maybe someone of your stature and knowledge could have been here and said, listen, this is what it's about, this is what we're going to do, and answered our questions, we would have been more than happy
Late in the
to
day.
have gone
I'll get in touch with the
forward.
very
So I
first
think that
things
what you're,
forward.
I think, first of
We
all,
have
I
to
think
decide when we're
the
gonna be-
newspaper, technically, the newspaper was right. We did ask to say, let's not vote right now. Tell them, please, no. We want some answers. A couple weeks from now, you know, we're still on board with the recycling.
We want the program.
We've backed it, we've backed you folks 150%. I don't think we've done anything different from that. When we took a vote, there were 3 out of the 5 selectmen here, and we could not get anybody to answer our questions, to engage ourselves into a legal contract. I wasn't going to put the town into those straits without any questions answered. I can't do that.
Jim Pressure, I spoke with him right after the meeting that night, and he understands that it was we voted no because
We need
you
answers.
guys had questions. He told me at that time that he would come in whenever it was convenient for us and answer those questions.
Well, then let's-
On my list of things to discuss this evening,
Yeah.
because we were abbreviated last week, is Jim Pressure and when exactly you want him to come in and talk to you.
Right.
Quite frankly, the recycle center is going forward.
Right.
And we have an obligation through 2014 as part of our co-op deal. But I think that, in my experience, that the entire Board of Selectmen is all in favor of recycling. And
Cycle now.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
And most of us do, and I can't speak for everyone. And everybody looks at Catherine. But we're all in favor of recycling. And I was sad to vote no that night, but I told them, we're still about the recycle center. We have selectmen who have questions. I can't answer it. I've got to take this on myself.
Did
It's
you
me.
go back to the recycling committee and explain to them why
We
we
didn't have a
made...
meeting
We
yet.
haven't had a meeting.
We had the meeting yesterday, but we didn't have enough people.
What is our agenda like
Because
next
I
week?
was certainly going to, and I tried to explain this to Marge, but I'm only
Nothing?
one person, and I said, come in and talk to the other selectmen, and you can get it straight from their mouths what their attitude is.
I mean, I hear, you know, what Joe says when it comes to meetings. What is the feeling of the committee, what you expect or anticipate for this town for
Well, we
recycling?
expect it to go forward. We're working towards that end.
Curbside pickup for recycling?
If that's what...
As long as it makes good financial sense.
Yes. You know,
If what
and...
and that's what they proposed to us when they first came before, God, what was that, 3 years ago, 4 years ago? Seemed like a millennium,
Yeah.
Last year.
but, no, it was before.
No, it was before that.
Before that.
Talking about the
But-
co-op or the recycle?
Oh, the co-op, yeah, that was
The
3,
co-op,
that was
yeah.
good 3
Co-op,
years ago.
they, you know, their figures worked. what they projected, if all these things took place, it worked, which exactly what you said. It may cost us a little more curbside, but the refund from the co-op would offset that.
Right.
So worst case scenario, we might break even. We might be paying the same thing to get rid of our trash, but at least we're recycling.
But
Worst
you're
case,
paying a lot more to
Well,
have that extra.
there's another,
worst case scenario,
There's
the extra
another-
curbside and the refund, worst case scenario is we're paying the same.
the other piece on that triangle, though, Catherine, is the savings and tipping fees for the
Right.
regular household trash.
Right.
Well, no, I said,
Last year we
he
were
said the
going
worst
forward,
case
but as you
scenario
know
is
from
we
the
break
numbers that we
even.
got because of the extra trucking and stuff, it just made it prohibitive.
Right.
Well, yeah, no,
But the chances are we would
But
see
that
some
part-
kind of savings.
Where,
Unless you all
almost certainly.
change the parameters of
But
the,
will that, you asked me, will they, can you, I guarantee it. It's like, nope.
this year,
Okay.
now all of a sudden gonna lower it, and our projections of what we might anticipate of revenue, I mean, it's really a huge unknown, because we don't know
Well,
the cost, it goes up and down every day, and we don't know for sure how much we're going to collect. We can project what it is, but we don't know for sure that there's going to be revenue coming back.
But it's also our understanding that with the commitment that this place will be built, our trucking charges will go way down because we're going to this point, not shipping it, like I say, to Massachusetts or over to...
Compared to the last
Yes.
proposal that we had out, it will. They don't have to go all the way to Lawrence or Portland
Right.
or...
Right.
When do you anticipate putting out the information for the contracts, so we get that
Well,
information?
as soon
I
as we
think
can get
that,
Mr. Presser in...
I think the recycling committee can go forward.
Yes.
I think whatever vote took place here, the recycling committee should go forward as though we were going to join this, because I think the likelihood is that, yeah, we're going to join this.
Absolutely.
My
But
question is, when are you going to put out for bid the solid waste pickup, so that we would have the data back? You know, last year, everyone said, you know, get the information in so they can put out the contract. We expected the contract to go out before the first of the year. It didn't go out till much later, so it was 2 days before town meeting when it came back. You
So
know,
let's start early.
let's do it now.
Let's do it now.
After
I suggest we do it.
I'm pretty sure I can schedule Jim Pressure for next week. I can't guarantee it.
I mean, regardless of whether or not we join this co-op, recycling is the way of the future. We can get those bids. I mean, my feeling is we're
Well,
going to join the
you know what
co-op.
I've been thinking about, Catherine, is that instead of us coming up with some kind of a plan, submitting it, and then them getting back to us with a bid on our proposal, that we tell them what we want and let them all bid with the cheapest way to get that accomplished.
Right.
Because I don't care how it's done, I want the most cost-effective way. They're professionals. How are you going to accomplish this for me? And that way we can have everybody bid on it, and we don't have to come up with some brilliant plan.
That's what I do when I get bids, as I call up, whether it's a plumber or an electrician, and I describe to them my problem that I need to have solved, and then what is the best way, most economical way for you to solve this problem? And I talk to 2 or 3 of them.
It's a
And then I
major-
sit down and write my RFP based on...
Of course, the major piece to this puzzle was, and that's where we ran into the snag last year, because there is no facility right next door to the trash-to-energy plant. So, you know, then all of a sudden, this single truck that was half full of recyclables and half full of garbage had to run down to Pennacook, and then they had to run, you know, even if it was back to Belmont for Bestway or someplace else, and that's where it killed us.
Right.
Nobody expected that. We weren't thinking about that in those terms. And if a company can come back and say, well, it'd be more cost-effective for us to run 2 trucks, one picking up recyclables and one picking up trash, you know, then we've learned something there. But I'm definitely 100% of recycling. I mean, you know that, Marge, and I'm behind you 100%. And the committee, because I'm the one who got this ball rolling 2 years ago.
Isn't this trash pickup, this co-op thing, there's not a sorting that takes place at the home. My understanding is this just all gets dumped in there?
The only-
Goes in there, and they do it within the
This
plant?
facility, Captain, you'll have to tour it, it's absolutely amazing.
Machines do most of the
And
sorting.
then,
But
yeah,
that's,
it's
well, that was,
absolutely
that's the
amazing.
movie that they showed
If
us.
we don't have this facility, then we can't go forward with the plan. It's cost prohibitive.
Yeah, we might as well
That's
get
the
away,
way- That's,
we might as well get rid of curbside and let everybody figure out how to get rid of their own trash. Then we'll be cleaning it up off the highways
Yeah.
and the vacant lots and my hillside.
Well, we can start this whole process rather quickly, I would imagine, by,
Well, can we get Jim Prisher in here as soon as next week?
I'm sure we can.
How's
do we have
our,
on the
Talk to him
agenda?
in the morning.
What do we have on the agenda?
I think so. Neil outside.
Okay.
how much time,
Don't think I have him on my cell phone, I got him at home.
hour?
Yeah, I would say.
1 hour.
Or an hour and a half, if we have, the recycling committee should come.
Got it at
You
home.
think?
see if we can, that would be good. Let me ask you just two more questions before we go forward then. Do you have any objections to the plan that we had last year for a pay-as-you-throw system? You know, our plan last year was to give every family 50 free bags to start with, and they would buy after that. And in subsequent years, we would decide whether we were going to give the free bags or whether we were buying them from then on.
Oh,
That's
nice.
a big piece that we spend a lot of time discussing and getting bag quotes and all. The other question is, the way the town ordinance is written right now, with exceptions of people downtown, we don't pick up any businesses or commercial people. But we would like to add into that if we have a pay-as-you-throw system with recycling, that the businesses would be allowed to be on it so that we would get the revenue from their recyclables, which I would imagine the majority of what they put out is recyclable. And then they would be paying for every single bag for their garbage pickup. You know, there is so much, and this is where our committee was flawed last year until the budget committee pointed out to us. The figures we were working with was solid waste pickup for the whole town. We thought that was residential, and it wasn't. You know, right now, the recycling is only about 3 or 4%, or at least a year or two ago, it was only 3 or 4% of the whole solid waste. And that is based on the whole solid waste of the town, of which a lot of it is commercial. You know, if we only take still the solid waste from residential and not pick up any of the commercial, we're getting a much smaller percentage of the solid waste than we would like to think we got. And certainly most businesses, most of their waste is boxes and things that can be recycled.
But if this is a single stream, do we want to reduce the amount of trash that people put out by doing pay-as-you-throw?
The idea is they will.
No, I think,
Pay-as-you-throw is for wet garbage,
It's just-
styrofoam, things
just
that can't
for
be
your
recycled.
Non-recyclable materials, not, your recyclables will be free. They will be picked up at no cost to
Your
the
garbage will be
homeowner.
small.
I thought
But your
this was,
non-recyclables have to go into a separate bag that you have to pay for.
I didn't think there were non-recyclables in a single
You
stream.
throw meat
Certainly there.
scraps and
What's this,
food
the first?
scraps into a bag, they're not going to recycle that.
No, I give that to my chickens.
goes
Well,
back
you're
to
the
the
one that
goats.
have chickens, but unless you want everybody in town bringing over all that stuff, you'll have the,
Whoa, I have some happy chickens.
you'll have the most well-fed chickens in
There's a
town.
way to recycle, what is it, Mark, 85% of all stuff.
Some places do 95% in California.
But it takes very specialized equipment. You can chop up car tires and do something to them, and it separates the metal from the rubber, and they recycle it. But most places don't do that. So, you know,
So
Right.
my understanding of what was going to take place is not what's going to take place.
Okay.
So you're still going to do some sorting.
Right.
it's done by
At home.
machines.
Oh,
No.
No, she's talking about, you gotta sort your non-recyclables from your
Oh, yes.
recyclables.
We'll have
But
2 bags.
You won't have to resort your recyclables.
They're not going to take your garbage at the curb and just sort it out.
1 week now.
This is-
and see
I stood in my
how much-
garage going, how do you do this?
Well,
Plastic goes
here's
in
how
there.
it works.
Come over and
Here's how it works now. This is recyclable, and so is this. You have to keep this separate from this. Zero sort means toss them into one bin, and they go on the truck like that.
You'll be amazed how much recyclable.
Okay, for the sake of an extremely busy agenda tonight, I'm going to make it short.
Dennis, in his budget, has addressed the collection contract, so he can answer those questions.
Still have to go out.
We have to go out to bid.
We have to go out to bid.
He's just put a number in based on last year.
Give you his recommendation.
Right,
for
he can read.
2012.
I think to answer your questions on your other ones about the recycling, I myself would have to read back to look at what you were saying on the 50 bags and so on. I would love you to come the night that we get Mr. Pressure in here, and then we can spend an hour and a half with the recycling and Mr. Pressure and get your answers answered, your questions answered, and we can get our questions answered at the same time. And I think that you'll find that we're all on the same page on this. And I think that we can go forward that as soon as,
I certainly
We
will.
can-
As soon as I find out, I'll give you
and
the
then,
information.
and I thank you for bringing it forward, because, I don't want any committee thinking that we're not on their side, because we've supported everything that recycling has been about that's come forward. We just didn't have the right answer, so we couldn't vote appropriately.
That must have really stressed you out for a while. I'm so sorry.
You think?
That must have
I
just...
consider these other things to be too stressed out about. But I wasn't happy with it. This is just a separate topic for sometime in the future. I would like you all to address the litter problem in town. And I don't know if there's an ordinance.
There is.
For fines, but I would like to see the policemen enforce it and get that in the newspaper.
Let's do it.
Because it's an absolute shame, the amount.
I'm
of
all
litter
over that one with you.
You know, we just found out from my daughter lives in Washington State, it's a state law, they have to carry a litter thing in every single vehicle, and they get fined big bucks if they don't have it in their car.
Interesting.
And
know
it
what?
really was
Garbage
interesting.
police
I mean,
here in
live, let
town?
or die, but
Ask your daughter
Now-
if she
Police
can
in
get a copy of
town.
that,
Well,
because we
yeah, I
should
know
forward
it's-
that
you know,
to our
I have
I
picked
say
up-
garbage police.
Police have to enforce the ordinance, and we do have a litter
I have
ordinance.
picked up 6 tires on my side hill this summer. And
How do
you know what?
who did it, though? That's
You know
the
what?
killer.
There's 2 more there.
Yep.
Now,
That's the killer.
somebody stopped on Route 3 and
Roll them
threw
down the
out
hill.
8 tires. You know?
Okay.
Who do you enforce the litter law against? Most of the time,
Thank
how do
you.
you know?
thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Marge.
Joyce,
Okay, Cindy?
I'll be talking to you soon, Marge. I have a message in Jim Pressure's office.
bidding out the single stream
Next
pickup,
Thursday.
curbside pickup.
Dennis wasn't, I mean,
Dennis is going to be here later. Should we address it to him?
right, in his budget,
Yes.
he's proposing doing the single
Okay.
stream curbside collection in 2012.
He'll be here tonight, so let's make
Okay.
sure we talk to him so we can go forward with
Fact
that.
is that this factory, at best, will be about this time next year before it's actually ready to sort a bottle. So we still have to do something between March and November 1st or whatever.
Okay,
What we're doing.
Okay.
next week's schedule. Go ahead, Cindy.
Okay. Mr. Hast filed Chapter 7, which is liquidation of his
Assets.
assets. We have a judgment against him in court. I was right on the deadline of filing a periodical notice with the court, which is for the court to have Mr. Hast come in, give us his financials, and, talk about what he could pay, monthly. Or the judge could say, hey, listen, you got enough property, you need to pay it. And then after that, if he didn't pay, he could get arrested. But he has now filed a bankruptcy, Chapter 7, and Mr. Hast owes us over $19,000. A little over $6,000 is for the judgment on what we could go to court with within the statute of limitations. And my big question, or my desire would be for the selectmen to hire a attorney, because I don't know what our rights are. I cannot file anything because I'm not sure with any bankruptcy, even though it's court-ordered the judgment, that I could go forward. And I don't want to put the town in a liable position. There's a scheduled meeting that I would want an attorney to go to. I am
What
not
day
an
is that?
attorney. Filed on reverse side. I had it highlighted. Yeah, it is. October 18th at 10 a.m. down in Manchester. This is I was reading the statute today. Well, it's so beyond me, it's crazy.
Do you have any money in your office for lawyers?
No, but it
No?
wouldn't come from this is all.
Yeah, this is us.
This is all selectmen. Yeah,
Tax, so.
yeah.
This is us.
Well, my
I-
impression
I-
was she was a separate entity in some respect. In some respects you are, but in other respects you're not.
Exactly,
I see.
yeah.
Well, I don't know. See, I'm still the new guy on
Yeah,
some of this
Joe,
stuff, right?
I'm warranted to bill and to collect as I can collect.
I see.
Not in that check.
And now,
But we
I've
defend
been
you
taking-
because, I see.
I've been taking it on to small claims court as part of that, with selectmen as with me at court, because it's the
Yeah.
town.
We
Certainly.
send her our warrant to collect those taxes for us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Her budget is within our selectmen's budget. We just recently made it a separate item within our budget so that the taxpayers could see more clearly that this is what it costs you for that office. That's why we singled it out, land use. Used to be the budget was one page.
Yeah.
Take a look at
Why don't we try that?
1999.
Why don't we try that new lawyer up in Lebanon?
Can apply the budget committee with a one-page budget, that would be fun.
And usually with a bankruptcy, if a bankruptcy came in, I'd hold on to it, I'd wait for them. They would require a proof of claim form, which I fill out and send to the courts, which secures the monies that are due to the town. This is blown past that, you know. I also have another one.
What if we hired that lawyer that we hired for the other case, for October 4th case?
Lebanon?
Yeah.
Because I don't think our local lawyers
As long
would
as
take
it-
this.
It doesn't cost, I mean, she said 19,000 and something.
Right, yeah, to go to
No, I
a
mean,
hearing.
you could easily eat up 25 to 50% of that. in
But the
legal.
potential there for getting,
Yeah, but if we get half the money, Norm,
Yeah, it's better than.
otherwise
none.
we'd get none of the money, I'd rather get half.
I'm
And pay the lawyer.
Listen, I'm just trying to be the devil's advocate
Mm-hmm.
here, not that I'm opposed to getting a lawyer,
The
because I'll
land.
tell you right now, I am not.
That's why I've been doing small claims court.
Right.
In lieu of
And
hiring attorneys
You
or
are to be
prosecutors.
commended for that.
Yeah.
I think we can at least run it by them. If they are as good as I hope they are, they will either take it on or advise us
Yeah,
of another
I
attorney
think
that
they'd like
might
to
save
show
us
us what they
money.
could do anyway, so.
yeah, because, I mean, I'd like to get our judgment from the court. I mean, but if he goes Chapter 7, I don't believe we'll get that either, but I don't know. I also have another one that came in just right after that.
It's real problematic.
This one is from Melissa Williams. She filed bankruptcy, Chapter 13, back in 2010, I believe. Let me see.
Is that reorganization?
Now, 13, yes. Well, yeah. Reorganization for 13. But what she wants to do is they want to abandon her property because she says she can't pay anything. So they're having a meeting on that too. And I can't touch that either because she's on bankruptcy. So I don't know what to do with that. When it gets to be bankruptcy, it's very tedious. Even for delinquency letters on taxes, it cannot be threatening for anybody in bankruptcy at all. So those people are, you've got to, so here is another meeting.
Can I see that one?
You can only send them what the law requires you to
Exactly.
send them.
And you can discuss consequences, perhaps. You owe this much money.
Yeah, you
You
can
can't
send them.
tell them how much money they owe?
You can't add consequences. You can send them a detail of their account showing the interest and penalties and what they owe.
That's it.
You can send them a copy of the law, but you can't ad lib. You can't say, we're only going to give you 30 days to pay this, or we're going to lien it. You can't deed their property because deeding is an option. The law does not require you to take a property deed.
Yeah,
So
the
if-
deeding, you cannot deed on the bankruptcy.
You can lien it
She abandons
because
the
the
property.
law,
That on bankruptcy.
Bank, right?
you can lien a bankruptcy because the law requires you to.
I mean,
The
we
law
had the
says
one
after a
on-
certain amount of days, you will
about that
lien.
house that-
You can increase their interest because the law says you can.
It says the property
But you
is
gotta be real
encumbered.
careful what you send them.
That was.
This whole abandonment issue that's our asset. That's our equity, so
Yeah.
to speak. So if she abandons it, I've been trying to tweak that
No, I
around
was
my
just
brain.
thinking,
No, it's not the same
White
one.
Rock.
that didn't know,
But if
they
we
didn't owe us
don't-
any money?
I mean,
So now, this Melissa Williams owes close to $8,000.
the property is encumbered by liens and applicable exemptions in excess of the estimated value of the property.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Now, do we have a lien on it?
We've got liens up the kazoo on it.
Okay, well, just ours take precedent.
Any objection to this proposed abandonment must be filed
Yeah.
with the clerk of bankruptcy.
And that's what I'd like that to happen.
Yeah, because a lawyer could make a good case against
And,
abandonment.
Yeah.
We
When
don't
somebody
want to
goes to
object to the
bankruptcy and
bankruptcy.
there's
We want to
a lien
object to
from
the
the town
abandonment.
on them for taxes, doesn't the bankruptcy court have to award 100%
We
to
are-
the town on that before they
taxes
can
are
parcel out
secured.
what other people get?
Yeah. Taxes are secured claims. As long as we show a proof of claim,
Yeah.
okay? But these, we can't. This is abandoned property. I am not sure,
Yeah, it's hinky.
you know.
If she
it's all-
abandons it,
Yeah.
Well, you know what, I guess
do
I
we
would...
exercise our lien on it, and then we'd have to deed it?
I-
We
Because you
can't
don't
deed
have-
a bankruptcy property.
No, if she abandons it.
Yeah.
If she abandons it, then she no longer owns it, and her bankruptcy goes forward without it.
Well, then why don't we
So then
take
we're
this
arguing with the rest of the lien holders.
Send them to the attorney and.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I think is
That's what I was gonna
advice on the
say.
attorney, and I can speak with them regarding these too. Can I have that back?
What's the appraised value on that property?
Oh, I didn't even look at that.
$3.20.
Run up over top of that between the taxes and the legal fees.
Did you say
But
that
at
you
least-
appraised
Well, worst
value
case
for
scenario,
$28?
we're already landlords.
$3.20.
It's a mobile home, so it can't be
I don't want to
much.
be a landlord.
At
You
least
are,
if
we have
send
been
it in, we can
landlord
get
for 3
advice on
years
what we
now.
should do.
Exactly.
61,
I still don't wanna be a
I
landlord.
know, 61 Business Park Drive.
Do you want to, let's pick,
I'll make a
The
motion
lease.
that we use,
Adele Fulton.
I don't know the whole title, but Bernie Waz Law Firm up in Lebanon.
Gardner and Bolton.
And wall.
Gardner,
Gardner, Fulton, and Waugh,
Yeah,
up
second,
in Lebanon, New Hampshire, to look at these 2 bankruptcy cases for us.
second.
A motion's been made and second to use Gardner, Fulton, and Waugh as attorneys for these 2 bankruptcy cases. 1 abandonment case, 1 bankruptcy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What happened to
Opposed?
discussion?
Oh, you want a discussion
I
again?
just had a question.
Okay,
Can
go
you,
ahead.
when you contact them?
Oh, you want me to contact or Joyce?
No,
As
Joyce will
town administrator?
contact the
Yeah.
the attorney,
Because
and
I thought
then,
you said you'll talk to them.
If they need further
And then
information.
Joyce will-
Joyce, when you contact them, make sure they understand that these are mobile homes and that there's not a lot of equity for the town there. So They want to be treat us very nicely here, because we don't want to spend thousands upon thousands of dollars chasing after a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Maybe when you call them, I could be there with you, and because it's a court case too.
Right, it's a hearing on the 18th.
Yeah, we got to get on to
Well, there's
it.
one here on the 7th.
Yeah, so we may want some,
Yeah, there's one on the 7th, so that has to be,
Yep.
that has to be done tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got this.
yeah, that's got to be
On the
first thing
26th.
tomorrow morning.
First thing that you do tomorrow morning is going to be phoning the lawyer's office.
Okay.
And, I just lost that. Yeah, so really, some really good advice as
So
to
when
how
you
to
come
proceed.
in, get with Joyce when you,
Tomorrow morning, okay. Now also, then I'll have to ask them, because Haas' attorney called yesterday wanting to know taxes due. Now, I'm not sure legally I can give him exactly the amount, because part of it's under a court order, so we'll have to ask them too.
ask that same question, Joyce. The two of you will get together with the attorney, okay? All right.
You look confused.
Was a court order non-public?
No, that's all public.
So why wouldn't we be able to give that to his attorney?
Well, I don't know what
He doesn't
Amount due.
amount, the amount she's,
Oh, you don't know what amount,
subtracted, or, yeah.
right.
I don't understand why you wouldn't know what amount to give him.
Because partial, 3 years of his taxes were within court order.
All right, well,
Okay.
under court order, you
Yeah.
have a court order that you owe us X, and besides that, you owe us Y of all other unpaid taxes that haven't been
Right,
adjudicated.
but you know what?
The court may not have accepted those back taxes
Right, but
from
we-
those previous years, but they're still on the books for the town.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So I would
absolutely.
just break it down for him, that this is what the court has ordered you to pay, and this is what the town says your total is.
Right, but I wanted to make sure to get an attorney.
Yeah, there's
To
nothing
make
wrong with
sure-
what you're saying, Cindy, and
Yeah.
I can understand why you'd want to do that.
No, I know. I don't understand why we need an attorney to tell them what they owe us.
I'm going to ask their advice whether or not I can contact this attorney.
Right, whether she can talk to his attorney's calling her.
Because,
If we're hiring an attorney, should she be talking to his attorney?
plus the
Hello?
fact it's a bankruptcy and it's a court order.
Right.
It's dual. I'm not sure under the bankruptcy laws whether or not, under
It's
that
public
court order-
information.
Right, but I don't know, under the bankruptcy umbrella, that a court order, as tax bills, tax payments due are secured, a court order should be secured also.
But
The
she's not-
taxes are secured because they're taxes, regardless of the court order.
Yeah, but I was reading the Chapter 7, and it said something about taxes not being as secure as we think they are.
Well, they're not in a bankruptcy, of course they're not. If he doesn't have assets to pay them,
Exactly.
how can he pay them?
Yeah.
But the fact remains, he still owes them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
How you collect them is the issue.
Right.
But everything he's asking for is public information. We just have to be careful, because he can 91A us for that if we don't give him the
Well, I know, he
information.
called yesterday.
So,
Yeah.
and I just don't want to waste money on attorney's fee. I don't want the attorneys
And
to be
that's why-
figuring out tax totals for us.
Oh, no, and I wouldn't. I just wanted to be sure that I didn't get, I was stepping lightly.
You don't want to jeopardize the bankruptcy case.
Absolutely. Nor do
Okay.
I want, yeah.
I understand what you're going to ask
See
him
what I'm
now.
saying?
I was a little confused in the beginning. I thought you'd fallen on your head.
No.
Are we sure it wasn't
I thought maybe
her
you
that-
had.
It wasn't you that had fallen on your head.
It's just the way she said it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you want to tell the selectmen you've selected a trick-or-treat night?
Oh, trick or treat night is the Friday.
Who selected it?
Sydney did.
Main Street usually does it, so.
And Main Street didn't do it this year?
No, Main Street's not Main Street.
Right.
So.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, this whole issue of Main Street not being Main Street.
They are.
We're doing the trick or treat,
And
okay?
it should
I
be
thought
under the
Main
purview of the
Street-
selectmen.
I'm sorry, maybe it's just the weather. I know I was at a park commissioners meeting when Main Street came in, Vince Paratori, and said they were disbanding.
Yeah, but.
Certainly when he came to the selectmen, it sounded like they weren't disbanding, and I'm delighted they're not. I was very downtrodden when I heard they were.
One big project.
So they're just kind of reorganizing and relooking, and maybe they're not doing as much because they don't have the backing from the state and federal government. However, my understanding is that Main Street is still in existence.
Well, they didn't do trick or treat last year. Pat and I threw some flyers together last year at the last minute. Remember, Pat? And we got that done. So this year I figured it was just do the same thing and have it at the same time. But passed it around. Everybody was asking about it. They were asking about it 2 weeks ago.
It's probably something the Board of Selectmen should have done if Main Street wasn't going to do it. What did we
And
base?
I apologize. I was.
What did we base the night? Well, what did you base the night on? How did you pick the
Friday
night?
Normally it's always.
When's Halloween?
Halloween's on a Monday.
Monday.
Why Friday night?
Because it's usually on a Friday night.
It's the same night as Tanger.
Yeah. Tanger's having theirs the same night. Like
When is
every year.
Northfield having theirs?
Now, this is just trick or treat on Main Street.
Right, but ideally,
or
parents
treat.
don't want to take their kids out trick-or-treating
They've been doing it for years.
2 or 3 or 4 different nights.
They've been doing it for years, Catherine.
And-
Love it.
Yeah, I don't think it's,
I know it's for the little ones. Hello, I have little ones. Who do you
I don't
think
think
takes them out
Halloween-
trick-or-treating?
depend on what other towns are doing.
Yeah.
Tilton and Northfield.
Yeah. Bobby,
There is no river in between. When the kids go trick-or-treating, there is no river in between anymore. It is one community.
To cover this
When is our
canvas, this
trick or treat
whole
day?
place, I
You know,
wouldn't
I
get back
called
till
up
9 o'clock.
last
That's
week.
right. We did, it didn't matter. We went,
28.
wow.
Start.
Yeah.
Called where,
The police station and asked if somebody could find out when town-wide trick or treat is.
I mean,
It's not even October yet.
I know it does fall on a Monday,
Yeah.
I'll go
So
to
it's
Walmart,
probably gonna
pick
be
a
on a Monday
Christmas
then,
tree.
huh? I don't know.
Monday night.
Yeah.
But the 28th, that Friday night. I
Yeah,
think
Friday
they'll-
night is the Main Street one.
They'll go from there to the outlets.
Yeah.
You know, that's
Like they do every year.
too bad that we
So
didn't
what
have that
time-
input, because
when is
certainly
Fri-
when
when
Northfield's
is-
trick-or-treating should have been taken into effect.
No. Excuse me. That's regular big trick or treat, and that's going to be on another day.
It's on-
Tilton, Northfield are always on the same day.
It'll be the 31st probably, or
This is just a
The
separate
businesses
day.
downtown.
Parents don't like to have to take their kids
They love
out
it
2 or
for
3
years now,
nights.
7, 8 years now.
They're trying to
Excuse
get
me.
people.
Will you
down.
listen to her? They love it.
Catherine.
I don't love it, and I've been taking my kids out grandkids out for 6 years
But I'm
now.
telling you, they love it now. Leave it alone.
That's it.
I gotta dress them up and load them up. Damn.
I gotta call a hospital and have
Wow.
surgery now.
I have a
I
knife.
think, under the circumstances, next year, let's make certain the board
I
is...
won't go near it.
No. You're
Don't go
a
want
good
it.
reminder.
Nothing.
You serve your people well.
Nope.
But I think that we should have some input. Only because we're selectmen, but...
I've
No.
been doing it for Main Street
I
for
want
so
no
many
input.
years.
I know that Main
Do
Street
whatever you
normally said
want.
it,
Thank you, Joe.
You bet.
but
I don't care.
I'm just surprised Main Street didn't do it.
They haven't done it,
Okay,
all right?
Okay.
Thank you.
so now I gotta go trick-or-treating twice this year again?
Yeah.
Is that what this is all about?
That's exactly what it's about. All right, moving right along.
Thank you, Cindy.
We won Cobalt, we won Cobalt's decision here. Hello, we won one.
Oh, that's good.
Cobalt,
Get out of here.
Cobalt,
What's the attorney on that case?
Well, it's Avatar,
this
it's
was
Lauren.
Avatar. Lauren did the work.
Just paying the
it was
assessment.
probably Puffer that was the attorney on
Right,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Pepper was.
I gotta
Okay,
take the
Everybody's
paper.
looking for the wastebasket. The
Full of
bag is-
scrap.
but
Did
I've
you
got
get
my
that?
full-
Yeah, what happened to our recycle for paper?
Yes.
I don't know. DES announced training dates for solid waste operator certification. There you go.
We don't have any solid waste operators.
Sign up today for the NRRA facility tour on Wednesday, October 12th.
You know, I didn't read it close enough. That I would like to do.
What is that?
This is a unique opportunity to see the latest developments in this emerging process and learn more about increased volumes of veggie oil to be picked up on a regular schedule. Don't miss out on this tour in the consolidation process program at BCEP in UDES credit along with refreshments in MOM meeting, all rolled into one.
And
We're gonna have
where would that-
refreshments.
what would the tour, what plant would the tour be going at? The NRA place?
Sign up today for the NRRA facility tour.
Facility tour. I would like to see the NRA. They're not a single sort place, but they're one of the biggest brokers in the state.
Turning French fry oil into fuel.
Yay.
Biofuel.
Will I pass it down to Joe?
Yeah, please. I would love to take the
They're
tour.
having,
So would I.
You want to make it a date, Catherine?
That's a
In a
date.
political sort of manner, of course.
We have the
Mark.
2011 Municipal Law Lecture Series publications. Here they are right here. Okay.
they were fantastic.
Do we want any additional
What do we got?
additional copies?
The law lectures this year, they were fantastic.
Do we have,
This is the
We usually-
2011 Land Use,
That's our copies.
Preemption, and Sign Regulations. Do we want extra copies? Why don't you take a look at those?
we
Okay.
normally get budget books for the Budget Committee and all the selectmen,
Well, there's a bunch of budget books over there.
old ones.
Oh, were those all old ones? I thought-
All of those
The
there.
basic book of
Ended up
budgeting we
with
usually
my
get.
stuff.
We should
Can I see them, Pat?
get the budgeting one at least.
Yeah.
But I thought the sign regulation in home occupations.
I would like copies of all three,
Yeah.
personally. But normally, the budget we get, like I said, if all of the selectmen want a copy, and we get copies for all the budget committees.
Yeah.
You know that I'm going to need one.
This is the one I
I'm
want.
still the new guy, Catherine. I'm going to try
Okay, we
that
have a
out for
thank you
years.
note. We have a
I'm
thank
gonna
you
go.
note, and it says, "Dear friends, you have touched me deeply. Thank
Really?
you for those kind words, and what a perfect gift. I am looking forward to a visit to Rowland soon. Thank you for your generosity. Love, Martha Douglas."
Oh, how lovely.
It was a very nice ceremony that they gave him for us, the one Catherine was supposed to speak at.
Yes, but you did it much more eloquently than I ever could have.
There is a non-public session for the Fire Commission, September 27th, which was yesterday, day before yesterday. All right. All right, dear Joyce, this is from the Tilton Northfield Fire. We have received our 2011 tax rate from the Department of Revenue Administration. The tax rate and its breakdowns are on the close calculation pages. The total assessed to the town of Tilton is $992,525. To date, we have received $675,900, leaving a balance due of $316,625. As you know, the town of Tilton has been making monthly payments to the fire district. We have calculated your 3 remaining payments for you. You will have 2 payments of $105,541.66 and 1 payment of $105,541.68. If you have any questions or concerns regarding this, please contact me. Sincerely, Roland Seymour. They've significantly gone up. 2011 appropriations. Okay, shoreline program permit application, Tilton Municipal Clerk. Who's this for? James Ettore? No, that's the program. This application. 40 Lake Road, map U241.
Do we have a response from Tim on this?
Yep. It's the same thing, I guess. Okay, this is John Bernard, wetlands file number. They got an approval. to dredge and fill 521 square feet of wetland to install an 18 by 30 long culvert for construction of a shared driveway to 2 commercial lots.
Right.
What?
That's on Route 3.
To a shared driveway?
You know where the lot line is between these 2 new lots?
Yeah.
He's going to have one driveway come up that's going to straddle both those lots. Don't you remember?
Oh,
Where the driveway curb cut was?
That's right.
Right on Route 3 to go in there.
okay.
May I see that again? What's he doing?
He has a lot of wetlands, and he's going to do a shared driveway between the 2 lots.
The property he recently purchased is 2 lots?
He subdivided it
Just subdivided
to
it,
2
right.
lots.
Oh, that's right. He went to the planning board and subdivided. I haven't seen the subdivision, I guess.
It's a pretty simple subdivision. But all he came to us for, and this was,
I remember that was just that.
It was just that.
Where is his?
his driveway is, one of the driveways is on Route 3, right where the boundary line, it will be, straddled the lots. They'll share that drive.
So he's not coming off of Range Road? Grange Road?
He can, there's a driveway.
But there's an existing one, so this is an addition.
Right. For the new lot. Lots.
Well, this is Winnisquam Regional School District. The silt fence shall remain at least one, this is conservation. On September 19th, we met with the Tilton Conservation Commission. They asked for 2 addendum items
I'm
to
sure
be
they
added to
were.
the conditions. One, that the silt fence shall remain at least 1 year from the completion of the project. 2, the inspection is required at the end of the rainfall amount of at least 0.5 inch or greater. Please feel free to contact me if there are any additional questions.
That was the guy.
Matt Moore, right?
Remember that night we were at the conservation meeting? And the guy was talking about the work that they were doing at the school.
This is the one that they're going to sprinkle the ball field with town water.
That was
That's why
the
they can't
discussion
afford
they
the...
had after we left.
That's
Somebody
the road.
told me that they'd actually drilled a well. No, he did. I asked him that night. He said there was a well
Yeah,
on that one.
right. But they were disturbing a little wetlands, so they had to file this.
Okay, we need to go over the minutes. Where was August 11th.
That far behind.
Has Connor finished the...
Almost.
Is he going to come in and give us a detailed... Well, we don't have... Is that part of his presentation? I thought that would be...
Last Sunday, they had an activity.
Park Commission.
Day to, work day to install
Christmas decorations.
Jimmy Stewart should be running down it.
First thing I see about August, I'd like to move the minutes of August 11th to the floor for discussion.
Second.
First thing I noticed is that Katina LeMay was here that night as well,
I have her name.
but I didn't see her name on the list.
Okay. Catherine's added it since then. Okay.
And is leaving the last name of the librarian an intent out of the
she didn't get it, so
Oh, I see, I get it. All right.
it's Finnemore.
Is it Finnemore?
Yes,
Kelly Finnemore?
yes. She's the children's librarian. I probably ought to say that after her name. You've got Kelly Finnemore librarian. It should say children's librarian. Okay.
Are we filling in a percent there?
Yeah. On page 3?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm assuming that's what that's for.
So this is totally opposite of what Joyce was saying the other night, here. Page 3. The board could impose a not-to-exceed figure on total year expenditures. Proposed guidelines include 2012 departmental budget not to exceed 2011, including personnel increases.
Yeah, I think I made that comment a couple of weeks ago.
Right. That's not what,
Well, that was from his report.
But that's what,
but we made a
I
motion
made,
on
I
that.
thought I was the one who actually made that a motion, or
Right.
I was the one who said we should follow through with
With Tim's request.
Tim's request.
Right.
The request was that the merit increases had to be included in that flat rate.
That's right.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Absolutely.
And I mean,
And last week, when we had our meeting, I said that was not my understanding when we had the discussion.
But that's our understanding.
That's what we asked to take place.
Tim is absolutely correct. He's the one that presented it as finance manager to us as a budget request this year that we do. And we said, that's a great idea. I think we all should do that. Level fund, including in that, was that this 2.5% increase to be included into it.
Right, and we did, and that was the letter that I prepared that you signed, that was sent to department heads. It said, submit your budget at a flat rate of 2011, and that flat rate does not include merit increases. Go
Yes,
ahead.
it
Yes, it
does.
does.
It does.
It does. Their entire budget, including any raises, merit increases, whatever you want to call them, is included in that level-funded budget.
So however you have to find your money, if you have to skimp on a box of paper or copying, or if the chief has to not buy so many paper towels up at his place to come to that budget, then that's what we're asking to do. If we at Town Hall have to skimp and say, we can't do this or that, in order, we're not saying cut services, what we're saying is to cut the budget to include that. Level fund it and include the 2.5%.
My understanding was level fund your department and add 2.5%.
No, absolutely not.
Because that cuts their budget 2%.
Selectmen sign.
Because that would mean they have to cut their budget 2.5%. Things are tough all over. I don't support merit raises on any level. And it's not that I don't support our employees.
But we're supporting half of the town employees getting an increase and not the other half?
Here, page 11, Selectman Dawson said she thought Tim's proposal for the 2012 budget was exceptional and would like to see the selectmen take action on this as soon as possible. The board discussed the recommended 2.5% increase for non-union workers. The board discussed whether or not this should be a merit raise or a 2.5% wage increase across the board. Chair Constantino said the selectmen need to plan on which way they're going to put this in the budget because it is a selectman job to do this. They should make accommodations for that in the budget and present it to the budget committee and then at town meeting. Selectman Dawson feels it would be grossly unfair to the employees if they do not include the 2.5% merit as a merit raise in the budget. Selectman Boudreau made a motion to follow Finance Officer Tim Pearson's procedure for the 2012 budget, seconded by Chair Constantino. All were in favor. So there's no gray area in there.
This is wrong?
This says merit, this says the department budget shall not exceed 2011 budget with the exception of merit compensation. It's wrong.
Right.
Well, that's what I brought to your attention last week. It was my understanding that you wanted to include the merit increases in the budget.
No, what you brought to our attention was something entirely different. Because you said, we'll bring it up later. Because you brought it up under a personnel issue.
Okay.
And that's why it was brought up differently. But that's our intent was that we would find somewhere, somehow, that we would, including the selectmen's budget, to include that, the 2.5%.
At least that's where we want to start our budgeting procedure.
Right. It's a start.
May not be where we end up, but that's how we want to start it.
Right.
I mean, we may want to change our winter maintenance policy. I think Dennis goes out after an accumulation of 3 inches. Anybody remember?
I can't remember. That was 5.
I thought it was patterned after the state, which is 3. But at any rate, we may want to increase that. I mean, there's a lot of ways to cut the budget. Things are tough, so we need to take tough actions.
Well, I'd hate to see us cut back on the road.
I think there's other ways we can do.
That's just one example. The state's
Right.
doing it, so.
Right. I think there's other ways we can do that. But that's just, I mean, this, I think we have to
But there's no gray area.
look at this here on page 3, and it's a problem with reading this later.
Page 10, halfway down the page. Also, why not have the WRSD meet with the selectmen regarding the SRO and inform them way, W-H-E-Y. I think it's got an extra E.
Oh, cool. Should be why.
Yeah.
I just lost it. No. Going back to page 3, there's a blank in front of a percentage sign.
Right.
Well, it reads, The board could impose a not-to-exceed figure on total year expenditures, 2012 budget, maximum merit compensation increase to be blank %. Tim is recommending a max of 2.5%.
And we said 2.5%.
It's the same. Okay.
Does FEMA have two E's in it?
Nope.
Bottom of page 4, last word.
Federal Emergency Management
FEMA,
Association?
agency.
The bid for the police station. We have, did we add, under page 7, oh, my dogs are not going to like this thunder. On page 7, under the board opened the bids, the first bid from Brian Hawkins and then Upcountry Builders. My understanding, it's 11,128. Not 428.
Two-thirds of the way down, page 6. Joyce has received an email. I believe we're missing an I in the third paragraph.
On what page, Joe?
Page 6, third paragraph, second sentence. Joyce has received an email. I think it's email.
We can't hear you, Joe.
Joyce, on
Page
page,
6.
Page 6, third paragraph, second line. Joyce has received an email.
You're speaking to the mic.
I thought they would pick me up. Ooh, all right.
That was pretty funny.
That's my homage to you, Catherine. Hello.
Well, now it's okay on the back. You see on page 8, Upcountry Builders in the amount of 11,128.
Okay.
Yeah.
See on page 8, on the first paragraph, like the second sentence from the end, that's the correct bid. What is this J1 in ordinance?
An N?
Where are you?
Okay then.
Page 9,
Thought I'd check.
in parentheses on the third paragraph down, it says J1 in ordinance.
On page number 8,
J1,
It's in the parking ordinance.
yeah.
So can we put J1 in parking ordinance? That would be more,
more explanatory to...
can we just put parking ordinance in there, and then we would all know what that is?
Yeah.
On page 8, second paragraph, second sentence, Chief Cormier's name is spelled incorrectly. Got an N instead of an M in there. Cornier,
Well, maybe he changed.
which may or may not be true.
Must have been that FBI school.
That's called alias.
I was pretty sure it didn't have an N, but hey.
Any more questions or concerns or corrections?
I move we approve the minutes of August 11th as corrected.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have one more?
Yep. I move we bring the minutes of August 18, 2011 to the floor for discussion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Oh boy, do we have to read about this again.
Yeah.
Don't stop. Page 3, about the fifth sentence from the bottom, sixth sentence from the bottom. The board would also like to have a weekly schedule of what is going on, going to. It says gone. You know, this does say that he's to be on site at critical times, such as insulation of the culvert, the compaction, the final fill, asphalting, and insulation of guardrails, but not limited to at the rate of. So that's not above the 40 hours. Joyce?
That rate is at whatever hours he was on that site.
Right.
She thinks it's only about the 40 hours. She said this afternoon it was only about the 40 hours.
No. It's every minute he's
Joyce.
on that site.
If you look on page 3, but where it says Selectman Dawson made a motion to require Public Works Director Dennis Allen, that's not above the 40 hours that he works. That's the time that he spends at the bridge. during the critical times, not to be limited to just these times, but the times that he spends at the bridge, those are the times that he will be paid this per hour.
And that is the amount that we will bill Holden.
He's been there from start to stop every
But-
single time.
They're thinking that it was above the 40 hours.
Oh, no.
No, that isn't what the motion was. I talked to Dennis today.
His time was worth $65 an hour, and that was that.
Right.
For
What
every
Joyce-
hour he was on the site.
Whether it was 8 a.m. or 3 p.m.
It says 55.
That's not what the board said.
We said
That's not what the
65.
minutes, that's not what the motion was. The motion carries. The PAR form is incorrect. I don't know, it's incorrect.
Who made out the PAR?
Well, he's incorrect.
He's incorrect.
The motion was 65.
The motion carried.
How can
So-
he make out his own PAR?
Because he's his own department head. That's interesting. I don't know.
Was this the meeting where we met downstairs? Where this was discussed?
No,
No,
we were up
upstairs.
here.
We're up here.
I wasn't at this meeting?
This is, we went to bridge, right?
That's why I
They're
didn't know.
all one big meeting to me.
I remember being at the other meeting where we talked about it.
We let him have some input, but this
Well,
is where
he
we're
asked
at.
me today about the 40 hours, and I said, no, it's during critical times, and, oh, and that wasn't the motion. Well, it is the motion, here it is.
Right.
So, we need to show him that when he comes in. So you need to recalculate the hours. There's a lot more hours.
He keeps his log, so he'll
Well,
have to...
it's every single hour he spent at that bridge. Whether it was 7 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's every single hour he was at that bridge, Holden is going to get billed for.
It didn't taste good.
And he's going to get paid $65 an hour for.
Oh, yeah.
Put your tongue.
No, I'll have one of these blue ones down here.
Okay.
They did the asphalting Friday. No.
It's a bridge right now, but we can't open it until, and Mitchie repaired the chips and cracks. Did an okay job, I mean,
Oh,
it's a repair.
there's one that's,
Bring that wing wall on the outbound, there's still a gap that you can look
We
all
can
the
sit
way down
there
the
and
line.
I didn't get home movies, but they were actually kind of rotated out. But what those are, Norm, is they're giant 14-ton L's.
Yeah.
And so they had them sitting more like
they
this.
have them worse now than they were
canted
before.
out. And then they put in fill, and they rolled one of those big bouncing steel
Pour in
rollers
place.
over
Everybody
it.
remember, cast in
It's a
place.
big L, and it's connected to that wall, so as they, and they have to get 95.
Cullen did an outstanding job on that High Street Bridge.
As they
That was a
bounced up and
cast in
down on
That
this
was
part,
cast in
because
place.
they have to do it every 12
None of these
inches
problems
all the way up.
existed.
So it came half an inch out of square. It was a best, everybody looked at that, how far do we do it? It's gonna go back the other way when we bounce that roller on it. How far will it go back? There's no way of knowing. It's got gravel underneath it and everything else. Cast cement in that,
I
work
wasn't,
bottom?
I wasn't gonna ask them to reset it, because they got
Oh, well,
it's all
there's-
compacted, and they got your geotextiles and everything.
Everything is good to go. They still have to set, there's a guy coming from,
Gemstone caulking.
I was gonna say Stone Gem, but Gemstone Contractor, who's a professional caulker. Easy, Norm.
He did all the stuff at Tanger
I was
Outlet.
there talking to him, and he says he can fill those things in with a grout that'll move around and look it'll be just like the crack, or the seams weren't there.
He'll
Okay, I
take
wanna
a
see it, but that's
backer
his
rod,
business.
Yeah.
those big gaps, there'll be a dead space in there. He'll put a backer rod in. It's usually
And the expansion
styrofoam.
thing.
And then he'll
Grout out.
use an expansion, whether he uses a urethane or whatever.
He
And
told me
it's-
what it was,
It's not a
but-
grout, it's a caulking.
Well, there's a grout that goes on the outside of it, I guess.
No, it's caulking.
Caulking. Well, that's,
Well, they
I
can call it, some people call it expandable grout.
don't know.
Grout is usually what you
Anyway, it'll
fill, grout is
take
usually what you
Fill
fill
that in.
blocks.
It'll take care of that gap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any more questions or concerns on the minutes of 8:18? Do we have the final plans from David Krause yet?
I saw him today, he's working on them. But the rain is kind of really put a crimp in his style too.
Okay. Yeah, just put a crimp in mine, too.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll move that we approve the minutes of August 18th as corrected.
Second?
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Night.
Yes?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
All those opposed? Oh, okay. Is Tim downstairs? Yeah.
I'll just close it.
Yep. While he's coming up, Chief, I have one quick question about the payroll. We had 2 officers in training last week. Why do we put them in as 4 10-hour shifts instead of 5 8-hour shifts?
It's a 4-day school, and it has to be 40 hours by FEMA, so they compact the 40 hours into 4 days to allow travel time for students to get back and forth. I've got a copy of the schedule to verify.
Okay, so they actually did, okay, I got it. All right, answers my question. The Winnipesaukee Trail folks would like to use the parking lot at Riverfront for the Taste of the Trail fundraiser on October 13th for handicap parking only, since they will be using the St. Mary's Church parking lot for shuttle services for all of the parking for the event. Does anybody have an issue with that at all?
That's
They will
what
be
park
using.
commissioners-
We will be using cones with HP signs on them in each parking spot to indicate them, as well as the explorers to enforce it.
That needs to go for the park commissioners.
They want to use all of the parking at Riverfront for handicap parking? Is that?
Instead of,
Okay.
right, instead of having it mixed.
All right.
Sounds good to me.
It has to go before Parks Commissions, apparently. We pass that to Iris.
Well, we're meeting next week, so.
Well, the Taste of the Trails is, they got them really soon, so.
Well, I can't do anything until next week if the Parks Commission. I can't see it being an issue because we already approved that wedding.
And it's in the evening from 5 to 8, so.
Yeah.
I think last year we asked them just to leave a couple spots open in case somebody wanted to go to the park.
Well, that's the issue. If they're going to use the handicap spaces, then do we designate a couple more spaces as handicap? So if somebody that's handicapped wants to use the park, even at night, because I was there the other day and they had some veterans down there, I was very happy to see.
And we should probably leave 1 or 2
It was
spaces.
in the evening.
We probably should leave 1 or 2 handicap spaces.
Yeah,
On a regular basis.
yeah, because that's nice to see that they're using them.
Do we have a manifest?
I can post,
I haven't brought it up yet,
Oh, okay.
because you guys are going to be here for a while, correct?
I think so.
Yeah.
'Cause, 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 'cause,
So on Prospect Street, all the way to the end.
Sandy, my last item.
That's not
We're going to make a decision on that. We're having a hard time hearing because of the water
A
stuff
decision on what?
on the parking.
You want to close the window?
It's going to the Parks Commissioners to make a decision.
Okay.
It's not it's not up to us to make a decision.
Give you all my MS4s. Let's see.
I have one.
Let me make a copy of it somehow. What's this?
Volume 1, Volume 2.
Did you already do this one?
Bertha was hauled away. This is so sad. So sad.
You have one page of MS4.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, I see. It's only on one side.
Where is Public Works?
Okay. So, if I may begin at the top. First of all, the MS4 is here, and I have a copy for your signature, which are our revised revenue estimates, which these estimates reflect roughly a $60,000 improvement in our revenues through year end because of where we are currently versus where we were last year, what we collected in this period last year
Really?
versus this year.
We're up 60.
Some of the reasons for that, we tax deeded properties are generating revenue. We had some additional other revenues during the year. So this, Joyce has gone through this, I've gone through this.
Let's back up to the tax deeded properties. What revenue are you projecting from those?
I don't have the breakdown in front of me, but there was the portion that once we have the agreement in place, that is recognizable revenue.
Rent.
Right.
considered-
It's recognizable revenue, but it's kind of like the mobile homes. If we have one that backs away, now we have to sell the property. We'd have to sell the property to collect our revenue.
Well, the collection piece is a different,
I know, but
You're talking
pure
about the one
revenue
that's made
recognition.
an agreement to pay us over time?
once there was a signature, that became recognizable revenue for us. Absolutely.
oh, I know it is.
It's not collected, but it's revenue. So in any event, otherwise, things are pretty much in line with what we had thought at the beginning of the year with some minor adjustments. But again, what I did in this process was go through each revenue line and look at where we were last year this time versus this year this time, and make the necessary adjustments. So, and these revenues here are what I based the tax rate estimate that's on the back of my sheet on as well.
Where do you get the $10,500 figure from sale of municipal property?
That would be the revenue, partly the revenue recognition that we can take this year for the tax deed. That's considered, once it's the selectmen's property, that's where it best fits. It's
All
not
right, so that's part of, yeah, okay.
That's
I
correct.
understand.
Yep. So it represents a total revenue of $1,838,316. Now, if you were to compare that to our monthly revenue report that I provide for you, you'll see really the major difference is the sewer, which we don't track on our monthly revenues. That's because it's a separate commission, but it is included for the purpose of tax rate setting, which DRA requires. So that's why that's on here, and it's not normally on your regular sheet. So I have one to circulate if you'd like for for signature.
Just for reason of explanation, on line number 3503 to 3509, other miscellaneous revenues, other, 110,000? What kind of other falls into that bucket?
Yeah, the standard classification of accounts that the state recommends be used includes, let's see, find other here. That includes primarily for us fines, police auction, police fines, recycling, parking permits,
right,
health
so
insurance reimbursements, miscellaneous income,
This is lumping in all these other
whole bunch
sources.
of grants, donations, reimbursements, witness
I
fees.
just wanted to know what kind of things fell into that.
Yeah, essentially, if you were to take our revenue report on a monthly basis, that gets, all those, I don't know, 50 or 60 lines or so, get pigeonholed into the state's 30. And then they're grouped. One of the things that I've been wanting to do for a few years now is to redo the revenue lines, because if you look through them, and if you look through an account listing for them, you'll see that they're kind of hodgepodge over time and just sort of develop that way, and it really needs kind of a dusting and cleaning there. So I had done that with the expenditure lines in prior years, but the time to do it is at the beginning of the year, since the revenues, everything's closed out at the end of the year, and that's the time to start. So the only real challenge is to keep for comparison purposes things. So, but I hope to have time to do that this year, because it would be nice to really clean it up some. But that's what's in that particular category.
Do we need a motion?
Okay, I think, no, we don't need a motion to sign the MS.
You're signing it as your motion, really.
Okay. Shall I move on?
Yeah.
Timber tax is real low, isn't it?
What's that?
Timber tax.
Yes, we have had very, very little, and
I'm kind of surprised, usually in low economic times, people turn to those types of things for revenue.
I think it's just probably the commodity price doesn't outweigh the cost of...
Depends on what they do with it, certainly if they send it to pulp, it isn't, but
But then
they're getting
again,
very good money
You can
for...
only do that once. Once every 25 years?
Well, yeah, but most people have different timber lots.
The next item is the lease for the upcoming winter for Business Park Drive for 15,000 square feet. The lease is in your to-be-signed folder, and there's a new certificate of insurance that accompanies it. It is essentially unchanged from last year, with the exception of reducing the square footage, which they did agree to, because we now have the evidence trailer that's in there, and then also, which wasn't in there last winter, was the fire district's training trailer, which I wasn't aware,
Did they ask us to put that in there this year?
No.
Consulted.
Were we aware? No.
Well, it
Is
had
here?
It had been in prior years, and it may have just been an understanding that.
I've seen it in there in the past.
Yeah, it wasn't in last winter. So all of a sudden this winter we had that, and then the evidence trailer, which I had planned on, and which was why I reduced the square footage. But then also there was a SOU vehicle which was parked in an area that was clearly going to be in the way, and the chief was happy to move that, and he did. And I think we're all set.
That's been in there. What does the fire department have in there right now?
I think they still have well, Joyce was the most recent in there. I believe they've still got an old pumper. They've got some miscellaneous materials, and, it doesn't take a great deal of space, but then they have the trailer.
Is that their trailer they take around to the schools?
Yes.
And the PD, we have the evidence trailer and the SOU vehicle.
Yeah, in the past, this was the problem here. This is where, going along that wall, these vehicles had to be moved, because this is where they take the boats in. It's against those overhead doors, so the chief had it moved.
I thought we were going to put the fire trailer along the back wall.
Well, last year that was the plan.
Why can't we ask them to move it back there?
I suppose, I haven't been over there to see for myself, but I don't know how far back the evidence trailer goes.
I would say,
if it goes to the back wall.
I would say we ask them to move it in the back there.
We'll probably have to hurry, because the Marine people are planning on starting their storage this week. So they had been very anxious to get this signed.
If that's moved along the wall where we had planned for it last year, and they got it in too late to make a decision, then that would open that up to put the Central New Hampshire where it's supposed to be, and they wouldn't be losing that much.
The only thing I took out of their lease was what I considered to be the space allocated to the evidence trailer.
This go along the wall.
Because last year there was a clear kind of demarcation as to where their space began, and we clearly had moved across, not only into that area, but on the other side of a particular pillar.
We cannot keep filling it up with just stuff of ours when we have a revenue coming from a source.
And I can assure you, I have absolutely no knowledge or control of that.
What?
Whose dump truck?
It's evidence. The dump truck is evidence,
We have a
correct?
dump truck as evidence?
Whose dump truck?
They come in, vehicles come in and come out. There shouldn't be any evidence vehicles there now.
There is a dump truck with a toolbox and a cord.
There's a dump truck inside 61 Business Park
Isn't that a
Drive.
dump truck?
No, that's not. That's the hazmat truck.
That's the hazmat truck?
No, let me see.
The hazmat.
Which one are you pointing to?
No, that's a
On the
dump
bottom
truck.
picture.
That looks like a dump truck.
We don't have any evidence vehicles anymore.
This one right here?
Yeah. Is that the hazmat? or is
That's the
that
hazmat truck.
Okay, that's the hazmat. Never mind, it's not a dump truck. I'm glad I wasn't alone thinking it looked like a dump truck.
Hazmat.
Where's the dump truck, Catherine?
Well, see this picture? To me, that's the hazmat truck, right?
Okay.
And there's this.
Yeah.
And there's the storage container.
I
Well,
see.
now I'm looking at this picture, And I'm looking at that.
Or you're looking at it dead on as opposed to from an angle.
That's right.
It's the same truck.
It's in a different location.
And there's
No, it
the,
isn't, because...
It isn't? Okay.
You see this here? You can see it right there.
All right.
Okay, we got a half hour, we've got company coming.
So,
They're gonna have to wait, aren't they?
so in any event, the agreement was ours last year. I took it and made the small revisions that we had revised to the agreement last year, correcting the lessor-lessee typo, reducing the square footage, and otherwise it is pretty much identical to last year's agreement.
I make a motion, we sign the Winnisquam Marine contract.
And you'll see there is an actual diagram at the very end.
All those in favor of the motion?
so I have
Aye.
a discussion.
Any discussion?
I have a question in that, with the reduction in square footage available to Winnisquam Marine, is there a corresponding reduction in the price we're charging them?
No, we're getting, in fact, not only are we getting the full price, but I investigated whether or not we were liable for any additional realtor fees, and we were not. So we'll actually keep more of the revenue this year than we did last year.
Aye.
So we have the PD evidence
Motion
trailer,
passes.
the SOU vehicle, the fire department, we have
MMRS.
Winnisquam Marine and MM,
RS.
wow. And you didn't want to be a landlord.
I don't want to be a landlord.
Is there anyone else using it?
I have to say, it's really been working
Yes.
well with MMRS.
PNS Christmas fundraising.
Oh, that's right.
The next item is to dispose of fixed assets that, in preparation for the fall cleanup. These are items which we've taken out of service. They are inoperable.
That means they don't
You
work.
have no idea how inoperable one of them was going to be today.
And they are fully depreciated. Fully
Really?
depreciated. All these items.
Very
There
nice.
is you should have no qualms in disposing of these. It's merely a formality so we can take them off our fixed assets.
Where would they be disposed of?
These, I will ask Joyce to contact Highway and have them come and remove these. The Meta copier, number 5, has already been taken out by Front Loader. So it's really, these are just really a formality to remove the
How
assets
big
from
is
our
that
fixed
copy?
assets.
It's huge.
That was the one that
Bertha.
was, that was
sitting over
Bertha.
Oh, no wonder they used a front loader for it.
Yeah, yep.
I'd like to make a motion that
Get her done.
we dispose of the following assets. Can I just list asset number?
I think that would be fine.
Asset 196, asset number 730, asset 731, asset 252, asset 329, and asset 267.
Second.
Any discussion?
None of these are any donating qualities to them, just,
Nobody
Inoperable.
wants them.
okay.
So you're saying they don't work?
No.
All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Hey, they work eventually.
Believe me, if I could have squeezed something out of one of these, I would have.
Maybe if you cut Bertha out, you
So-
can use it for a beehive.
That is a doornail.
Speaking
Like that
of
computer.
squeezing out things, next is the technology plan, and I will direct your attention, if you will, to the next document, technology plan for Town Hall. So, you may not want to go through this entire thing now, but what I did was, in talking with people casually, informally, in Town Hall, developed what I believe to be the proper goals and the objectives to meet those goals, and then in some cases measurements of what was really critical. Then following that, I listed out what the plan is for October. You all know that we have some new systems in my office. I have been trying to purchase things when we can either get a deep discount, or in the case of the systems in my office, each one of those comes with a 3-year warranty. They're recertified machines from Dell. They come with Windows 7 Professional, which is required to connect to our domain, of which that license alone is about $129 if you were to buy it somewhere. So with a 3-year warranty, we're paying right around $300 a piece for them. and they're much beefier and good quality systems.
How much random memory do they have?
The RAM on them delivered is 2 gig, which actually in everything I've done so far has been sufficient. They can be upgraded for about $30 a piece, and over time
Well,
we
I
will.
noticed the other day, I was sitting there with Catherine waiting for the selectman's computer, or the health officer's computer, I'm not sure which one.
Both.
Both. And we sat there and waited, and waited,
Yeah, it's an
and
old one.
waited, and it was just starting up Windows. It was just starting the operating system, and I waited for quite some time, and it never did connect. I mean, maybe it did after I left, but
Well, that one is one of the problematic ones, and in terms of the,
You didn't wind it enough.
it was,
forgot to feed the
unfortunately, it was
squirrel.
purchased more recently. I think it was just not the right fit anyway for that particular machine. But, so what I've outlined here for you is essentially, there's an executive summary, but basically, the availability and uptime is the most critical. And one of the strategies here to keep uptime high, and of course, keep in mind this is a goal, not a guarantee. But one of the strategies is to be able to replace a failed system very quickly. And by doing that, these new systems have the ability to boot off the network and make use of what's known as an image server. And an image server keeps basically a snapshot of that whole configured system. Once it's been configured, it kind of takes a snapshot. And if you ever have to reload back down the thing, it's much quicker than having to go through each individual software load, configure it, go on to the next one, configure it, set up all the user profiles again. So it saves a lot of time. So it helps with the availability and uptime. The network backups, those are working very nicely, which really we had been backing up certain components of our network, but we had not been backing up the workstations for some time, and those have been working for a long time now. So that has helped in individual circumstances where someone has lost data or needed to recover something that they had deleted in error. The goal, too, is faster accessibility and retrieval of documents and data. And this is really about taking the town hall to the next step. I'm sure you've all experienced, trying to find a piece of paper in town hall, and for whatever reason, it's just incredibly elusive, has slipped from office to office, or just nobody can put their hands on it. Maybe it's in the basement, maybe it's upstairs. The idea here is to get us digital and to start collecting and digitally archiving information. Not that we would treat the paper any differently, but that we would have accessibility to paper documents such as this, which is what I've been doing for the last 2 years with all our invoices and financial data. And if you've ever asked, well, what was on that check or what was on that invoice, and you've seen me pull one up with not only the image of the check, but then all the corresponding documentation behind it. So it's that kind of thing that we should be able to get to in more of the departments within Town Hall, say land use or in the town clerk tax collector. In the processes that I've watched them do when they do their daily deposits and making copies of things, those could all be scanned right in. With the advent of possibly doing check scanning in the town clerk's office, again, they can actually make the deposit right from their location into the bank account. So there's some real positives to the accessibility and retrieval, but this doesn't replace the need to have the same policy and procedures for paper documents. It just means that when you want a copy of something,
Easier to
hopefully we'll be able to, right. And so what's really critical in this is, and this takes time, and the reason why this takes time is you just can't sort of willy-nilly decide, well, I'm going to make a directory here and put some stuff there, and then somebody else is thinking the same thing, and all of a sudden you've got a lot of duplication, or you risk people not knowing where to look. So it really requires designing a scheme of how to store this information, come up with significant naming conventions, and there's a number of things that would have to happen, but I've outlined some of the strategies. Scanners are also going to be important in that, and then also permissions so that people can't, if there was, say, a malicious event or something, you don't want somebody going in and wiping out, your entire archive of tax cards or something like that. So in any event, that is the goal too. So if you were to look at,
Well, can I just ask a
Please,
question?
yes.
Once you get this underway and everything, will that also be a duplicate of it be stored on the cloud?
oh, absolutely, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. But the permissions could conceivably extend to, other areas. So in other words, there would be
well,
security and
The
redundancy.
my reason for asking is if there should be a conflagration here, God forbid, been there, done that, and all
Wiped
the
out.
hardware is destroyed.
And the computers and the paper and
As
everything
long as
else
it's,
done.
as long as it's in the cloud.
Oh, my goodness.
Good.
Yep.
It would.
Start all over again.
That would be bad.
Right. So on page 3, you'll see what our current environment is. And I've specifically really not tried to get into disk and RAM because it's really not, it is, but it isn't pertinent. Most of these systems are, relatively speaking, the same horsepower, same amount of RAM or disk space. So to get into that kind of discussion, it'd be like, asking Dennis what kind of steering wheel he's got on, one plow truck versus the other. I mean, they're going to be comparable. So, oh boy.
That's gonna come up.
Boy, yep. So in any event, this is basically what we have.
Just go
And-
right to the bottom. You'll see we're Cinderella again.
And the newly acquired workstations, what I'm
Hand-me-downs.
what I'm anticipating for that is to take the three, they're all 380s, and one will go to the deputy town clerk tax collector, and then her system will in turn go to replace one of the and it is truly on borrowed time, this motor vehicle system. It's failed several times. It's had difficulty powering up, powering down. It's hung. It's created network problems. It's on its last legs.
I thought the state provided us with computers with a motor
just-
vehicle
They
system.
do not.
Vital
No,
statistics
just vital
only.
statistics, and they won't. They seem to be pulling back from providing just about anything. There was a piece that failed on that recently, and they won't replace it. So in any event, the deputy town clerk tax collector will go to the motor vehicle. This is not an easy switch, by the way. This is going to take a little time because there's 2 separate networks that it has to be configured for, and the printers are very specific because of the forms that are being used. So this is not a real easy, throw it in there. The second one will be, which is the land use assistance will go to be the new public computer, and then code enforcement will come up and become the new selectmen's
Hand-me-downs.
system. That's correct.
Hand-me-downs.
However,
So if we're getting a computer that doesn't work, why aren't we just keeping the one we have and that we're used to?
That works. That's slow.
no, these are all functioning systems.
Well, that
The-
one functions after a while.
I can think of other things to use that system for. So,
In other words, you start the reboot now, and by tomorrow morning, you should be coming up.
actually, well,
I turned it on and went down and talked to Joyce and came back up.
well, actually, I do have that one set to turn on, I think, at 10:15 on Thursday mornings. So it will automatically turn itself on at that time, if you haven't already, to allow it plenty of time to come up for your meeting. However, in the interest of time...
Aren't you just
on-
giving us somebody else's problems?
For the time being. But what we're doing is, if you think of the generational...
You want to wait till the new one comes?
Catherine, if you think in terms
No,
of...
I want to take all my information out and work from home.
If you think, well, here, listen.
Because I've used her computer.
No, this is not the town clerk's. This
No,
would be the
Gus's.
code- No, and this is not Gus's. This is the code enforcement officers.
Are you going to strip
heard
some
about
of
his
his extra
problems.
stuff off of there so it gets...
Trust me, it'll be...
If it
tidied
connects
up.
to the internet quicker than yours does,
He
take it.
must
It will.
have.
It will.
Take it.
So here's the thing. If I want you to think in
Hey, I
in
couldn't even copy
in a
today.
macro
Forget about the
perspective,
internet. I'm very
we're
seldom
talking
there.
about a generational change. So we're getting rid of the old white box clones, which there are 2 that were on this disposal list, and then there are 2 at the counter. Those are going. And then we're taking the next tier up, which were the GX520s, which are the oldest to date other than that, and those are moving down into the lowest tier, and then the new ones are coming into that middle tier. And then in our budget for next year, I'll have more money to purchase more of these. One of the things I need your approval on is that from time to time, these machines come up. They're not available all the time. These are things that are done by Dell. You have to kind of hop on them because they're very inexpensive, and they go quickly. Right now, they're none available. But as they come available, and as I have budget for them, I would like to continue to purchase those. And considering they're under $500, I've been doing so. But it's one of those things you just sort of have to strike while the iron's hot.
I have one question. Could you please tell me what Selectman's commuter is?
That would be a typo.
All right.
That's right. And shoot.
I very seriously have to go back to this. Is there going to be a noticeable improvement
Oh, yes.
getting the code enforcement's computer?
Yes.
Yes.
Be sure- Because a lot of my work that I do here is not on the internet. It's like today I had a health officer, actually for the past 2 weeks I've had health officer issues, and it was basically writing letters and whatnot. And the
Right.
big issue today is it wouldn't copy.
It will. You will
Actually, what we
find.
tried to
Wouldn't print.
copy the other night was there this morning.
Well, occasionally I run into user errors, user issues.
Well, that's what I'm
where
saying.
It's the user, not the computer. But
That means there's a loose nut behind the keyboard.
But
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it's me, I'd rather stick with something that I'm used to and know than something that's going to buck me off sideways and I got to learn new things about this
I
damn
have
thing
no
again.
issue leaving that computer on another desk up here in case there's a question and you want to be able to access it. However, I think you'll be very pleased
Yeah.
with the GX520. That is a much
I trust
easier
him.
machine.
Okay.
Go with Grace.
So
Yep.
is it going to, am I going to be able to?
Lawn tractor and a farm-all cub. You'd rather have a
Wouldn't see
cub
me
or a
on a
lawn
farm-all.
tractor?
There's no way you'd see me on a farm.
Well, then, all right, a Ford, whatever.
So I also updated the
look good in
budget
red,
status.
Okay.
There's a lot of information in that computer that has to be.
Do not move the computer.
No, I just,
not gonna-
Don't move
I
it.
need to know.
We'll
When I
take it up
come up-
next
He
week.
can move it to
When I
the
come
new
up to do
computer.
these health officer things, I have to know that
Don't
what's
you
there
know
is
that-
there.
It'll
It's
be
gonna
on
be
the
the
new
same
computer.
So is it easy to take all that out and put it on another one?
No, you just print it out and then you retype everything back in.
Well, that's what I was waiting to find out.
Don't get nervous. It's going to look the same, Catherine.
Turn it on and it'll be your
First
computer.
of all, you've placed a great deal of trust in me to be able to handle the town's finances, and
Hey.
you've placed a great deal of trust in me to be able to handle the information technology systems for the town. I used to work for IBM. I can tell you,
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
make sure that your data is there.
Okay.
So,
Tim, you gotta understand, on the information highway, roadkill.
An armadillo
Fear not.
in the
And-
road.
And just so that we understand, I mean, it is an IT issue if there's a
Roadkill, it's more
user
like a
problem.
covered bridge.
Because it really comes down to training. So hopefully
Good luck with that.
Time will permit training as we go through these different goals. The next item, just briefly,
I can wait.
the technology budget status. The remaining budget right now is $6,241. Of that, there are items that we've already purchased that we're awaiting payment on. And I mentioned earlier that, you know, we're purchasing things at pretty good prices. We just recently got 20-inch Acer monitors for $70. We got 2 of those. So, but this is one of these things, you got to find the right sale, and you have to find the right coupon and
Yep.
make use of it. The anticipated expenditures of where I could see spending some of this budget through the end of the year, and our server has had more issues recently, but there's networking gear, the switch in the basement, and a new wireless switch which should be put in.
I vote for the second video camera.
The image server is what can be used for that network booting, and what I talked about when I talked about the accessibility of the scanners, 2 of those Fujitsu 1500s, a new server with Windows 2008, which would require,
Is that what you have downstairs, the 1500?
yes,
Okay.
which would require additional user packs, but depending upon the availability through Dell, sometimes you can get a price like this.
Is that 1500 the one where you drop the thing down there and it
Correct.
came right up
Yeah.
on your screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a heck of a
And that's slick,
scanner.
isn't it? I
That's-
want one of them.
I want one of those
it
too. You say
scans-
that one is going the way of the other thing?
It scans...
No.
Oh.
No. It scans dual-sided color, different thicknesses. It's perfect for the town clerk tax collector. But in any event, hopefully find some used speakers for this meeting room. And then that pretty much uses up the 6241. I may not be able to find a server at this price and availability through the end of the year. It just really depends.
All right.
But there's also other things I'm looking at are an additional video camera so we can have one set up downstairs. There's also the security system to monitor the entries and hallways. That was $650. That's not in this particular plan, but I'm keeping an eye on things, and if we can't purchase the server, maybe we could do some of those other things. So I just wanted to bring you up to date on that. The other items in process, working with Joyce and the chief on the budget, the banking transition.
Nope, stop there, please.
Yep.
Baird, I want to bring up something on the budget because there's a discrepancy on the budget as to what information is out there. Are you under the impression that you're asking the budget, working with them, keeping it within the 2.5%
My
level fund and include the 2.5% merit?
My original recommendation to the board, I had to go back and read it, and unfortunately I wasn't as clear as I could have been, but my intention was to level fund the budget overall, and with the understanding that the police union, since it's contractual, it has to be in the budget, so that it would not apply to the police, but it would apply to the other departments. And I felt as though we are underspent in certain categories, and I felt as though, considering the amount of money really we're talking about for a highway and town hall, that was easily achievable. However, when Joyce and I reviewed this, when this came up originally, she showed me her memo that she had written based on the board's adoption of my recommendation, and the memo, it was presented differently, which was level fund and then add the 2.5% over and above that.
Well, I think there's
That wasn't my original intention.
Yeah.
Right,
what I
and
got
that's
out
not
of
the original motion either. The original motion is your original intent.
Yeah. Level fund it and then fine 2.5%
So the memo is incorrect.
elsewhere.
Selectman Boudreau made a motion to follow Finance Officer Tim Pearson's procedure for the 2012 budget, seconded by Chair Constantino. All were in favor.
Okay,
It's not cut and dry,
I
so-
don't think it's going to...
So why I bring it up is because you're going to be working with Joyce, and I understand that you've already worked with Dennis, so you may have to do some changes on yours to change that.
Right.
We're not
Dennis
asking
will
you
have
to
to
cut services, we're asking you to
Right.
look at areas where you can level fund and include that 2.5%.
And there are, you'll see there are some things that we will benefit from when you look at the detail and see some of the highlights about reduced employer retirement costs. There are some, I mean, it's been shifted over to the employee, but there are some reduced costs outside of the police. And
Which can show it as level funded.
which will show, and the difference is not as significant as one might imagine. So I appreciate you clearing that up, because to me, it was more stylistic and could be dealt with when it's being presented, but that'll make it actually easier. Thank you. So then the banking transition, I am awaiting I had a set of blank forms from Franklin Savings, and I just didn't have time to get the account numbers and all the additional information into the new account forms for you to sign tonight, but those will be forthcoming. And then there are a few remaining things for the audit, and that is required for the MS5 to be able to complete that for our tax rate setting. The next item is and this is, please keep in mind, this is really a draft version, but I had spent some time earlier in the year looking at the fire district tax impact for Tilton. And so And these are, again, all preliminary. None of this is final. These things haven't been reviewed by DRA, but I took my kind of best guess looking at where we were going to end up, and you can see it's where the change is, and up in the narrative, it is, I pointed out the most significant thing, which is that the town portion will likely decrease, which is the real takeaway here. The rest of it will really have to wait for tax rate setting to get a firm number. But I think you can see where the changes are, and the most significant one there. So,
Can you use the tax deeding revenue to offset this?
no, but we have fund balance that we can use to offset it. But I think that's...
wasn't going to go there yet.
I think once
It's set.
Once we get to that point and we have firmer numbers, I think, that's a decision you can always make. Just lastly, two very minor things. One is the town clerk tax collector has asked me to review, and I have, and gotten back to the company regarding acceptance of credit cards and the like at the counter. And so this differs from our GoVolution agreement in that GoVolution is through the web and through the web portal for tax payments. This one happens to be one where the citizen could swipe their card right at the counter to pay for their, whatever it is that they're paying for right here. And it's, of course, I don't mind telling you, it's an extensive agreement. It's being used in Keene and probably half a dozen other municipalities in the state. I didn't feel as though it was really representative of what it should be for a municipality, so I made some changes, sent it back to them, and I haven't heard back yet. But this may be something that I'll be bringing to your attention in the near future, and the town clerk really wants to get this going. And lastly, I just need a clarification just on some of these requirements and what your expectation of me is, as this time of year in particular requires some juggling of time. And especially when there are IT issues that have to be handled and they can't be handled during work hours. And I've discussed with Sandy just at a very high level, just wanting to just understand where the board is on that. And it's not something I need an answer on right now, but I would just like to have it firmly in my head so that I understand where you are. So, and that's really all I have for you tonight. I'll be bringing back up your accounts payable manifests for electronic payments and regular checks.
Do we want to address the last issue?
Well, I personally, and I said to Tim, I feel if he has to come in after hours because he can't work on the computers while people are logged in and doing their work, that if he's going to put in, say, 4 hours at night, then he should leave 4 hours early during the day. We're not asking him to put in tons and tons of overtime in order to keep the system working.
I think the bottom line says it all.
Yeah, me
Given
too.
the option, you would prefer to flex his time, which is just what you said, so
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm fine with
I
that.
am totally satisfied with your performance.
Right.
I don't care when you do it.
The only one thing I would ask is that when you schedule them, is that, because I have absolutely no problem with it, but when you do schedule, then just kind of take a peek and see if there's an abundance of people out.
Oh, absolutely.
That, when you need to, if you're working during a particular weekend and you decide to take a Friday off, if there's already two people off on Friday, that would be,
And if there's a large block of time that you're not going to be here, just let us know.
Yep,
that's the
absolutely.
only thing we would ask.
No,
But
it's-
we're all for that.
Great.
And we thank you for being flexible.
Oh, great. No, thank you. And I'll be back up later with your manifest.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Thanks, Tim.
Because you know how I missed that. All right. All right, we're going to take a 2-minute breathing break, and we'll come back in about 2 minutes with Mr. Holden. Okay, quick break. Mrs. Gambati's not here, so Mr. Holden, thank you for coming up at such a short notice. Dennis, come on up. We want to talk about the Pine Street Bridge. Did you have a chance to talk to Peter since this afternoon, or no?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So I'm not a bridge person, so our issue is the rail approach, the 22 feet or 25 feet that it's coming out, which actually is going to extend out onto Mrs. Scambati's property. We wanted to come up with an alternative to that so that it didn't.
We looked at this afternoon, and what you could do to modify it would be, there is rail that's attached to the top of the box culvert. There's approach rail, which is made to sort of transition between regular guardrail and bridge rail. Bridge rail, when you hit it, doesn't move. Matter of fact, has reinforcing in the back of it so that you can't go through it. So when you hit bridge rail, it's pretty hard. When you hit guardrail, you actually deflect it a lot. And the purpose of guardrail is to sort of try and catch you a little bit and decelerate you and not just make you stop instantly. So you've got a situation where you have guardrail, which has got a lot of give to it, and you have bridge rail, which has no give to it. So you have this transition rail, which is called approach rail. And the way that you build it is it's regular guardrail, but it has holes punched in it in different locations than normal guardrail. Normal guardrail has holes punched in it every 6 feet, so that you put a post every 6 feet, and the bolts are there. As you approach the bridge, the posts get closer and closer and closer together, and what that does is makes the guardrail more and more rigid, getting you ready for the rail on the bridge that has no give to it. You could take off, what we have is we have approach rail, we have 6 feet of regular beam guardrail and a terminal end. And the terminal end is just it's a low-speed terminal end, so it's not very big, it's like this big. You could take out the 6 feet of regular guardrail and put the terminal end on the end of the approach rail. That would make it 6 feet short. And I looked at it, and you probably know where the cones are out there, but the rail would come to pretty much the end of the pavement that's out there. And
Who's Mrs. Scambati?
so that's how you can modify it. You can't take it off. If someone hits the bridge, the town gets it.
Can't take what, the approach rail?
Can't take the approach rail.
Of course we can.
Yes, we can.
Well, you can, but...
Of course we
Well, I
can.
was going to say, forgive me, Dick, 'cause I don't remember the gentleman's name that we met today.
He came out and looked at it. The alternative was to put on another 6-inch, a 6'8" rail with a turn end on the end of it, and then leave it at that. So we didn't have to go to 22 feet. All right, and I understand that it's not state spec, okay? But the bridge rail that we had on there before was definitely not state spec, okay? And it had been there for numerous years. And I feel that it's a 25-mile-an-hour road. The only reason that you've got that on there is because of the super elevated curve. If it was a tangent section, you just have flares on the end of the bridge, okay, and the rails. And another thing, it's putting their property...
It's devaluing their property.
Devaluing their property. That's what I'm looking at, okay? So my suggestion to the board was, after talking with Roy, and Roy came out and looked at it, and he said he might even have a piece of 6 foot instead of 6'8", okay? And put a post in there, and put the tip on the end, and leave it like that.
You can do that.
Yeah. As far as the other rail, I don't have a problem, but I have a problem with their place, with this nearby's place, yeah.
The other side of the road, we don't have an issue. We don't have an issue on Highland Street. Right.
On the north side, on the Highland.
Just on the other side where the skin bodies are.
Wouldn't it look really kind of weird, though, just having one short and then the other one?
That's what I was thinking, but the most important thing is to protect that one side, I think. Because that 22 feet out straight in the line.
I mean, I gotta look at this thing every day.
I know you're right.
You're not going to see on the other side.
Well, on the other side, across the street, I'm not.
But why are we...
Well, each,
That's
as it's designed currently without a change, that north guardrail is different on each end already. The Highland side has a big curve in it. The end on your side, if we don't change it, it just goes out straight. So it's already different on each end.
So the one across, okay.
The one on the north side, on your side of the road, as designed right now, and I think we have a print.
Goes straight.
It goes
The
up
piece of your
Highland.
house comes out straight, 22 feet
Yep.
from the edge of the concrete. And there's no corner on it. It's just a straight piece that comes out. On the Highland Road side, it makes a bend.
Follows up Highland a bit.
the Highland.
What's the
So
plan say?
they're not the same.
No, they're not.
If anything, if we shorten it and add a bend to it, it makes it, you know, a little bit more like the other
Still
end.
gonna look odd, but it won't be on their lawn like that other one was. 17 feet closer to the bridge.
It's going to look much better than sticking out into their lawn.
When I realized how long it was going to be, I don't think I would like that. I know even if it's our right-of-way, I don't think I would like it at all.
Well, actually, right there's a catch basin.
Catherine, to the best of your knowledge, and you and Norman as well, the three of us grew up around here. Has anybody ever driven into the brook?
Not in 35 years.
Never heard of it.
Not in 35
To
years.
the best of your knowledge, has anybody ever driven into that brook?
No, Joe.
Not on your watch, so to speak. Catherine, you're like the old historian here as long as you've been here. Ever driven in?
But they could tomorrow.
Yeah, then we'll be sued because it wasn't properly guardrailed.
Well, the way it's designed right now, if somebody ran into the end of that, they'd become impaled
Yeah.
because it's a straight shot. The other fact of the matter is,
It's been on there the entire time, and it's been on the plans the entire time.
Oh, I know.
Last-minute addition, nobody really
No.
thought about what it was going to actually look like, that's all.
it never occurred to me that the guardrail, the new bridge would have guardrail extending that. I mean, it's no excuse.
It's, oh
but-
yeah, it comes out 22 feet. It's like, yeah, where does it stop?
The Highland side is an issue because that's their land.
So is the other side of the street. It's all their land, except for that one corner.
No, because they have their gardens right there in the corner.
My personal feeling, and I spoke with Dennis about this earlier, of course, it's not Dennis and my choice, but if we're going to put 6'8" on one end of that guardrail, why aren't all four of them the same? It's going to look
Well,
odd.
But if
Well, I can see the western side of that bridge, the northwestern edge, the scan body end of that bridge, having that come out 22 feet. The cars that are approaching that are approaching it on the other side. They're not approaching into the corner.
Right.
It's the cars
They're
coming
going away from it.
across. You see what I'm saying, or coming away
one-
from it.
they-
But if you're coming down Highland, you're coming into a downhill T intersection with the brook right there and the bridge, and you're trying to turn down onto that, making that corner, I can see that bending the way it does.
I can't.
Because you lose control on that hill and ice, who knows which way you're going to go. I can kind of see that, bending that way.
There's a whole bank, there's a whole lawn there. There's a garden there.
And there's yeah, but it's all flat. That's irrelevant in the winter and the ice.
No, it doesn't go up that far, Catherine. It doesn't go up that far enough.
According to
catch
that
it.
plan, it does.
If you stand there and walk,
How
the way
far up does it go?
just follows the corner. That's not representative, well, it's representative of reality.
I mean,
How far up does this go?
quite frankly, where I'm at is I thought we were going to replace the bridge in kind.
This is 20 scale.
20
so-
scale.
So it goes up there,
I
15
envisioned it
feet.
to look like the High
It goes
Street
up the
Bridge.
road.
Yeah, to get you around the corner.
It goes up 15 feet. Up the
On the
road.
Highland side?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. If you're coming down that hill, that one, actually, I can kind of see it. I mean, ideally, me personally, I expected to see guardrail on that bridge as it is on the High Street Bridge, extending just beyond the edge of the concrete, making a corner.
With a super elevated curve. The other one on High Street is a tangent road straight.
You know, we didn't have any up here before.
No, we didn't. So, right.
Is the building the same as the other one? Just the railing?
The height of the railing, you mean? The railing is the same kind of a railing, correct?
Is it on High Street?
Yeah.
No. No, it's 30 inches high, and it's called double beam guardrail. You see it on the side of the interstate highway. It's about this wide.
Like a W.
Yeah, it looks like a W.
If you looked at it from the end, it would look like a W.
I don't know whether there is some here.
Could you grow some interesting vines off of it or something that you could?
We've already talked about putting pots on it, on the bridge,
If you're driving away from that curve, I don't understand why it has to be in the Skimbody's yard. So I think
When you come around the corner and you go across the road,
if they come down the corner, they're going to hit the stone wall before they come into the bridge.
That's the only thing that's ever happened in 30-plus years of living here.
They're going to come down into that, where the stone wall is, more than they're going to come into the bridge.
Which side of the bridge are we
How
on,
bad was
east
the
or west?
sleeting when it happened?
Cedar Street.
East, west, okay.
On the west side, when they come down, if there's anybody that slides down there, they're either going to slide down into her driveway or into the stone wall before they get to the curb.
Or end up in your yard, very close to your house.
We've had police cars in a chase end up there. We've had several people end up, which is why we put a stone wall up.
So if there's a stone wall, it stops that, so.
Yeah, I am all for, on that western side, to shorten that down to just the 6 feet. When we met with Dennis this afternoon, that's what I'm for on that side. That just, 22 feet.
I don't, are you saying that the other side goes up 15 feet, the Highland side, or it's from the wing wall around 15 feet?
it goes around the corner and then it goes like, just scaling it, it's about 15 feet up Highland Street.
Up Highland, so that's going from the wing wall around and then 15 feet up Highland Street?
How long is it? So it's only 22 feet?
No, they're on the eastern side now. The Highland
No, I
side.
understand that, but that's longer than 22 feet. Is it not?
Oh, yeah, it's,
From the end of the wing wall to the corner is only 7 feet? Come on, where the
And then going up
Wheelbarrow blew
15
up,
feet up
Dennis?
to, why do we need to go up
Longer
15
than
feet
7
up to
feet up
Highland? I
to
don't
that.
understand that. Why do we have to do that? He's got a better ruler.
yeah, we
That's
were
a long
got a
story,
better
I'll tell it to you later.
We were trying to make it so that-
Yeah, but so I wasn't there.
That was,
I went for lunch.
we were trying to make it so that if you came along here, you didn't go
Like
down
about
the back of the
35
guardrail into the road.
I get about 35 feet.
But this is relatively flat here. And I mean, you're coming here, most people go this way, they don't really,
The idea was that a person coming along like this goes off, starts to go off the road for whatever reason.
But this
and
is
goes
a-
behind the guardrail.
they can't go off the road in there because this is downhill. This is a hill.
If you're driving along here, instead of going
Going down
across the
Pine
bridge,
Street.
down
Right.
Pine Street, instead
Right.
of going across the bridge, if you went,
The only way they could go off is down this way, down here, not up here. down here.
If they, there's a break or something, you might slide that way, but otherwise.
Highland is such a,
can't ever see
it's
it
such a
being an
short
issue.
little street. It's not like somebody's
how
going to
many
be coming
houses are
down
on
there
it?
at 40 miles an hour.
There's 1, 2,
Isn't it dead end?
Yeah.
It's a dead end street.
They're not going to be
There's
coming
like
down.
5 houses up there, if that.
I could see them ending up across the street,
I think it's
not
a
being
waste
able to
of
make the
guard.
stop
I can see
sign.
them ending up over here, not
Yeah.
coming down there, ending up here to protect that, but I cannot see going on Mrs. Gambati's yard over here. I can see this corner a little bit, but I can't see going 15 feet up Highland.
How can we fix this?
I know, that's my next question. How can we fix it? How are we going to fix this?
To make it uniform,
Just do the same thing on the other side.
They're all 6.5 feet.
I guess, you mean that just
It comes out 6 feet?
put a bent piece of guardrail?
Yeah.
I guess I need to look and see that you can actually do that, because if you can't, if you're not supposed to do that, I'm not gonna tell somebody to do that.
right.
Well, the bottom line is, it's a town road.
Right.
We don't have to follow any particular specs. We can do whatever the Board of Selectmen chooses to do. There are suggested specifications.
I don't want to make it, put the town in the situation of being liable because the guardrail stopped and somebody slammed head on into the guardrail and...
The bottom line is, you could have all the guardrail you want there. Somebody could come flying around that corner, slam into the guardrail, flip over into the brook, and you're going to get sued.
Or we can have somebody go down the hill, slam into the guardrail and have it impaled
That's
through
what-
the car.
I was
you're
talking
gonna get
about
sued.
that coming down Highland more than the other end.
You're not going to prevent any type of lawsuit or liability. It exists.
Well,
I don't think what you're going to do, I cannot imagine, for me anyway, living in a place for 30-some-odd years, and then all of a sudden, someone's encroaching on my land with guardrails
For the
that are hideous state guardrails, to boot. I mean, we picked those guardrails because they were out in nowhere land, thinking they were going to be like this, but not 22 feet of it.
Right, yeah.
For 100-plus years, it just hasn't been an issue. I'm not sure why it would be an issue in the next 100
Previous bridge had what?
years.
It was just pipe rail, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was pipe and it was rusted.
Yeah.
It's not pretty.
All the time. So if you want to talk about liability,
No.
liability's been huge for decades. It's never been an issue.
Just got to be careful, because if you put something out there and you don't do it according to the current standard, and something happens, that's what people focus on and say, if you had only followed the standard, this whatever damage wouldn't have occurred. But you chose to go on your own, and so it didn't work. That's the danger.
Okay, we have that all over town.
You can
This will
always-
be the one bridge that the town of Tilton owns, if we do exactly what that says, that's built to state standards. That doesn't relieve us of, it doesn't relieve,
No.
no, High Street. It doesn't relieve us,
2 years?
2 years, it doesn't relieve us of any liability.
Yeah, it does, because if you get sued and you have and the complainant has an expert that says, look, they didn't build this right, and you have an expert that says, see, they really didn't build it right, and you lose.
And what if we built it to town specifications? Who's to say whose specific?
Yeah, but
That might
do
not
we
stand
have
up in court.
documented town specifications?
The town.
Sure, we build it the way we've always built it.
That's the, I'm just telling you what the danger is.
That don't
I just,
fly in court.
I don't think, yeah, you know what? Let's remember the Tinker case. What flies in court? Not much.
I'd like to hear what the Gambati's, what their thoughts are.
as an abutter, how do you feel about the guardrails?
Let's put it this way. You know our house. We take a lot of pride in it. The whole area, everyone does. And to have something like that, it looks like the entrance ramp to I-93. They have these guardrails. It doesn't make sense. It looks stupid. It's not practical. It's a waste of money. So you can talk about, you can talk about, liability. You're not liable for anything. all town's liable, but it's town property, so whatever. So, I guess what we're saying is that we'd like for it to look nice, that's where we live. I'm sure everyone in the area would. And, I don't understand what the issue is with guardrails, other than the looking. So maybe it's a state way, but we really need to look at the neighborhood and take into consideration people that drive down the street that live there. If it were on Route 3, it was a busy intersection, like a mall, getting off the highway, I can understand. But even neighborhood,
On
All
a,
dead-end streets.
Wonder what the traffic
what
count
is
is.
supposed to be a 20-mile-an-hour street.
And they're dead-end streets, they're only in and out.
From down Cedar Street, even if somebody's speeding, they have to put on the brakes because they've got that curve. Otherwise, you're right, they're in our yard.
Right.
They're not going to make the corner regardless of the
Coming up
guardrail.
Highland, people stop to turn, and if you're coming up past that, or this way, and you're going straight, if you're going, from this direction to, up where the Lawrences are, the wrong side of the street if you went off the bridge on that side. So,
Most people take Cedar Street, High Street. 80% of people come down Cedar Street, they always take High Street to scoot over to Prospect, down to the lights, and scoot over. They very rarely, unless they live in that area, take Pine Street.
go all the way through.
Right, you can't. You got to come down, you got to come back down, or go back up and come back down again, if you take Pine Street.
it's only
Right. It's kind of a, yeah.
Yeah, there's always, there's always been very, very, very light traffic.
Right. Did you look where the stake is? Where we,
In the dark and in the rain, I'm home, so.
but I mean,
Yeah,
is
it looks
that,
better. Certainly.
is that better for you? Because that would just be running one piece, as Dennis explained, and it would just curve at the end, not on, way into your lawn.
Just a
It
curl.
curved to where it wasn't just a sharp ending.
Like a curl.
Yeah, like a curl.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we'd love to see just goes on High Street there, but so, if there was a reduction, we would extend it 6 feet from that by some, safety, then, we're not going to object to go all the way around that corner. And we have plantings on the other side on that corner, just trying to dress it up. Better not. The other side goes so far up. If you do the 6 feet on either side. Yeah, so it's uniform.
So it's uniform. Can we do that? Is that an acceptable?
Joe's been there every day that I've been there, and he thinks it's a little more from the end of the wing wall to the corner of Highland, more than 6 feet.
I'll guarantee it.
Could be.
That's about 35 feet if you scale it.
35 to the...
You come out from that wing wall and you turn around that.
No,
So, if...
talking to where the curve
So,
starts.
say that we needed 2, say it's 12 feet, just to make a radius.
They only want it to come off of the bridge and curl over.
6 feet, just like the
you're
other
doing
side.
on the other side, the 6 feet, and curl over. Can we do that? Will that cover that?
Going to cover the telephone pole, Joe, and that's about it, right?
I would say so, yeah.
I think it would go beyond the telephone pole.
Possibly.
From the wing wall?
From the end of the wing wall.
It's quite a ways to the corner from the wing wall. Because the wing wall is on the Scambati side.
Well, I can tell you that telephone pole
Of the
stopped
telephone
something
pole.
going down.
It's close, but it's on the inside of that pole.
Car goes there, it's gonna go to the telephone pole before it goes to the brook. Right?
Well, a car, we could sit here and conjecture all we want. A car could come down the hill and start heading
What are
down
we
the
going
hill
to do
before it
about
even
the
gets to
wing,
the guardrail.
the length of the guardrail?
Right.
It looks like, it looks like a lot longer
Here.
from the wing wall.
Where's the edge of concrete? What is it? An inch is 20 feet. It's 20 feet. And you got
From there
another,
to the curb, right there.
yeah, and then you got another about 15 feet wrapped around. That's 35 feet of guardrail from the edge of concrete.
And there's the telephone pole right there.
It's about 15, yeah, big.
You get 20 feet there, 40 meter radius, start the radius.
No, the radius starts at about just before 15 feet.
Yep, just about 15 feet.
About
Put it 2 sections and leave it.
about 12 feet. Right at the beginning of the radius.
6 foot 8 is the rail, okay? Correct, Bill?
6 foot 8 is a section of rail.
But if you, I mean, what is that doing? If you extend, without it coming, making the radius and coming up, what are you really doing? You know what I mean? What's it doing?
Well, you're protecting,
What?
to go beyond the guardrail, you're gonna have to come down Pine Street. If you're off the travel path to the right to go by that guardrail, as if you were almost turning to go into Highland.
Right, yeah.
What? I didn't follow that at all.
They're coming straight off of your green wall with
So I've just gone past this.
13 feet of rail. okay?
Yep,
You're coming from Chestnut Street down
yep,
Pine Street,
yep.
okay? This rail will protect you going into the brook, okay? To get by that guardrail, you've got to veer off like you were making a turn to go up Highland, or you're going to be smack in the middle of that guardrail.
Yeah,
In the travel lane.
I'm gonna be impaled on the guardrail.
You could take the end, the curve part off that goes up Highland. You could put a piece of approach rail, instead of being 12 feet, it would be 18 feet. Put the terminal end on the end of it.
Off in the abutment of the wing wall. When you say a terminal end, you're talking collapse.
Yeah, the collapsible end that goes on it, yeah. And that way you'd have the approach rail, still drive behind it and end up in the brook. But,
Just set some rocks there.
you know, I mean, that's,
But the idea is these rocks don't
can't do that.
move. These are designed to flex and give.
So the idea is for it to wrap around Highland, is to get it not to go into the brook, but you've got a pole there. So which side of the brook, which side of the pole are you protecting? The right side or the Highland side, or the
idea
bridge
was,
side?
The idea was if you have the guardrail coming out and you're turning up Highland on a slippery day, you could actually go behind the guardrail and go down to the brook. So that's why we
You couldn't with the pole there.
Well, then you go into the pole. So I'd rather hit the guardrail than the pole. That's the idea.
But I don't understand the need for that, though. If you have this big pole that's right in between the bridge and the flat land, and there's a utility pole.
That's not a safety mechanism. That's a thing you don't want to hit. That's why it was put there. And I was just saying it, if you wanted to opt to take the section that goes up Highland off and put that terminal end, which is the part that collapses on the end of it on High Street, you can do that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The only danger is if you went off the road behind it, but I don't think you're obliged to keep people on the road like that.
But how much of this, when you go around their property, how much, if you have Highland and here's the bridge, the guardrail is going to take a little bit of the property, am I right?
Actually, it doesn't.
It doesn't take any of their property.
Like,
You're going right on the edge of the road.
right? It goes right on the right-of-way line.
I know what you're saying right away, but I'm talking visually. Does it go on the edge of the road here, or does it go in on the...
How far off of edge of pavement is it? A foot?
It's only like 2 feet, yeah.
So
2
it's
feet?
2 feet off edge of pavement.
Yeah, because you got to post them, you got to block, you got to rail.
Otherwise, it'd be in the traveled lane.
Right.
Just in order for a car to go through our yard on the other side of the brook, it has to be going incredibly fast. Even if it's slippery, because it's going to get stopped either by the pool or by trees. And so if it's icy, I can't imagine somebody's going down that street 8 miles an hour. You have to be going at incredible speed to get through the trees and into the brook, and the brook is empty 80 to 90% of the time. So I still think it's overkill to take it down past that hole.
Well, can I just interrupt for one second? Are they going to do all this guarding in one day?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because I was contemplating if they weren't, okay, then they could do all the rest of it. In the meantime, we could look at the east side of the bridge, okay, to see what we need for measurements, or, could a 6-foot piece be all right? Do we need an 8-foot piece, but still leave it exposed around the radius, okay?
The best thing we do is to call Jeff and have him not come. Then you could have time to, because they're going to...
Do it on Monday or Tuesday or whatever?
At 7 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, even if we opted to go with an 8-foot piece, okay, a 6/8 piece, he's going to have that on the truck anyways. Because Roy told me he's going to bring a 6-foot piece and a 6/8 piece. And I think he's going to have some extra posts anyways. So...
You're supposed to bring some long posts, because he has some places where it drops off, I think on the southeast side.
Southeast side, right, yes. Around that sewer, yeah.
But you're not going to be around tomorrow to...
You won't be back till Tuesday, late Monday night.
Back Tuesday, you said? We're supposed to meet at your house Tuesday. Is that right?
I really don't want the
4:30.
Yeah.
I think the guardrail should be shortened.
I should think it should be same on each side. The bottom line here is, in order for somebody really to go off the road and into the brook, they're going to have to be speeding. So if somebody is speeding through there,
They have to be really
it's not the
speeding.
guardrail that sent them into the brook, or the lack of guardrail, it's the speeding.
However we justify it, I don't think any of us want to see great big long guardrails on the bridge,
On either side.
on either side.
I think we should do the same on one end as we do on the other.
Quite frankly.
We've already improved what was there before by doing that, because...
What's your input, Chief? Yep.
I was just thinking, just a short section, maybe 4 feet on either side, would probably be plenty for there. If there was a case of a vehicle either drunk driving or speeding, we're going to establish that and charge them with it. And
So you can see how much flat there is here. Can you see that, Catherine?
Oh, I know, there's quite a distance they'd have to travel from the intersection of Highland and Pine to actually make it to the brook. They're more likely to just go off the other side and end up in the brook on that side. But again, I mean, who's going to come down Highland? I don't even think you could get up to 40 miles an hour coming down Highland if you came up from the furthest south stop.
I think if somebody ended up
And if
in
they
the
did, they
brook,
were
we're going to be
stupid.
citing them with
Sure.
something. Honestly.
Something.
I know if I showed up and they're in the brook, there's a violation there.
I mean, Mr. Scambatti's right. If this was on School Street, 132, or one of our major routes, but not in the little village district where we have a bunch of dead-end roads, and it's really used by the local residents. I mean, quite frankly, I hadn't laid my eyes on Pine Street Bridge for 20 years until this project. And the only reason I saw it 20 years ago is because we did concrete work up there. Before that, I'd never seen it.
That would impale them coming down.
I've lived here all my life.
If you looked at what the plan was for.
So you were saying possibly make it even?
I say make it the same on both sides.
On both sides of the
Yeah.
road?
No.
On the north side,
On the,
on the inlet side.
Okay,
the outlet side is fine. Do that. That's fine.
okay.
Right?
On the inlet side, just make the transition the same on both ends.
I know you don't want to look at both, but when you're coming down the hill now, that's a different story, because now you're coming down and it's on that side, that if you were to slide, there is room for...
No, yeah,
Right
but
across from their house.
the land also begins to drop away from the road toward the brook sooner than on your side.
30 years.
Oh, I hear you loud and clear on that one. And people say, if it worked, why fix it? But we had to. Because it broke.
The guardrail.
It broke good.
That old bridge was broke before you guys knew this.
Oh, I know, man.
Oh, so you kept it a secret now,
Yeah.
we're hearing.
We reported it, we were told that it would last for another 100 years. All of a sudden, we came out one day,
And it wasn't there. Right, 100 years, wow.
That was an awfully fast 100 years, wasn't it?
So I'm in favor of shortening both the 6 feet on one end and 6 feet on the other, and that would take them just beyond the pole in curb,
So we didn't access.
do your gardens and stuff. Is that acceptable? And then if you were to grow a vine or something, that would be, train it to go up over fast growing ones.
Morning glories, you'll never get rid of
I
them.
was going to say morning glories are fantastic.
I got them everywhere.
Just don't do bittersweet, please.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I just couldn't visualize how this would look.
Then we'll be in bird accidents. All right, do you think that they'll have that on the truck, the vehicle tomorrow?
I do.
So that when the Scambattis come back on Tuesday, the bridge will be open? Thanks. Thanks, Bob. We're all set with that. You need us to do it?
I just can't tell you to do it, that's all.
Do you need, we're just
Need to
going to
issue
do
a
it.
change
Do you
order?
need a change order from us?
They're going to be putting in less guardrail. I think you just tell Jeff to put in less guardrail. I'm sure he'll be happy to do that, so.
Right.
And
That's
actually,
all they
you
should
should
bet.
get a little money back, so.
Right, exactly.
Because it's not a lot of money.
Now, does CWS need a change order?
Well, see, they need it from Jeff.
Right.
I think if you just call Jeff and said, this is what I want to do.
You want his cell phone number?
I told them we'd call him as soon as we had a decision,
I have his cell phone number.
but we haven't made a decision yet.
I'd like to make a motion, because I think we need one here.
I do too.
I'd like to make a motion that we shorten up the guardrails on the Pine Street Bridge from the plan specification of 22 feet on the northwest side and the northeast side to the 6 feet or 6'8", whatever the standard piece is, with an end cap on
There won't
both
have an end
sides
cap.
of that bridge.
It won't have an end cap, it'll just have a bend.
Whatever it is, however they finish it off, so that you don't run into a spear, you know, but...
What's, without the terminal end, does it have just a little flare? What's that, like a end cap?
It's just a bent piece of...
It's just a flare, just like
We
you
aren't
said.
at the discussion part of this motion yet. I'm still motioning.
Second.
Wait a minute.
He hasn't done
I'm
talking.
not done. I would also like to include in that the southwest side of the bridge as a 6'8" or 6 feet, whatever the standardized piece is, which is, there's no need to run a 22-foot guardrail up that spot. I've been standing there for a week and a
On
half.
the outlet side?
Yeah. There's no need, there's no way anybody would drive off into anything there, ever.
Oh, where are we
Ever.
talking about, Joe?
If we're not going to protect the brook right there at that curve on the outside, the inside is...
He wants to change
Just
this.
match up.
But to me, this makes
You
us
see on the other side coming down the hill?
ice. We have an ice storm. Wow, that's going to stop the car.
said this side. Joe said the north side.
I said the north and the south side. Isn't it?
Southwest side.
He's changing the whole,
This one
all
here,
the
no,
guardrail
3 out of
now.
4, 3 out of 4. This one, 6 feet. That one, 6 feet. This one here, 6 feet. There's no sense, this is a hill going up. It's all trees, there's no place to go.
It's banked this way.
That's right. There's no place, and it'll match. It's going to be really unsightly to look across the street and see this, and there's no reason for it.
And this is all loam and
Well,
seeded
then
now.
now you're going to have this one, this gargantuan one.
Yeah, but that one comes down the hill, and you can't see it from the house, primarily. And of all the things you're going to slide down the hill and across the street, that would be the one.
And an ice storm.
Not that the
But this
town
is
road
going to be
crews don't do a
curved
good
here,
job,
though,
Put the salt there.
Catherine, it's
Yeah,
going to
if
be
this
curved here.
curves, if
Right,
this curves.
it's still going to do it.
Okay, second.
All right. Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Sorry,
Catherine, you better
I'll
write this
shut up.
one and verbatim.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Have fun.
Are we okay with that? Are you acceptable with that plan now, with the 3? Okay. Any more discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstain? You voted aye. You abstaining? Okay. All right. You got his cell phone number right there? You're going to go call him? Thank you, Dennis.
My first thought was this.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Gambatti. Now, they're going to talk to you about your plantings, correct? Okay, and we did discuss 2 trees. I talked to Jeff today. 2.
No, we need shade.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Have a nice trip.
So while we're discussing Pine Street Bridge, I couldn't help but notice, and he already left. He ran down the stairs, but I know he didn't feel good.
Good night, Frank. Thank
that-
Kathy.
He's making a phone call, I think.
Oh,
Good
Thanks,
night.
Peter.
Joe Amos.
on the Public Works Director for the week of the 25th has down an hour and a half spent at the Pine Street Bridge. Well, I was there with him for 25 or
There's a
30 hours.
There's a misunderstanding,
There's
a
a
misinterpretation of what we motioned.
Right.
And he was thinking he was only going to submit the hours beyond his normally scheduled town hours. He didn't understand that we wanted every hour that he was on that bridge, regardless if they were within his town hours or not.
So he's going to go back, and Joyce is going to go back and
How do we
research
account-
the hours,
How do we
right?
then account for the town hours? Because he wasn't working for the town during those hours.
That's right.
Right, so he's,
Salaried, though.
right, he's salaried, so it doesn't, right.
Okey
So
He understands what he has to submit now.
you have to go back with Joyce, because the motion was actually, we researched the motion was actually that you would be paid during not 40 and above. It's, you would be at critical times during the stages of the bridges. The installation of the culvert, the guardrails, the everything, and it's in the let me get the motion.
From
me
the
get the
minute you
motion.
walked on the site to the minute you left.
No,
Regardless of what time of day it was.
Well,
It's in the
that was
motion.
the motion, Dennis.
I
Yeah,
think we had that discussion,
yeah, well, you could always return it to the town.
and I told you that I was already getting paid by the town. It didn't matter what job I was doing.
we're billing them, though.
I understand, okay? And all I was asking for was compensation over my 40 hours.
Right, but the town feels, we feel, that the town itself should be reimbursed because you are not available to do town business. We had to have you on that bridge because of what had occurred last fall.
Right, and we made a motion. The board discussed having Public Works Director Dennis Allen on the site to oversee the engineer and contractor. The board discussed the amount of compensation and agreed Dennis should be compensated at a rate of $65 per hour from Holden Engineering. Selectman Dawson made a motion to require Public Works Director Dennis Allen to be on the site of the Pine Street Bridge during critical times such as the installation of the box culvert, concrete pieces, the compaction, final fill, asphalting, and the installation of the guardrails, but not limited to, at the rate of $65 per hour, seconded by Selectman Plesner. Discussion, and then we were all in favor.
Oh, okay.
And that's going to be billed to
The
the,
only thing that I just want to be known is Dennis Allen got paid $55 per hour for any hours worked over 40 hours.
That's not what our motion says.
Oh,
I don't think we should force Dennis to take anything he doesn't
I'm
want.
going to tell you right now that I'm not going to accept, okay, any more money than what I worked over 40 hours because the town was already paid me, okay? Simple as that.
you do whatever you want with this.
We have to come up with,
We've got a motion that was...
we're talking about two different things here, though.
Well, and it's fine, he's going to be reimbursed at the rate that he wants to be reimbursed.
I understand
The
that.
townspeople are going to be reimbursed because he was not available to do work for the town. So it's fine. It's
We
fine.
got into that argument about it, I said, hey, that's
It's
getting
fine.
paid twice for doing one job,
That's fine,
and I'm not going to accept that.
and that's fine.
We're with you on that. We just want hours for Holden.
Okay, so...
Total hours.
Bill Holding
Correct.
for the hours that I worked.
Correct.
Which will go whatever you want.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Now we're
How do I get on this phone?
9.
And if you get a busy tone, you can just push flash and you'll get back to the dial tone without pushing 9 again.
All right. Wow. Unbelievable. Time yet? All right.
Actually, we're not too bad from the schedule.
Oh, yeah, you should see Joyce's.
Oh, she just scares us with the stack. I'm on to that.
Great.
I'm on to it.
All right.
Not a lot. Am I wrong?
Hopefully, well,
Okay,
To
doesn't
the end of the
this
day.
before
fall down?
before we ask Joyce to come up, we have we have a application for,
Ryan's case, it would, he's...
I understand.
no? Why? So why is it in here to do this?
What do we have?
The reason I'm saying that is, without mentioning any names, is it doesn't seem right to me to appoint someone to a board who is not abiding by our zoning regulations.
I see this.
As much as I would love to have this individual be part of the town, How can they sit there and judge and go site plans and stuff with other people if they're not in compliance themselves? A letter was sent to this individual detailing everything that needed to be taken care of, plus the application, and it is being ignored.
Okay.
Oh, it is being ignored. I agree with you.
All right, we'll move on then.
But holding that thought, I don't think we should just ignore the application, perhaps a letter explaining that.
And I mean, I would still like to have this individual. I think they're more than qualified. But it's just one of those situations. How do you sit on a board when you're not willing to abide by the rules yourself?
What do you think?
I totally agree.
It's definitely a valid point.
I totally agree. Not only that, but I have found out that reappointments to boards are not automatic. They have to be voted on by the governing body, which is us.
Except for the Budget Committee.
Appointed positions. You don't have to appoint anybody.
Why do we
that
have...
you don't think it's fit.
Why do we continue to have somebody on the existing board now that's such a conflict of interest?
They're not going to be long.
Because we don't have hard evidence to get them off.
They're getting ready to leave for Florida. And when they come back, they
But
won't
he's
have-
dealing with this issue. He's signing all the papers on it,
Which issue?
on the South Bay. He's the one that's drawing the papers up.
Well,
He called me personally and told me.
All he'd have to do is withdraw himself from any...
he won't be able to sit on this case.
That's right, he'd have to withdraw himself.
Has this individual been cited for the infractions?
Yeah. Code enforcement officer's been out there.
The code enforcement officer has been here to discuss it with them. And a
We're
letter
talking
was
this
sent.
individual.
Yes.
Okay.
And a letter was sent from the land use office, including the applications needed in order to get on to seasonal review.
Well, I'm at odds with that. That just seems so strange to me.
I
but-
think there's a little bit more than meets the eye on this.
Perhaps, because I would...
I am not going to get into it in public.
But if they're in violation...
There's a little bit more than meets the eye in this. Let's not talk about it in public.
Okay.
We'll just drop
Should we have a short
it.
non-public at the
We'll
end?
have a short non-public and we can air it out and air it out then. All
Night,
set?
Dennis.
Thank you.
You got a hold of Jeff?
I left the message from the calling all morning.
Should you call the guardrail guy first thing in the morning?
I'll call Snyder, yeah.
Oh,
You're awesome, Dennis, thank you.
the question about the
Dennis,
budget?
come back here. Dennis, that was close. You almost made it.
The question about what he is appropriated for recycling?
What kind of a noise was
Your
that?
budget for 2012? we
That was
were
my brain
talking
coming back to me.
About the recycling and...
Going out to bid for haulers, if we go with a single-stream facility,
Joyce,
what
Stream facility won't be available next year anyway.
no, but we need to go out
Follow the year.
and get bids for it. Right now, we're just doing what we're doing, and you included in your budget to continue on with Best Buy? And doing what we're doing? Okay,
that was our question.
okay.
That was our question.
Oh,
Joyce had just mentioned you had already put something in the budget. And we-
Right.
It's just to continue curbside with Best Buy.
Extend the contract one small, one
right.
Right.
until the facility's up for the last. Then next year, look at.
Okay.
There must be communities that have
Good night.
joined the co-op that have
Feel better.
written RFPs.
I'm sure they have. Nobody's delivering to Pennacook yet, of course, but
No.
everybody's got they've got all sorts of different haulers and schemes for it.
Maybe we could get some of that information
Have
rather
their
than...
own trucks, Franklin,
Yeah, a lot of
so
communities.
forth.
Yeah. But maybe we should garner some of that information and adapt
I've been
it.
starting to collect. But I still think that the haulers should submit their best proposals based on what our final goal is.
Right, but like I'm saying, we could use those as a boilerplate to come up with an RFP to send out those haulers.
That's fine.
The RFP that we used is a compilation of Laconia and the City of Concord's, who both do curbside recycling.
Well, it didn't seem to work for this last little town meeting bit, because we didn't
That
even
was
send it
a
there.
separate thing. We came up with that on our own and got blindsided.
That's not the same thing that Joyce is talking about?
I'm talking about the RFP that we put out for curbside recycling.
I'm not talking about curbside recycling.
Oh, there's something different that they're doing.
I'm
They're
talking
doing
about
the single
single-stream
stream.
recycling.
It's the same thing.
Right, the one that Concord and Laconia
Catherine.
have does it now. It's just it's going to other facilities. It's not going to Pennacook.
You know,
And those.
I'm wicked confused. I've asked this question several times. and so
Curbside
far,
is single stream.
I'm hearing different answers. When we went out to bid for recycling, there was a whole hell of a lot of sorting that had to take place.
No,
No.
no.
When we went out for the recycling, we didn't have to separate cardboard from bottles and this, that, and the other thing?
No.
Oh, my God.
Years ago,
Sandwich does it that way. Meredith
Northfield does it that way. Tilton does it that
Right.
way.
Right.
Yeah, we do. And we do down at the
I can't
transfer
remember
station.
that. I mean, we didn't have to do that. It was single stream, and
If you go down
put
to
it all
Tilton and you want to recycle, you got to separate
That's
your
different,
newsport, your cardboard,
because it's
and your
going
bottles.
It's at the transfer
That's
station.
right.
That's
But that's what I thought that we were bidding on.
That will
because
change.
we didn't have co-op, and then why are you going pay?
Well, I've
Pay
done
per
a
bag.
lousy job then if I sat here and explained it over and over again and you didn't get it. I have to be.
I don't think I don't really think
And then I
that
just asked
portion
about the
of it-
sorting, and I was told, no, there's no sorting.
Right.
But then I heard the sorting.
They sorted at the factory.
No. See, to me, sorting is anything I remove from my trash that doesn't go to single stream
You have
is
to have the
sorting.
recyclable separate from the wet
That's
garbage.
sorting.
That's what our.
Okay, that's sorting.
A bag of household garbage and a container, they could use.
Your baby diapers and your milk jugs do not go in the same container for recycling.
It's
I don't know,
pretty,
baby
Written
diapers.
so that
Well,
for so
lucky
many
you.
months, it would be going to wherever.
So,
As soon as the plant
to
went online,
simplify
it had to go to
this-
Pennacook.
To simplify this, the RFP you're using is for single-stream recycling.
Yes.
Right.
Let's move on.
okay, got it.
Then I don't understand what Marge was concerned about.
Because Marge was concerned about the contract itself. We needed to vote on it last week. We didn't have all
No,
the
she was
answers.
concerned about getting that bid out for haulers very quickly. I mean, we've got a whole year, really, when you
Because-
think about it.
She didn't want to
don't
get
have it all
blindsided
yet.
at the
You have
last
to have it in
minute.
the-
Has to be approved at town meeting.
Right.
Even if it doesn't take effect until November.
Right.
Right.
Because otherwise, we're just
You can have a
hanging in the
special
wind
town
after
meeting.
Well,
November.
that's true, you could, but it costs money.
All right. So that's
Okay.
something that
Right.
will you kind of think about that and get that moving, please?
Just two, I went through and I weeded a lot of things out, so I have it
Talking
down to
about
5
computers.
things. I just wanted a moment of due process.
Another concept you just don't grasp.
Okay, first of all, with Dennis,
I get chickens.
I remember the meeting that we had, we were downstairs when we had
Yeah.
that meeting, whatever date that was.
We had one down there too, yes.
Right, and then we talked about all this, and Dennis said the rate and what have you. Then, the next thing I remember is that he had the PAR once it started.
Correct.
Okay, which he had filled out, he had the 55, and that's what I remember had been discussed at that particular meeting. I wasn't at this meeting.
Right.
So I didn't know all this, which is my fault. I mean, I take responsibility for not going back and listening to the tape of that meeting. So this is the first time I've actually seen the motion.
Okay,
So
well-
I accept responsibility for that. I just don't want you to think that we were trying to
We don't think that at all.
No, obviously a mistake was made.
I'm just wondering why you're bringing it up.
because I felt like I was...
No,
No.
We're not.
we're not.
I
We're
mean, if
thinking that
Dennis is
he's...
concerned,
We're thinking he's shorting himself.
Yes.
Well, and Dennis's concern over the 55 or 65 is redundant. He wants 55, stalwart, that's what he wants, that's fine. It doesn't change what we intend to charge
We'll
Holden.
recalculate that.
The rest of it will just
That's
go
right.
into the general
Right.
fund.
I've already forgot.
Because
because
when we
already-
made that motion, Holden was here.
Yeah.
You know, and the other
This
thing...
one on the 18th.
Right.
The other thing when we made that motion, and I will completely admit for throwing it in there as a test, was Holden was required to organize site meetings every Friday morning.
Right.
Anybody get called to a site meeting on Friday morning? I mean, thank God we had Joe and everybody else was attending that and Dennis there.
Right.
He didn't follow through, did he?
Nope.
As far as I'm
Peter Holden
concerned,
never showed up at the
whether,
bridge.
whether Dennis gets the full amount or not, it's a penalty charged to Holden for botching the job right from the start.
I understand. Okay.
Well, plus the inconvenience to Dennis, because now he's not being able to do what he needs to
Well,
do.
not only that, but,
Boring up there.
not only that, but, you know,
Wait for the wing walls. Wait
quitting
for the guy,
time,
wait
quitting
for the
time for
crane.
Dennis is what, 3:30, and he's
Yeah.
still there till 5 o'clock? Well,
Dennis never saw this motion either.
Right.
Okay, that's all I just want to, and then the second thing was with...
Well, we never saw it until tonight, too,
Right.
when we read the minutes. Well, last week, when we read the minutes.
Or when you signed the PAR, you should have said, no choices.
How do we,
Yeah, but what he's getting is what he wants, and what he made adamant, what he's getting is different from what we're,
so, how do we account for that money?
it goes into the general fund. It's not going to be much.
Then the second thing was with the budget memo. There's a lot of discussion that goes on, and what I honestly heard and interpreted, what my mind interpreted was flat rate, but we still want to give employees their things. So, and I wrote the memo that way.
I got to tell you, when I brought it up last week or the week before,
So it was brought up
I know-
on the 18th.
I know sometimes I'm befuddled, but however, I do remember that clearly.
Okay.
That I,
That's what I got out of it. I
that's
still,
what-
even listening to the conversation tonight, I'm still like unclear.
Right.
I know what your intent is, but with the way you said it, yep, flat funded, but there's got to be 2.5%. Now, is it 2.5%
motion-
in excess of flat funding?
No.
Or instead of flat?
no, no, no.
Incorporate.
The motion was very clear.
Yeah, well, it wasn't
The
clear to
dis-
me. And I was sitting right
There's
here.
nothing, the discussion is redundant. The motion was clear. The motion was to adopt Tim's suggestion, period.
Well, I didn't
You read
understand
Tim's
the
suggestion, you read his suggestion, it's very clear.
Okay, well,
you can
And then
Wasn't
when,
clear to
and
me.
then
do the
when we
2.5%
realized that
increase as long as
we
your
weren't
bottom
agreeing
line
on
is
this,
flat
I came
funded.
before
understand that
the
now.
board.
But
And so
at
I
the time,
still
it
thought
wasn't
that
very
that was
clear.
what the intent was. And now it's been clarified for me that that wasn't the intent. The only person that's
Could ask me a
impacted that has submitted a budget so
But I
far
thought
is
it was
Dennis.
clear.
Right, and I know it's going to impact him. But
But the chief and I haven't finished it.
Well, Dennis is going to have to redo that. So
the other thing, the other one it's going to impact probably is Cindy, and she's finished her budget, correct?
I haven't seen her budget.
Well, I
don't know.
believe
I
that
was
she-
bypassed on that one.
I believe she has finished her budget, so we have to find out from
I think a
Tim.
memo needs to go out first thing tomorrow morning to all of them to let them know about the clarification.
Well, then maybe we should, I'll just do that.
Maybe we should what? I mean, we have to be clear on this, Joyce, so it's not really,
Then if we want to be clear on it, then I think you should have Tim as the finance director send that memo off. That way it will be crystal clear and that will
Well,
be
you
fine.
can send it out and have it.
we can do that, but that's gonna, you sent the original one out, that's gonna reflect on you. If you
And-
send this one out, it's not gonna reflect on you.
Right. And not only that, but
I'll
when you,
be more than happy to send it out, but one of you read it to make sure that it's...
but when you sent the first one out, that was your understanding. You
That was my
thought that's what we wanted.
And I came
now-
back to the board and asked...
I know, and we were equally as guilty because we sat there and signed the letter.
It's exactly what we're saying.
Yeah.
So exactly what we're saying, we're not placing blame here.
No.
Okay, 61 Business Park Drive, I just wanted to have for the record what what we did with Stu. And the only thing that I need to get the board's permission on, and I made these nice little color-coded things so that we'll have these, and we'll have one of these in the building, and I'll make sure the chief has one on what's, right now, what's being turned on and turned off. One recommendation is that, I guess it's MMRS, not MMS.
MMRS, right.
MRS. That right now, they have 2 circuit breakers. They're double circuit breakers that they have to keep on all the time.
Yep.
One is the lights and one is their battery chargers. My recommendation to them would be to purchase more of these little switches and add switches to those, so that those will not be turned off.
The switches are there, locks.
The locks on the switches, you
Keep
mean?
them in a locked-on position.
Yeah.
So,
How much are these?
like
Let me ask you
$149
something.
a piece.
But
If
have
we
them
put
pay.
these locks, we put these lock switches on, you have an emergency and you have to shut one off, what's the process to get past the lock to get it shut off?
On your thing, you have a little picture. You can see the little, I'm not good with Al's camera. But they're just like little, you know, when you would have your
Right here.
fillings put in when
See
you
the
were a
little-
kid.
Yeah, and
I
the
should have brought
yellow?
one in, and they just tighten it.
Yeah,
The little
it's a
yellow
little clip.
sets in there so you can't.
That costs $104.
Okay, so my question
Covers his
is,
labor.
you have an emergency, one of the heaters is caught on fire, how do you get past that lock to shut the heater off?
I don't know.
No
I'd
one
have to.
throw it.
I haven't.
It looks like
You're gonna
There is a
stand there
main
with a
switch.
screwdriver?
There is a main
Or you just
switch.
throw the main breaker and now you're in pitch
That's
black?
on the breaker.
No, you show the main.
Oh, well.
Catherine, it's a attention thing, you just squeeze it. Pulls right
I
on.
should have brought the one in, because we haven't put number 17 on.
All you
because-
have to do is squeeze this lock switch and
If you
pull
look
it
at
out,
If you look at it,
and it's $149, what kind of
No, no, it was
protection
his
is that?
labor.
Pardon?
It was his labor, that the little things cost nothing.
Why are we putting in something that
Why
all
did-
somebody has to do is take a pair of pliers or fingers and go, boop, boop, I want that on?
Protected from accidental throwing. People walking in there and randomly throwing switches.
Are we required by law to have an electrician put these on?
These little clips,
Yeah.
based on what I saw
you
now, you're dealing with an electrical panel. He went
Yes.
through, he went through that whole panel.
The answer is yes. When you're doing anything with electrical work
Right, you need
in the
a-
municipality, you need to have an
To
electrician.
put the clip on the switch on the outside of the electrical
You don't-
That
panel?
wasn't all he did, though.
No, what he did is he went through that entire electrical panel. He checked every breaker to see what it was doing.
Right.
Did he mark him when he was doing that?
Yeah, that's the picture.
Why did we
That's
have him
this.
do that?
I didn't,
No, he did. That's when he was
I
there.
don't have
That's
one.
what he did.
or is it in
And he
the,
tested to make sure that
on
the
the last
heaters were
page.
working.
Last
He
page.
tested the thermostats.
Okay, so we got the chart, we got the
That's
breakers.
the thing.
And so how much do these switches cost?
No, absolutely.
These locks cost?
So far, this is what we've spent. The 4 breaker locks were $95, and it was 1 hour of labor, $50. So we paid him $145, and I believe that's in your accounts payable this week.
All right, so $145, and we're asking that MMRS purchase 2.
No, I'm just recommending it.
No, we're asking, that's what I said, ask. We're asking that MMRS purchase 2 of these, so that would be about, $74 to them,
Well,
correct?
they come in 4 to a pack.
So they had to buy 4. So for $145, you can guarantee you're going to have your electric on all the time.
Right. For those 2 breakers.
I'm not sure I like that.
It will just prevent somebody from accidentally turning it off.
so they're really nice.
They're renting from us, though. I mean,
Yeah,
that's not a good
This is,
thing.
this is our maintenance
This is,
responsibility.
right, this is
for our
us. I don't want them
They
saying,
shouldn't
oh, I
be
bought
paying.
those, I'm going to take them with me, too.
Okay.
No,
No,
thanks.
this is our problem.
Because right now, all they have is, they have a sticker next to these 2 that says, "Leave on." Leave on.
Yeah.
These 2, they turn on and off.
So if that's part of their agreement, that they need them absolutely positively
They have
left
to have them
on, then we should get the locks for them to put on, but I would suggest to Tim, in our negotiation with them the next time, that we incorporate the price of that lock in there somehow.
Okay.
Sounds like a good idea. They're the only reason we need it.
Right. I mean, not the,
Why are we putting these lock-on switches? We're just doing this just because we're nice and accommodating MMS?
no, because somebody's going in there and somebody's shutting things off that aren't supposed to be shut off, someone turning things on that are not supposed to be turned on, i.e. the air
Shouldn't we
conditioning.
find out who that is?
No, because someone shut off the fire alarm.
Yeah.
Well, should we find out who this is?
Well, good luck with that.
How did air
How many people have a key to that?
Well, there, yeah, who has access?
Right.
Lots of
Somebody
people.
was
Okay.
up to some mischief.
We have MMRS has five keys, 5 sets,
Why does MMRS have 5 keys?
because they have 5 people and they have 3 vehicles, 5 people that drive in and out, they need the keys.
Oh, I see.
But my feeling on that is here, we went to this expense to make sure that our heat
Right.
and our fire alarm is kept on where they have to have theirs protected, so.
Well, my suggestion is, I'm back to why are we purchasing these to keep their switches on because they need to keep their batteries charged?
We didn't.
It's emergency equipment.
Why don't
To
they
keep
buy
our
them?
stuff
If they
on.
want their switches protected like that, let them buy them
For our breakers?
for themselves. Yeah.
For our breakers.
If they were not in there, we would not need them,
Correct.
right?
Not necessarily.
But they're paying for it. I wouldn't be able to
Anywhere in
sleep
there-
at night knowing that here, we protected the heaters, but yet something bad could happen to their equipment, and then they're being called out, and somebody, Winnisquam Marine.
It was probably
or
one of their
police officer
guys
went
that
in
shut,
and-
You know what?
haphazardly shutting them
Considering
off.
how much this
To
company
me-
pays us to store things
I'm
in
sure
there,
they
it
would
seems
pay
like
the
$100
$90.
is a
Stu's going to
small
be back
price
there
to
anyway,
invest
he could
back
just slip
into
some
that.
on, that's all.
$100
Seems
is
like,
$100 and $100 and $100 and $100.
and 15 grand is 15 grand.
That isn't much when you
So
know.
it's 14,900
You know how much it
now.
costs us to pay for the building?
Yes, I do. How sad is that? But be that as it may, it's like, I don't think we should, you might bill them out or whatever, but to require them to put that on there doesn't make sense to me. It's our building.
We're not requiring, I'm just
Okay,
suggesting
but
they may,
whatever.
here's an option, if they're that concerned about it, that,
Have they-
this is what we did.
Have they asked us?
No,
If
I'm
they
just
come
saying
forward
that
and
while I was
request
in
one, we
there
can pay
and
for
said,
it.
geez,
They
you
haven't
know.
asked us.
Then let's not go there.
Is there some reason that we can't put a lock on the electrical box itself?
That's what I asked.
No, because
that's
people-
how you turn the lights on and
People still
off.
have to come in to turn the lights on and off.
There's no switch on the wall.
Well, maybe we should have a switch put on.
Why don't we leave one
Another
light
electrician.
on that has the light
Switch.
It is on,
switch?
it is on.
Then lock the box.
There's
Lock
3
the
sets of
box.
lights.
When they shut the light switch off, the lights go off. They shut the light, turn the light switch on, only one goes on.
Right, but there's still other lights that need to be turned on when
Right.
they're in there.
It's like
And
front, middle,
that's,
and back.
that's
or
the
left,
bay
right, and
lights,
middle or
12,
something.
20, and 24. They have to get into the box to turn those lights on.
It's a commercial
Those are
building.
on and off.
That's the way they're designed.
I've said it
Drives me
before, I'll
nuts.
say it again, it's something I learned while working right up on Manville Road. Anybody opens a circuit panel door to throw a breaker is supposed to be wearing 100% cotton. Anything
That's
else,
not
and
gonna
you're not
happen.
supposed to open that door.
That's not going to
You don't
happen.
know what
Wall
switch you're throwing.
switch doesn't require that.
Okay, let's just
Let's
move
move
on
on, yeah.
from switches and locks
Okay,
and...
all right.
Because, you know, MMRS hasn't even requested this.
Right.
We've got the locks on that we need for what we need up there with the air conditioning and everything else.
Okay. Now, the next thing is that one of the overhead heating units by the overhead door was not working. And he also couldn't test one of there's 4 overhead units in there. He couldn't test the 4th one because a boat was in front of it. So he was recommending if the boat were moved, you know, he doesn't have to test it, but one of us should test it.
Whose boat?
It's one of the
Winnisquam
Winnisquam Marines.
They already had boats in there?
They're moving them in?
saw
Yeah.
the
They've had them in and out all summer. I see them on Saturdays when I
At
recycle.
least all summer, Catherine?
I thought they only leased an extended amount into the summer. I didn't know they leased all summer.
In the corner in the summer, yeah.
They're just not using as much space as they did during the
Right.
winter.
Yeah, my understanding of that lease was it was just an extension into the summer, and it wasn't a year-round thing. Okay.
Okay, then the other thing is, so he went back, last Friday, the board authorized him to go back in, check the AC, why it was frozen, because he couldn't get the thermostat to work, so he shut it off at the breaker box. And he did go back in, he checked it out, he said it's fine. He put on a new thermostat, and he took a look at the, that overhead unit, discovered that the motor's fine. What had happened was, and Catherine was here, one of the fan blades had broken, and that's what had caused it to seize up. So Catherine and I made an executive decision, because he was standing right there. Go ahead, and how much is the piece? He said, he called, it's 110, and we said to go ahead and order it. So he will be coming back to install that, but I asked him to give me the estimate for the replacement fan blade for the Modine heater over the garage door. The part is 110, and his labor, he has 1.5 hours for $75. But we gave him the okay to go ahead and order it. And then the other thing that you will see in your payables tonight is that he did bill us for replacing the thermostat for the furnace, checking out the furnace, and checking that heater. And materials was $35. I don't know what, for the thermostat. And then he said he was there for 3 hours, which he was. He showed up at 9. It was about noon, at least. So I went ahead and paid that. The other thing is Dennis did go in and realign the tray underneath the air conditioning unit so that the water would drain properly, so that's working. He replaced the damaged ceiling tiles. The only thing I still have a question about is the smoke detectors, and Dennis was going to check those for me to see if those need to be replaced. So when Stu goes back in to fix that heater, he'll also, you had asked for lock boxes for the 2 wall thermostats, which those are easy to get and he can do. But to have lock boxes on the heating units, those heating thermostats are on posts. So something would have to be constructed, because it isn't like you could just put something over it, because they hang out over the post. So he said he's researching that.
And he's going to get lock boxes that are true lock boxes, not plastic jokes.
Right, and he can do that for the 2 wall thermostats. The overhead
Yeah,
unit
I
has a
understand.
thermostat, and the office heating, air conditioning has a wall.
How much is it going to cost us?
He's going, I don't know, he's going to give me an estimate. But that's where we are, and
Seems like a little sign that says, "Don't touch this."
Under pain of death.
Come on.
You spend any time in town hall?
I just wanted to have
You
that
know
all
that the heat goes
documented, and we'll have it in
way
a
up
folder, so when somebody
and way
says, why,
down
what does
and
this
way
go
up
to? We
and
paid
way
him all
down.
this
You know what?
money,
If I
now we
spent a
know.
lot of time in
Now we
town
know.
hall, it wouldn't.
That's all. Okay. Ernie's redevelopment plan.
It wouldn't.
Let's do this next.
I
because
bought the lock box that's down there. It was a joke.
I was going to say, the one that they can circumvent with the...
It was a joke.
Nail file or what?
So you think a sign's going to work?
I think punitive actions are then where you go.
Yeah. Get rid of the thermostat. Just
We'll start with this one.
Then disconnect the thermostat and take it out until spring.
This is the revised plan that Rip had given me on the 20th.
Oh, I love Rip.
After your discussions. And
Did he put in the
you guys met with the Conservation Commission. So Catherine Dawson and the minutes from the meeting told me that it's going to be 12 spaces. There's going to be a flag. This is supposed to be an 8 foot or 6 foot?
6 foot.
6 foot. That's what I have, 6 foot path. And that this area here is going to be more greenery.
Right.
And there will be boulders here.
Natural barrier.
Natural
Well,
barrier.
yeah.
12 spaces.
Yeah, some kind of barrier.
Okay.
And the 2 picnic tables over here on a gravelled area.
Well, the only gravelled area we'll have is the parking lot. This is the property
me see.
boundary. bring the other picture.
You have 19 spaces, so you're going to eliminate 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that brings you to here. And I don't know how wide these spaces are. These were the rough things.
Well, if we flip to the next one, I have Dennis's recommendations, then I have the chief's recommendations. You asked me to have them as well.
So if you left 12 parking spaces, and, I mean, I don't know if you're going to take away 3 or 2 to make this area. What are the parking spaces? How wide are they?
8 by 18, Dennis
Okay.
said.
So if you took away the 2, you're going to end up here. You're going to have plenty of room to put 2 picnic tables, boing, boing.
Okay, so you want the picnic
In a
tables
graveled
next to the
area.
parking lot? In the gravel area?
Nobody because somebody talked about not having lawn, having it
That was me.
naturalized.
That was
Okay,
me,
so
because
2
I don't
picnic
want to
tables.
have to
Okay.
Mow it, right.
have it mowed all the time and
maintenance issue.
and
Right.
fertilized and
So all the lawn area is a naturalized area with wildflowers,
Right.
So natural lawn, not grass.
not
Right.
I have a
mowing.
question.
wildflowers.
Is the path going back there toward the bridge and then around the side, is that going to be like some kind of paver bricks, or is it gravel? Is
It's
it
just going to be
asphalt?
gravel or stone
Gravel.
dust.
It's
Okay,
like,
who
it's ledge
maintains
pack.
that?
It's
Town.
ledge pack.
Who maintains that?
The town will have to maintain the property. There's no agreement. The only thing that WRTA right now is obligated to doing is $20,000 to take down the building. That's the only obligation in that
Yeah,
agreement.
but the other part is when that part of the trail is built, the WRTA will be the entity actually
Maintaining it.
responsible for maintaining
Well, I just
the
have
trail.
visions of, we've
He's
got
he's
weeds.
talking about the path from the parking lot.
We have weeds between the bricks. We have weeds.
No, no, no,
on
no,
the
No, it's ledge
No,
pack.
no,
It's the
no,
same
I'm-
stuff as the trail is out there now.
Yeah. it's gonna
And
be that
Riverfront
ledge
Park
pack.
is a mess.
But this is a different critter. I don't want it to be a park. I just want it to be a green area that's kind of growing naturally with selective plantings of wildflowers and grasses.
You are,
looks nice.
you are still going to have maintenance, not as much.
I want it minimal. I want it as
But the
minimal
town will have
as
to maintain its
possible.
property, depending on what agreement we can get the WRTA to sign.
Trees falling down, what have you, right? Yeah.
Now, what Dennis had suggested, he said that you want to make sure that your spaces are at least 8 by 18. He said to allow enough room, because his plow truck would come in, you know, he's doing a number of backups. So to kind of maybe have this a little wider, to give him more room to plow. Any natural...
Put a snow.
He can plow that with the pickup truck, he doesn't have to plow it with a dump truck.
I know, I'm just saying that it's going to be, to come in, and because it's only 12 spaces, he just needs a little room to maneuver. I'm just
Well,
relaying to
the
you what...
picnic tables can be picked out of there,
Well, yeah, they won't
They
be there in
should
the
be,
winter.
right?
so,
Where's his snow dump? Or is it gonna go to?
Well, that's what
he doesn't
Without
have a snow dump.
I
Okay,
know.
this
He
is
is
what...
without a
this is
snow
what he
dump.
suggested, is that any natural barrier that you have there, buffer, like if it's going to be boulders or plantings or whatever, to leave room for snow when he pushes that snow.
May I ask a question?
Yep.
Where did you say the boulders were going to go?
I didn't. I
In
just said-
place of the
I just said they were going to be,
fence.
instead of the fence, they would be...
Well, the Conservation Commission had suggested using boulders along the roadway so that you could control where the cars come in and where they have to go out, instead of having the whole thing open.
Right, and our
Dennis said
conversation
no
was to
boulders
let,
along the roadway,
yeah,
he
and our
said.
conversation was to let the police
Okay.
Right.
figure out ingress and egress, because I know it's much more convenient to him to not have boulders there for plowing, but Sandy's right.
But
There
this
is
is
to
the
be a,
state that's plowing this
I'm talking about the parking lot.
parking lot.
It's going to be a lot easier for him if there aren't boulders there.
It would have to be deeper, the parking lot would have to be deeper too, because you still need to have 18 feet of back out space, plus the
But-
rocks.
But let's back
in
up for a
from the
minute.
road, and
Let's back up for a minute. is the town going to incur an expense of keeping that parking lot plowed and that path cleared to have that particular access open in the winter for the trail?
No.
Question.
Yes.
No.
Trail
The parking lot maybe, but the trail is
Yes.
for snowshoeing and skiing. You wouldn't want to
No,
clear
we're
the
not
trail.
going to clear the trail. no.
The parking lot would be...
So I think that's up for grabs, but we do need to be forward-thinking, and have it such that whoever is going to plow it, it's accessible.
Okay. So what do you want instead of the fence? You want him to take the fence off his plan, but what do you want there?
A natural barrier.
Yeah, we
Whether
just
it
said
be
natural
boulder or-
barrier.
But what do you want? him to
Boulder,
show?
I prefer to
stone,
have some type of evergreen shrubbery. because
Evergreen.
Boulders,
Okay, so you don't want
it's
boulders.
really hard to keep them looking good, although if we're going to be naturalized on one side, we don't have to worry about having.
How is evergreen shrubbery going to hold up against all the salt and
Right.
muck
Now,
that's being
what ab-
thrown on it in the winter?
What about on the Route 3 and 11 side? Dennis
Yeah,
said
well, it
not
should
to
be
have
far
any
enough that it
boulders or
should
anything
end up in
there.
a parking lot.
We can appreciate that, but we have to come up with some way to control the
But-
traffic coming off the road.
The bottom line here is, it doesn't matter what we pick along there, just say naturalized.
Yeah.
Because they can go forward with that, and when we're all done, we can say, you know what, we don't want boulders.
Right.
We want granite posts.
Okay, and then you want 2 picnic tables over on this side. Okay. The other thing, when the chief looked at it, and Dennis said this should be, this across from Copeland, should be 24 to 26 inches wide.
24 to 26 inches wide?
Feet.
I was going to say, what are you talking about?
I did say what?
Feet,
Oh.
okay? So considering that, and then that's the standard,
Opening.
Oh, that's
In
in
and
and out. Oh, because
Ingress.
originally, there was a plan to have an ingress and a separate egress, wasn't there?
right, but
Okay.
being that this has been reduced in size, and talking with the chief, there really isn't enough room to have an in
So
and
you want just one ingress and egress in the same place?
I didn't realize we didn't have all that land to work with.
Yeah, he thought,
Oh, yeah, no.
this is the
So
chief's
When we
suggestion. You
saw
go
what we
ahead.
really had, there really
Yeah.
is only enough for one in and out together.
Ideally, if this piece is ever resolved, he wanted to see it coming in like this, and then going out here. But this is in
yeah.
question.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
And I just think for our purposes for this grant, because we're kind of under the gun
Yeah,
here.
let's just get her
we're gonna
done.
Ignore that. So for now, just leave that.
Yeah, and I mean, like, any of that
That's why
can be
they wanted
changed.
rocks along
Okay.
the road, right? To keep people going in and out of that one driveway thing.
Right, so, but you want something, some natural barrier.
The Conservation Commission wanted rocks, just put rocks.
Well, they used rocks only because it would be something you could plop down, they weren't easily moved.
Cars weren't going to break them.
Right, cars wouldn't.
Don't have to wait till it grows.
And you
get another one.
And you can sit on them.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, print out a clean one, put this on it, scan it in color, send it to Rip, and say, please send another one. And then
gonna
he
have those
can
damn
start working up his estimate, because I'm getting nervous.
Yeah, just get her out.
Include grass, couldn't it?
Just get her out. It doesn't matter. We can change our minds later. Just get it out.
We decided to put boulders up.
They got something to work with. Get her out.
Okay, now, we ready? Let's time this one, Catherine. Chief, you're in on this one.
Okay, what is it?
Parking permits.
Okay.
Parking permit.
Parking permits. Okay, we need to order more parking permits. And 2 years ago, we purchased 4 different colors, 250 each. It's 32 cents, so we paid $320. When I asked for the quote, she was supposed to get back to me, she just said it would be a little bit more because the
Prices have gone up.
prices have gone up.
Did we budget for it?
In this year, no. But we're being, you ruin your budget.
Yeah, I covered
Well,
it.
we've more than covered our expenses
Yeah,
with the permits.
pays for itself 10 times over.
Okay, what's your question?
I need you to pick some colors.
And I want to
Chartreuse.
point out that I was speaking with Merrick, sitting in Joyce's office last week, and he wants to us to please pick a completely contrasting color than the other colors we've
Yellow and orange.
gone with.
We didn't have, what colors did we have?
I don't think we can
Those
use,
are the colors we had last year.
Okay, so yellow and orange.
well, except for I hope yellow
Those
and
are awfully
orange do not
similar.
look too similar, especially other
Orange might
Why don't you
look like
pick
red.
yellow and
funky
How about
lights at
teal and yellow?
There you go.
Black.
No, because that's similar to this. Go black and yellow.
Okay, black and yellow.
Okay, but
I make a motion, we do black and yellow.
we want to
look
order
like the
4
blue.
colors,
Can I
because
see
we
that?
order 2
Black
years
is
at a
gonna
time.
look like
see that?
blue. Give it to Norm.
However, just to make it more confusing, because we can't locate the violet and the green, and we have a surplus of red, all of the town employees and the fire district employees, and I don't know about the water district, they don't park in our lot, do they? The water district have been issued red. So red is being taken out of the circulation. So the
Why
question...
did we give Water District?
No, we don't. We
She
don't.
just threw that, she just mentioned it. They
That was a
got
good
their own
thing.
parking
Right, they have
lot.
their own parking lot. So, for whatever reason, employees were issued red. So, rather than reissue a different color to employees, we'll just designate
I
that
thought-
red is
I
employees.
thought employees were supposed to get the same color as merchants.
Yes, but that didn't happen this.
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I got a red one on my
What did
phone.
merchants get this year?
Blue.
As-
Blue.
But I'd like a
What did
black.
residents get this year?
Red.
Black's my favorite
Red?
color.
I
No.
like black.
And chrome.
Right, but all the residents have to get a new color.
Yeah.
So their red goes away. So this would be a little savings.
Go get you home, Catherine.
We have more than enough red left.
Ouch.
So if that's the case,
Like
then...
an aluminum.
Okay, time is ticking. We have 2 minutes to pick colors. Ready? On the
Yellow.
mark, get set. 4 colors we need.
Black.
1, 2 different years.
Black.
Yellow, pink.
We are not doing pink. I'm putting my foot down on pink. No pink.
Stinks.
I'd put my foot down, but
Pink
it would
stinks.
hurt.
But I've got to order these tomorrow, or they're not going to be here in time.
No pink.
Yellow and light blue,
Black.
and what about rubine red?
We already have
Would be
red.
too close to our red.
Brown and black.
Yeah.
No, that's too close
Too
to
close.
each other.
Gray.
Yellow and black.
Gray and black.
Yeah, but as long as you use like the yellow with brown and black with whatever color.
You gotta
Get
tell
them
her,
all
she's
black.
going by the years here.
Yeah, but we don't have them marked by year.
We want
Why are they different?
yellow and black
Yep, yellow and black.
Yellow and black.
Residents from merchants.
and
And we change every year.
silver and brown.
The color.
What do you want? Light gray and brown? Light gray and teal.
Light gray and teal.
Right, because the brown and the black would be too
Yellow,
close.
black,
mauve.
light gray, and teal.
I make a
Gray
motion.
and teal.
Light gray and teal.
No, ain't happening.
So 2011, 2012 will be yellow and black. Now, do you have a preference on,
No.
okay? And then
Pick.
2012 to 2013 will be light gray and teal.
And employees are red.
And employees are red, and fire district.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes
Now, the
sense.
other thing is, she was supposed to get back to me. She just said that there'll be a few cents more, as the last order was placed in 2009, and the raw materials market has been volatile the last couple of weeks. I'll send you a new quote tomorrow, but I didn't get a quote yet, so can I have my colors back?
All right.
Are we talking from 32 to like 37 cents or bucket a quarter, you know?
So even if we have red stickers now, we have to come in and get new red stickers.
Okay, now, we have
Red stickers,
the
red stickers.
personnel policies. Did you want to put that up for another week?
Isn't it?
The what?
Personnel policy review, did you want to put that
Yeah,
up for
we can
another
put
week?
that for another week.
Okay.
We have nothing on the agenda next week, so we can put that as on the agenda to talk about it right at, we have Mr. Pressure, I hope, coming.
I've got a message.
If he doesn't, I mean, if he comes, we still can devote an hour to personnel policy.
Okay.
What, have you heard from Peters?
Oh, yeah, we've had it
Yes, we've heard it for a couple of weeks now. Well, 3-4 weeks.
Right, and everybody was supposed to read it.
Yep.
Where is it?
We
Gotten it.
Was that at the meeting that I left?
No, it was before that.
Mine, I even brought it.
It was before
We're
that.
going to talk about
Yeah.
it.
Is it?
It was before personnel policy.
Oh,
You
yeah. I've
got
one of
A's
those.
in school, didn't you?
She did. I have a question on this check register, and I was told to ask you, because this is going to generate discussion. Avatar,
Yes, and
this $1,500,
I included the detail.
there's $1,500 extra in here for poles.
We did budget for it.
We did budget for it? You sure? Because I was just told no.
What is it for?
For poles.
I've included the backup with that.
What
For
does
that
Avatar have to do?
contract assessing day,
Oh.
enter changes for Christie, enters equalization risks, and telecommunications valuation work.
Yeah, that's for the new, that maybe they'll take away.
Right, but if you
Okay.
attach to that should be the letter that she sent us last year.
As many of you know, we'll be away, the house killed the, which would extend the properties. Okay. All right, so this,
Oh, I want that.
got it,
It was budgeted for.
got it. All right, I'm all set with that then.
Okay.
I like it.
So that's, so another easy one.
Oh, no, that's Merrimack.
Just an update on the
Merrimack.
improvements. Okay, police station improvements. Catherine and Pat are already aware of this, but I reached Mr. Hoey last week and a half ago, and told him that we needed his quotation for the two dehumidifiers and the ductwork and his labor. He had said that he couldn't do that until he spoke with Matt, which he finally did speak with Matt, and Matt said he's not going to be ready for 3 weeks. So then he said, well, why don't you go ahead and just give me the plans, and I'll spec it out for you. And I said, well, there are no plans. So he's going to meet Monday morning with Pat and Catherine to go to the PD, and so he can see exactly where things are going to go. And he said he would also be able to tell you where he thought the outlets should be, because right now you don't even know where the outlets are going to be.
This is, when is this?
Monday. But prior to that, at 8:30 in the morning, he's going to come here, and he's going to take a look at our
Oh, yeah, I got it right.
water intrusion here at the town hall, and also our issue with this wall, and then the drainage around.
Okay,
the-
that's what I got written down here, town hall, not PD. I have a town hall first.
Town hall, 8:30, and then.
And then PD, and then PD.
And he's going to measure for the ductwork.
Got it.
But he did, and I got his certificate of insurance, so he's all set. One other thing he was supposed to do, not doing it. But we're moving along.
How's the cage coming?
I don't know. I haven't heard from
I haven't got an update either.
When do you anticipate?
Still being fabricated?
It's being fabricated, yeah.
But he said 3 weeks.
Yeah.
He told me it was being built. I haven't talked to him since.
So when do you anticipate it being installed?
Couple weeks.
Couple more weeks?
She just said they'll be ready in 3 weeks to start.
Well, he told me last week, that's what Matt said, it would be 3 weeks, so probably 2 more weeks. Right. Last week, the selectmen signed the contract, and in this week's payables is his deposit. Okay, this is another item that, with the refund we made for the land use change tax, that amount was forwarded to the Conservation Commission, because 100% of our land use change tax goes there. So I need a decision from the board. Do you want me to request that $21,750 back from the Conservation Commission? So it would be a transfer from their conservation fund back into the general
I
fund.
would say yes.
Should go back into the general fund, I think.
I mean, it was put into their account like it should have been, but we had to give it back, so why wouldn't they give it back? We've spent general fund monies to cover that expense.
That would be my thought.
Well, they're giving it back because we had to give it back.
Right.
There actually was
Exactly
not
right.
a current use penalty.
Right.
Right.
As it turns out, so
So-
we should get it back.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll send a letter to the
Is that the
Conservation Commission.
consensus? I've only heard from 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that was easy. That was the other thing. I had emailed you all, we had Laura Cole from LGC come in to the town hall and do an analysis.
I was surprised at how well-adjusted this town hall was.
Analysis of what?
Mold, the water
Air quality.
intrusion, air quality.
For all the sneezing and coughing and choking I do, it seemed like it should have been a lot worse report.
Well, don't forget, we had all the ductwork cleaned last
But there
fall.
wasn't much that they cleaned out of it. They said the ductwork was in
Yeah.
good shape.
The one thing that I had asked her about was, because when we went into the main room down there where the items are stored, right away she went like that. She goes, "That's paneling." She says, "It's wet, that's a wet paneling smell."
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, do you think that there's be anything behind that?" And her response was, is that we would want to hire somebody to go in and look at that.
Oh, yeah, that one whole, that walls down there, they have the paneling up, and it's just so...
From when it was the police station? Those police sure do get around, don't they?
But this was...
I remember when we...
I wouldn't think that we should even attempt at trying to rectify the situation downstairs until we rectify the wall.
Correct.
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't attempt to even start to attempt to rectify the water. The dampness downstairs.
Right.
Well,
Because that's going to rectify it. Then we could take care of
Oh,
the...
yeah.
Right.
But to think that people used to
Gotta
work
take care of the
down there.
water
When
before you
Martha
take
said
care of
they
the
Well, I'm
used to-
sure it wasn't that
The police
bad.
station was down there.
I mean, years ago, the wall wasn't that bad either.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple of quick things. Wednesday, October 5th, from 2 to 4, we're having the Lakes Region Planning Commission Technical Advisory Committee meeting. These are really good.
Yep.
And we're hosting it here in Tilton. I hope all the selectmen can come.
And what was that
And
again?
where?
I wouldn't miss it, 2 o'clock on the 5th.
Yeah, right
Oh,
here.
that's right, I wrote it down.
Yeah.
No, I won't be there. I'm going to be up at Dartmouth getting a PET scan.
So no Norm on the 5th?
Yep.
And your other date is the 13th? No.
The
10th.
10th, okay.
That's it.
That's the day, is it?
That's D-Day, and you probably won't see me for like 2, 3 to 4 weeks.
Really?
I'd be surprised
We're
we
gonna
would
have-
show up.
We're going to have teleconference, and we'll get Skype. We'll get Tim to put Skype together.
Unless it costs money, then you're
Skype
SOL.
Skype costs nothing.
I need to get, they said, because there'll be about, you have to plan for 20 people, but there won't be that many, but...
Well, I was going to say, I know that I had put tables in the Grange Hall. They were in the front. I don't know if you guys moved them to
No,
the
they're
shed.
still in the front,
Are they? So there's
So they're in the
5 tables.
building, not in the shed?
Right.
in the building.
Yeah.
We have both, but the ones that they're talking about. But
Portable.
that also, the Taste of the Trails want to borrow them.
But that's not until the 13th.
Okay.
This is going to be on the 5th.
So
The
a
tables.
week and a half.
Well, okay. So there's 6 in the front hallway at the Grange,
Yeah.
6 tables.
So anyway, the tables are there, you know, you could use for the TAC meeting, and then, you know, would just,
where are our tables that we use for voting?
Those are down in the basement. There's like 3 brown tables that are down in the basement with the folding legs.
yeah.
But they're not like the big tables.
Well, the tables that are at the Grange are just like the voting tables.
Oh, they are?
But
Yeah.
they're long.
They're long, yeah,
Yeah.
they're
The
10
ones
feet.
downstairs aren't real long.
Yeah, I
Be
think
6
they're-
We're only accommodating about 20 people from what Mike Azard said.
Right.
Oh, you got the table
But in the
sitting
past,
right
when I've
there,
gone to
there's
those
nothing.
meetings, they have the room set up almost in a circle,
Yeah.
so that everybody sits around, so everybody looks at each other.
Right.
So you have
So if you
that
utilize
table
this-
there,
Yeah,
and then you have that table there,
right.
and then
That's a table.
that table there.
And then
That's this
and the ones
and-
down in the basement.
Yep.
Oh, and this one, yeah. Oh, but you know, that's heavy.
Heavy.
That is heavy.
And you want to,
Yeah, you
scratch
don't
the
want to
floor.
disturb
We
that.
have pads under, but they're just slipped
Yeah.
underneath there. They're not permanently attached.
You should, between all these tables and those down there, come up with something.
So the room will be rearranged.
Yeah.
Okay, that was easy. The underground storage tank, there's a draft memorandum of agreement. Since
Just the Northfield?
Hallelujah. Yeah.
Northfield tank, okay.
And I had asked Glenn, because they caught another change that needed to be made, to send me a clean one, and I was going to have Tim look at it first before I give it to the board.
Okay.
But what we're waiting on now is because we're proposing changes for the 2012 school district budget year that everybody would have to agree on. The school district is okay with it, but they want to make sure that the whole group agrees. But primarily what it is, so that we could have one billing and one fund, is that the school district would agree to appropriate the gasoline as well, appropriate money for the gasoline and the diesel. So that takes Northfield out of the buying the gasoline and sending out the bills for the gasoline. So it will just make it much easier on everybody, because the school district will be, sending out the invoices to everybody for both the gas and the diesel.
Makes
Collecting
sense.
the surcharge and then going into the one fund.
And we're still not paying any surcharge, right?
I have not paid until it was...
Are we banking that surcharge?
No, it's...
It's in the general fund.
Surcharge is going
It's in
into
the general
a...
fund. Shouldn't be going anywhere, it should be sitting in the general
Yeah, but, I
fund.
mean, we are paying a
Are
diesel
going to pay that
surcharge.
Yeah, we're paying the diesel
It's going
surcharge.
into a capital
Rest of the
reserve
school.
fund.
Right, but we haven't paid anything to...
We're keeping track of
Yeah,
how much
right.
we owe, though.
I do have that
All
amount.
right, okay.
But what we had told the group was that because everybody else is paying, and they understand that the reason Tilton isn't paying is because we want to have an agreement in place.
Right.
Because you can't just send money off.
Right.
There you go, have some money, here's some
But
taxpayer
the one
dollars
interesting
for you.
thing, and you'll get all the background information, all the research that we did send it to LGC, and that because we're not creating a new entity, they recommended just to do a memorandum of agreement.
Right.
Instead of going with a 53A, because a 53A would be one entity that had everything, and this isn't the case. This is 5 different entities having an agreement as to this person's going to be responsible for the liability insurance, and this person's responsible for maintaining the pumps 24/7. This entity's responsible for purchasing the gas and billing it, and everybody has to pay their share. So that's why we went with the agreement. And the other interesting thing is we had Barbara Reed at LGC look at different financing options, because when you look at what we have now, right now we have the Capital Reserve Fund, which has limitations, and that even if you name agents to expend, each year you have to appropriate money into it. Revolving funds are not allowed for our purpose. School districts can have revolving funds, but it's very specific.
Right.
Municipalities and fire districts can have revolving funds, but it's very specific. School districts can have special revenue funds, which is ideally what you want, because you're capturing revenue for a specific purpose. And municipalities and districts can have that, but there isn't something for our purpose. So what Barbara suggested is that we sit down with the Municipal and Government Committee at LGC, draft legislation, and then work with going forward, that we could create, and because not only would it help us, but would help other communities that want to get together, have an agreement to provide services, but everybody's worried about, well, who's controlling the money and where's the money going?
Regionalization, I just said that bad word.
So that's something maybe that's also in our proposal, that we work on legislation so that we can have revolving funds for a purpose such as this. So that's exciting. So I was going to ask if this could be an agenda item on your 10-6 meeting. Is that all right?
That's right.
And all the members of the group that's been meeting, the ones that we've only had, 4 meetings, 5 meetings? Joe, do you know? We've had 4 or 5 meetings.
I think we've had 5 meetings
5 meetings.
now. I missed one.
But the people that consistently have been participating have been either Brad or Tom Gallant. For the Water District, it was either John or Scott Davis. For Tilton, it was myself and Joe, and if not Joe, it was me and Dennis. And for Northfield, it started with Steve Bloom and Glenn and Bob Southworth, but then it was just Bob Southworth and Glenn. So did I miss any? Oh, and Cheryl Soma, and she had her
From the school,
from the
yeah.
school, and her business facilities manager. But then it was all
What do you want to call it on the agenda?
UST agreement.
UST agreement, Catherine. Thank you.
And if you could let me know what time, because Cheryl and Brad and Scott, or whoever, they're willing to come and explain it, because I'm sure that we'll be like the co-op and then the cable TV, right? This is a tough group. We got to have all the answers.
They have questions. I have questions still. I want to make sure that everything is right. I mean, I'm a proponent of this, but there are positives and potential negatives, and it all has to be discussed.
Right.
And no decision has been made to increase those fees, because
correct.
there's a provision in the agreement how you go about doing that. And the final decision is made by each district's governing body. Okay, Brad Ober asked if, as you recall, he reached out to the Northfield Selectmen and the Tilton Selectmen to give them more information about the Lakes Region Mutual Aid budget, because our contribution is included in our county tax, whereas Northfield actually has to appropriate it. So he does have the Lakes Region Mutual Aid budget, and he would like...
We have to appropriate it?
No, well, in our county taxes.
That's right.
So he has their budget. We've never really seen their budget.
Right.
Because we don't see it. So he has that, and he wants to know if he could meet with the selectmen and give you an update.
That'd be great.
Their board of directors for Lakes Region Mutual Aid is voting on November 2nd, so he'd like it to be before November 2nd.
Do you want him to come before the budget and us, or would you like it just to be with us? That was my question.
Have the budget committee come?
Well, we're going to meet with the budget committee with outside agencies, and so I was thinking maybe perhaps have them schedule.
But they don't go through our budget committee.
No, they don't, but it would.
I think if we're going to do this, that we should invite the budget committee to come to our meeting.
Right.
Because he's reporting to the Board of Selectmen, not the budget committee. He's our representative.
Right.
Can we,
Can we do it next week?
can we try to do it on the October 6th meeting, not the October 6th or October 20th? I'd rather have the 6th, because the 13th, we're not here.
Right. Okay. Because so far we have just the personnel policies, the UST, and now Brad. Brad would be here anyway to be present for the UST.
For the UST,
Yeah.
so that would be even beneficial. Okay, so UST, Brad for mutual aid.
Did Northfield pick a different representative?
I don't know. That would be a good question for Brad, I guess.
And what was the other thing? What was the other one? October's?
Personnel pressure. Oh, Jim Pressure.
Oh, yeah. All right, October 6th is full.
Yes.
That's it.
Nobody else.
That's if Jim Pressure comes. Well, even if he doesn't, we're full.
If you can't be here on Thursday night, is there an
The 20th.
alternative, or will...
The 20th would be the
20th.
alternative. 20th. Well,
Well, should we make a special exception for him, though?
Yeah.
the
Do we-
30,
meeting any other
hold on a
time?
minute, because we're on the 29th, right?
He wants to come and talk to us.
So am I.
And get the recycling committee.
Yeah. So,
I'm fine with that. If we can all agree on a time, why don't you find out when he can
I'll
come
find
in?
out when he's available.
A
I'll
couple
let
of
y'all know
times.
tomorrow.
A couple of dates.
If he can't come on the 6th?
right.
If he can't come in on the 6th, then you're unavailable, so in the mornings, you're unavailable. So it would have to be like,
4 o'clock-ish,
1 o'clock, yeah.
1 o'clock.
I can
No.
be here at 1.
I can't come here before, I just barely make it at 4:30.
He's going to be here next week at 5:30.
If it's
I'm
during
sure
the
he
day,
will.
I have to walk out of
Anxious
here
to do this.
by 3 o'clock.
so if not,
If
the
not
6th,
Jim
maybe the
Bradley may
20th.
be able to send a
All right?
representative.
And we'll take him right
Representative.
at 4:30.
Okay.
All right,
There is nobody that can answer these questions like Jim Pressure could answer these questions.
that's great.
Just before I put this away, did you want me to write her a letter, or are we going to call her?
We're going to
We
discuss
did
that at the end of the
non-public.
meeting.
Yeah, let's talk about it, because I mean, Pat may know something that I'm not aware of, so.
It just bothers me. It's just, I don't know anything more than you, but it bothers me.
Did you everybody's got a copy of this? I didn't know if you wanted to talk about it tonight, or give people a chance to read it and talk about it.
It's him and...
What is that?
Yeah, but I think we should do this in a
Right, but I didn't know if you wanted to...
61 business.
You got a copy?
Did you
I don't
make
have a
copies
copy
of
of
this
it.
for the selectmen?
It wasn't in my folder.
Oh, maybe they're in there. The copies are in there.
That's FYI.
But the confidential, that
Yeah,
envelope is the...
it's right here. No, they're not in here.
Oh, they aren't in there?
I thought that was just welfare stuff.
Remember we said we'd give them all a copy?
I've read it.
I read it, I have it. You gave me mine.
I don't have one. I read Pat. Made me angry.
This is the same thing, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Have you read
Do you want me
this?
to quick make... Do you have them?
All right, I
Oh,
think,
can I have mine back then? Because mine has no...
That was quick.
All right, so we'll do a non-public? Okay, so if we're going to do that, then I would love to talk with the board about that one.
Oh, I got.
Or is that
Yep.
Joyce's? Do you need one, Joyce?
No, I'm all set, I got mine back.
yep, that's non-public.
Okay, this just came in. It's just interesting. And then, just, that's proof that that appearance has been filed.
I think it's hogwash.
Oh, already, okay.
So we're all set there.
And we're going to talk to her tomorrow morning,
I
right?
already sent her an email and told her that as soon as our meeting is over, I'll scan the two things that are in there.
They're not in there.
Did Cindy take them out?
Cindy had them.
She brought them up.
She brought them up, they're not in here.
The bankruptcies?
Yeah.
We just have,
She took them back with her.
all we have is this, she has the other
Oh, because
stuff.
that's the only thing oh, so she took them, okay.
Yeah, you'll have to get it in the morning.
So, okay.
Well,
No, there's one right there. That's one of them, isn't it?
yeah, it is.
Okay.
That's one of them. And this is,
That was just to know if you wanted to know what the order was.
Make copies, that's good.
Okay, so what did we learn about?
okay.
Sue just came up with her file, that's good.
The electrician is coming tomorrow morning at 8 to replace the 3 lighting fixtures in the hall, 1 in the bathroom and 2 in the hallway. Because remember, we paid the rest of upcountry for the town hall water damage, minus the lighting.
Get it.
And then what I can do now is I will contact the insurance company so that they can remit the rest of
Did
the...
they upgrade those fixtures while we were replacing them, or they were replacing the same thing we had?
I told them to replace what we had, the entire fixture.
Yeah.
So he went and got them, and he's going to do them tomorrow morning at 8.
Okay.
Okay.
What do we have doing that?
Okay, and then the
Who's
last...
doing that?
It's a subcontractor for Tom Gallant. He said his name was Chris. That was when I went and gave myself a timeout in the closet. You guys were in my office, and the guy is like, oh, okay, now what lights do you want changed?
I got to tell you, if you have an opportunity to stop at the Grange, the sheet rocking is up.
I want to wait
The blown
till it's done.
insulation, and he's going to start mudding it soon.
I want to wait until it's done.
Oh, no. With regard to the Grange, I finally heard back from Alex, and he said he was going to take a look at the list that I had forwarded to him of equipment needs, and that he would be back in touch with me. And I also made it known that a two-day sink
Was high priority.
would be the first thing, because we're looking to get it installed while we have the plumbers on site. So I anticipate hearing back, but we'll see. The
Thank
price
you.
will be right, I'm sure.
Thank you.
He's a nice man.
Very nice.
He's an interesting man.
He's very interesting.
Right, don't get me wrong.
Oh, he's very interesting. He's very benevolent, though.
I'm going to be out at the Sandwich Fair working with him at the
About-
fair.
Are you?
No, we changed them about 6 months ago.
Been doing it for 30
You're not the only one that just said that, because it
money
was
goes to charity.
incorrect.
Yeah, that's...
Catherine's was
It's like when they had
incorrect.
the hurricane in Haiti, he was down there. What a guy.
New York.
The code
At the Grange.
at the
King
Grange,
Katrina.
hers, she tried, was incorrect.
I set the alarms off.
No,
I turned
one
it
of you
off.
was there when I called him and told him that,
I get calls all the time because the Grange alarm's going off.
Well, that's because contractors are there, but I think that they're typing in, but
right, I remember he went and reset them the last time we had talked
So
about
my
that.
code should be good?
Yeah.
Okay.
so it should be good now, because the last time you went
Sometime
up,
I'll go with somebody else that knows theirs
Okay.
works, so, because
I know mine works because I'm in there all the time. I was there today.
All right, well, I'll go with you, because I haven't done mine in a long time. I keep these...
I got mine. I just found it the other day.
Well, remember,
I
yours has
have
been
it.
changed from
I
that
had
old,
gone to the Grange and I
Other
opened
one.
the
This is
doors
2010.
So we could put the tables in there.
Is this still good?
And,
Unbelievable.
Of course, I set the alarms
It's
off. and there was
2010. It's a
nobody
year
there
old.
that could fix it.
yep,
So needless to say, the police
Yeah?
came.
yep. So, anyway, it's worth taking a look up there.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to go and
Neat stuff.
make sure somebody's there that can turn
And
the
just
alarm
before the
off.
meeting,
Let
I
me
did
know
get a
when
call
you
from
wanna go.
Tom, and I left a message for me to call
Tomorrow
him.
afternoon, do you want to go tomorrow
I didn't have the
afternoon?
time to call him back.
Yeah, I think I have time tomorrow. I don't,
When will the surveyor
What?
have a report for us?
no, she said we could go tomorrow afternoon. You know, just to try my alarm and make sure I can still turn it off without setting it off.
Did anybody want to go on the final walkthrough tomorrow of the trail?
Go on where, what?
Nope.
Final walkthrough of the Phase 2 of the trail?
What time is it
I
at?
don't think I'll be doing that.
Yeah, 9:30 tomorrow, meeting at McDonald's.
9:30
We're gonna be
at
at-
McDonald's.
PD at 9:30.
Not tomorrow. Tomorrow's
Monday.
When are we meeting? Oh, that's right. What am I
Monday.
doing tomorrow?
Well, like I told you.
Oh,
the
no,
email,
I know where I'll
I'd
be
go, but
tomorrow.
I can't.
I knew I was going to be someplace. I can't.
I'm at the doctor's, so I can't.
I'm going to be down there getting...
Yeah, I'll be at
Okay, the last thing I have is,
LRPH.
I finally got the unclaimed letter from the former owner of 29 Beach.
Oh, yeah, they sent it back finally.
Okay, also, I've been keeping a little log of any time I talk with anybody,
Yep.
and I've moved all of these files in the selectman's office on that second lateral, and they're filed in the back, so at any time you can get them. Let's see, there's 3, 4, 5 abutters on Beach Street. They've all approached me, wanting to know what the selectmen were going to do. I said the selectmen have not made a decision yet. Last Friday, 2 of the property owners came in. They wanted to do some research on that parcel, the owner unknown one
Yep.
that's behind them.
You mean that block of land?
It's lot 30.
Yeah, it's a big block of land.
I spent a
That's
lot of time
131.
researching that
Yeah.
several years ago, and I think Catherine's also researched it, and as far as I'm concerned, I think the mapper made a mistake.
I think it was just left out. I think it was just, I
This
think
is
it's...
29 Beach.
I don't think it was ever delegated to anybody.
No,
one you
I
want?
think...
Because it originally came from, subdivision was from Robinson property.
Right, right.
There's 29 Beach.
Yeah, I went and looked at it.
But even
Oh,
if
you
you
did?
look at the Robinson,
Thank you.
the original Robinson subdivision, it may be that they just didn't carry the line back far enough, and that big block got this,
It just got left.
yeah.
Yeah. I think that they were mainly concerned with properties that were along the road
Yeah.
and the lake, and that was left in the middle.
I was, I had recommended at the time that I did the research, that they ought to take it and just give a sliver to every abutting property that abuts that square, if they wanted it.
I think it should be just left as town property and held as green space.
Oh, well, that's true, too. Just leave it.
It isn't going to add that much assessed value to any of those properties, so it's
Right.
not like you're going to lose a bunch of taxes.
Right.
And it gives a green space. It's a wild, it's a pretty good sized chunk.
Actually, they use it as a parking lot, don't they?
A little piece of it.
But we'd have to do away with that. Wouldn't be much of a green space as a parking lot for somebody across the...
Yeah, we'd have to start monitoring it.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing that building.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to cost us money.
Anyway, they said that they would be putting a letter to the selectmen. I thought they would have, I told them that you were meeting tonight, and I thought something would be delivered, but nothing was, so just letting the selectmen know what some of their concerns are.
Bohemian.
The other thing I did, because I haven't been down there since the
So it wouldn't be caught dead there.
It's a lifetime of junk collecting.
16th.
You know how it gets. These people that live there a long time.
My last communication with Mr. Giordano was on the 19th, and he, that was a Monday, I believe, and he said that he had moved everything out, and that, but he would be up the weekend of the 24th to remove his pontoon boat, a snowmobile trailer, and a recreational trailer. And he also had some of his other items that were in these two sheds, so there's no locks on those sheds. I haven't been up there since then, so if the board wants me to have some, like, hasps and some padlocks put on, we can do that. When Don was there, we made sure all the windows were secured. The electricity is still on, but the refrigerator still is there and has food in it, and that's as far as I went. I didn't go in the house, I just checked
The
to see if
refrigerator has food in it? They left food in the
walked away.
refrigerator.
They just walked away, big surprise.
No, they were up there every weekend,
And then they just walked away at the end.
because we
They
asked
didn't
them to
empty their
pay,
stuff.
so they
Yeah,
didn't come
but
back.
they left food in the refrigerator?
Oh, I think
That's just rotten and wrong.
The other thing, there's
like
a red pickup truck that's supposed to be there that's not registered. That belongs to the former property owner, and he said that he was told by the former property owner that he intends to have that removed. I was going to try and sneak down there tomorrow just to see what was going on. And then the other thing I did was, one of the questions I had, and I sent to Christine, it's now Christine LaValle, used to be Fillmore. Because our town adopted RSA 4111, and whereas 8083 says that in order for a town to keep a parcel, it takes a vote of town meeting. And I said, well, which one supersedes, because if the selectmen have the right to do going through the process. So this was the response that she sent. So this is just informational. And then I'm just attaching the other one that she had sent. Maybe it is two different ones.
I'm passing down.
Oh, okay. Catherine, I have a copy.
Nope, that's my coffee.
Yeah, Catherine.
Told you I was passing down.
So whenever the board wants to instruct me on what you want to do, my only concern is at some point we would need to winterize, do something about the electric and the winterization. And no notices have been sent, and there is one lien holder. But the lien holder, according to Cindy's records, had signed for the certified return receipts, but had never communicated.
I don't get
Don't you
this.
think this contradicts what,
Yep.
this contradicts what Paul Sanderson said?
It does.
She's agreeing with me. I think the two of them should have a conversation, and he should make her aware of that empowerment RSA, which I found interesting.
Now, are you talking about the most recent one?
This one for Christine, however, because the former owner maintains the right to repurchase property, lasts for 3 years per RSA 8089, this move to have the town vote to keep for public use needs to be put on hold until this 3-year period
Own it,
elapses.
Catherine, as long as we own it. If we sell it, then we don't have to hold on to it for 3 years. As long as we own the
Makes sense.
property, they have the right to
Either they have
rebuy
the
it.
right to repurchase it for 3 years or they don't.
Right.
It makes no sense.
I have no desire to keep this property.
I don't know
I
that I've
would
looked
like
at
to
it.
make a motion, please.
I don't think there's any advantage to it.
No.
I would like to move that we begin the process of selling the property at 29 Beach Street and initiate the eviction process on the
We've already done
former
that.
deed holder.
Yeah, we've already started that, so that needs not to be a part of the motion.
Well, then, I would change my motion to reflect the sale of the property at 29 Beach Street.
As justice may require.
As justice may require.
As the law may allow.
That's the one, I know.
As quickly as the law may allow.
Isn't that the one you said, as justice may require?
Right, well, the three options that the statutes allow are public auction, sealed bid, or as justice may require. Our town meeting adopted public auction or as justice may require.
We do anything we want.
Now, what is
Maybe
that?
just whatever
Justice
suits best.
May require, is that what-
As justice may require. The first thing we have to do
that mean?
is get an assessed value of the property.
Doesn't matter.
We have an assessed value by Avatar.
No, it doesn't, where's that value?
Yeah.
doesn't
Is it going to
matter.
be worth what is owed on it?
It looks to me like it needs to be.
It's the land value,
I think
yeah.
if it was just raw
It's the
land, it would be
value
worth
that-
what's
that
owned on
has
it.
the
Avatar,
value.
Avatar
frontage.
assesses that at considerably more than what's owed on it.
Do they?
They do.
But they're not, their assessment is not the same
We have a
as-
very good assessment department, Catherine. They just won their assessment in court. I have to trust our professionals. If we can't trust them, we need a new company.
Catherine, I believe that the land value alone is worth more than
Yes.
what they owe on it.
Now, the land
Without
is
the
going to
building.
be valuable, because anyone can come in
Depends on
there.
how much you know of that end of the lake.
I can
Right, but all
guarantee
we
you
can
that whoever
keep
goes
is
in
our
there
own
is gonna
costs.
level that
Anything over and
house
above.
build something.
One would
To the
think.
court.
Well, I'm not interested in.
The link-
What, 90,
No,
how many?
all we need is what's owed.
Right,
How many
exactly.
feet of
Yeah,
lot frontage?
we can only collect what's owed to us. We can't profit on it.
Like right out
But we
front
can
of the
add up
house.
every single
Right there.
little
You walk
bit.
down the
Oh, yeah.
steps.
That are
Darn it.
nickel and dime.
You darn tootin'.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
also.
right,
like 20
so
feet.
then my next, I'm sorry, is he in a motion?
He's made a
He's in a
motion, it's
motion.
been seconded.
And it's been
We're in
seconded.
discussion.
We're in discussion.
All right, the other thing then would be, what Attorney McGuffin had recommended, would be to have his office just do an updated title search
Right.
to make sure that I'm sending the notification to the lien holders. So far, according to Cindy's lien research, it's just the one bank.
And that will go on to the price that we have to get for it in order to get
Right,
flush.
it all goes into that, cha-ching,
Every
cha-ching,
single
right?
penny.
Yep. I just want the money for the taxpayers. They've got it coming, and I don't think that particular piece of property is town beach material. It's just not big enough, and too many issues with the land itself. Not fair to the other
Private
residents
road.
in that
Yeah,
area.
just driving it in there is,
Just getting in and out
yeah.
is
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah,
something.
yeah. It's a private
It's been a
road.
long
Right.
time since I've been down
Ingress,
there.
egress, and all that
I
stuff.
think the last time was on
Okay,
horse.
a motion's been made and seconded to sell the property on 29 Beach Street. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What's going on with 132?
131?
131.
132, the deeding. We took,
Yeah.
On 132.
on 132, we took
Oh,
the
the
deeds
real
to,
estate trust people.
Yes, I have.
Oh,
many.
Route 132.
There are lien holders on that as well. Do you want me to go ahead and send the notices for that? or
Yeah.
Did you?
Oh, yeah,
okay.
didn't we vote to sell it?
No.
No.
We
Not
did
yet.
not vote to sell that.
no.
Oh, that's right, we had,
I'm not necessarily in favor of that one, selling it.
It's just raw land, so, it's not like we've got.
To let it just hang there for a while?
Sure. I mean, it's
hanging.
not like we got a building
long
there
as
that
we-
we've got
I
to.
was just curious. I didn't know if it was,
as long as we own those two properties by tax deed, the company, or I should say the entity that was the previous deed holder can come in, pay the entire taxes plus the 15% assessment, interests and what have you that's due on that property.
3 years.
And can get the title back.
Right, and
Right.
that's fine, because
Yeah.
then we get our money back.
That's all we really want,
Yeah.
kind
Right.
of.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, but they got to pay the penalty assessment.
Yeah. I'm not willing to waive.
I think the other situation on Beach Street was, it was very, very clear that homes were being lost all around, and it wasn't, there was no
It was a pattern.
reason for us to believe that there was some kind of recovery
Right.
coming in, and I think that's what really,
Well, he walked in saying he was letting it go.
right,
Yeah.
Well, plus it wasn't his homestead, it was
Right.
income
Just,
property.
and he's lost several this year, so.
Yep.
All right. Any more?
No, I'm done.
I have some questions. What's going on with the DES sewer grant? Do you know? Have you talked with Joanna?
Yes, at our staff meeting, she said that she stays in touch with them, and
Yep.
we're still in the hopper.
We've been there for how many years now? Just in a holding pattern?
Yep.
3.
Shouldn't we get our buddy Ray Burton and our general court members to try to do some shaking here?
I think Mr. Burton will be here on the 5th, I think. That TAC thing, he was talking about.
Ray's going to be
it
at the TAC
on
meeting?
The other day.
Seriously?
They're going to be discussing roads that day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't, it's not like you can't buttonhole them on the side.
Right.
Oh, certainly, every time you get the chance.
And what about the grant from the old highway garage?
I haven't talked to her in a while. And what I understand, they're just still in the hopper.
I think we should send them a bill every month and add interest to it.
That'd be good for a laugh
what?
down in Concord.
As long as it's not going to cost us money to send this bill.
To
Stamp.
repair the garage, you mean?
No, when we abandoned the garage, there was an issue with tire dump? They said there was a tire dump
A tire dump.
or something.
Was it lead from bullets?
Yes, there was the
There was lead from bullets, there was a couple of things. And we went through this program, and there was money that they owed us.
For the lead, but they never paid it.
They never paid.
How many
And that was
years?
before the economy went south.
Well,
How many
gotta
years?
Go back prior to Home Depot being built.
Right, it was before
Yeah,
Home
it's been a
Depot.
number of years.
9, 10 years.
That I
Oh,
know.
longer than that.
No, 9 or 10 years.
Yeah,
Boy, you are a
right
wishful
around there,
thinker.
10 years.
So-
probably.
I did the work at 99.
Well, I brought it up with him when I met with the town garage, when I met her over there. She says, you haven't paid us the last thing, why would we do anything?
Right.
You know, you still owe us. Well, I didn't know anything about that, and I said,
Go find out.
We're not
Educate
going
yourself.
to ever collect on those if we don't actively let them
Right.
know that we're demanding that monies.
Right, and then we remember you owed it.
What's demand?
Yeah.
We
I mean,
need one
need
of
to
your letters
Get
with
those
teeth.
files out.
But it's the legislature, it's the budget
And we've got
process.
general court members
it-
that we should be pursuing and saying, you know what, this is ridiculous.
Would
You
it
voted
be
us this.
proper to write a letter to the Concord Monitor?
I'd rather
Do that?
You could do it, but I don't see where it's...
not
Not
going to go
proper.
anywhere.
No.
No.
Now, go through your
Well,
general.
call them. Now, what I'm thinking of is you call them on their largesse. They were supposed to pay the money, they haven't, and I
They
would
don't
be
have it.
real quick to
You know
call them
what?
on it.
But you know what, Joe? There's going to be towns that say, stand in line.
Yeah.
Everybody's in the same
The
situation.
one down at the Old Town Garage is ridiculous. That was before the economy went south.
Right.
They've just reneged on that.
That was even before the economy went north before it went
East,
south.
west, and south, yeah. I mean, that's ridiculous. That one is insane. They owe us that money. And they have the money, don't give me that. I mean, if they can spend thousands of dollars planting wildflowers along the darn highways, they can pay us that money. You know, they spent, what, $14 million beautifying the Hampton Beach guard shack, toilets, because the other one wasn't aesthetically pleasing.
It was in our file.
Right, this
You know,
is
I'm not-
It's DES money.
This is DES money.
So this must be just my copy.
So we have members in the general court.
No, this looks like.
They
an
need to
original,
know,
'cause it had the-
we're not just going to sit here and take it.
It's attached
Well,
to
I'll pull out my file.
it. Who has those
Maybe-
pictures down there?
They went south.
They're right there.
These
Actually,
go
they
back
went
with the
west.
code enforcement.
Can I see this?
Yeah, they go with this, Joyce.
Are these duplicates, or are they all?
I
They go with
separated
this.
them. One of them is 131 and one is 29.
Those are my questions.
So this was on 9/14. See, Al's going to show me how to work his camera.
Could have borrowed mine, I got a new one.
Lord.
Well, I know the abutters are very, very interested.
When it comes to be my turn, I don't want to get off topic, let's just go through it.
We're not off topic.
Okay, great. 61 Business Park Drive.
That's in non-public. Thank you.
We're going to wait. Okay.
Yep. All right, is there any more, I'd like to read this little
I
thing
have a
that
couple
came.
of public things.
This is
As
a
do
nice
I.
little note, we every once in a while get them from,
Well, that was nice.
once in a while we get them, but it says, Dear Pat, a belated big thank you to you and the members of CHAT for inviting me to your meeting. How wonderful that your group of volunteers are providing such extensive and flexible service to your community. We look forward to working collaboratively with you, complementing one another's efforts. Yours truly, Wanda Bellier. That's from Franklin V&A and Hospice. She came to talk to us not too long ago. Update on the Grange, it's coming along very, very, very nicely. We're having our first meeting there this month.
Nice.
The doors are widened to 36 inches from the kitchen in the hallway. The sheetrocker was there today. That's being done. The bathroom will be going down. The Granite Group has donated to us an ADA toilet and wall-hung sink, so we'll be getting that when the plumber hooks up everything. That'll be hooked up.
Did he replace the kitchen ceiling with a tin ceiling?
No. Sheetrock.
That's that.
Yep. And so everything is widened. Where the furnace was, it's going to be boxed and hidden in the kitchen there. So that'll be out of the way with a little door on it. So it's kind of nice. I took pictures, but I forgot them at home, so next week I'll bring them, and maybe they'll even be updated, but it'll be painted by the end of next week, he said. And then hopefully we met with the manager at Home Depot, and he came to assess the Grange, and they're making a determination on what they can do and how they can do it, and he'll get back to us shortly and see if he can help out with the floor. So, it'd be nice. Do you have anything for me?
Well, I was just going to say I went to the Longwood last night, and it was quite fascinating. It was the one on signage and accessory uses, and it was quite interesting. The only other thing is, well, what's it?
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
You're probably all aware that the perambulation that was done in 2007 has been a problem because it seems to have disappeared from down hall.
That is a problem.
We know there were 2 existing copies. I had one because I'm actually the one who wrote it out after they did it, and Cindy had a copy, and hers is gone as well.
Wow.
What happened to your copy? No clue?
Now, it used to sit in that desk. And that desk at that time was actually downstairs.
That's not good.
Well, I've noticed things, that's why a lot of things are over there, now, in that locked cabinet, because things have disappeared from there. I had a whole file on, remember the fellow that wanted the driveway access up
Yes.
off of Caliph? That whole file was missing, which is very random and weird.
Could that be an
But that was in that
inadvertent, they were
drawer.
checking on something and...
I don't know. I have no clue. I try not to think about those kind of things. Somebody wanted it more than I did. But nevertheless, the problem is, and I did find my folder that I used to create the perambulation, and when I was going through it, I remembered one of my problems was they only perambulated the Samberton boundary.
Right.
They didn't perambulate Franklin, Northfield, or Belmont. Now, the reason is because a lot of it is along the lake and river, however, some of it isn't. So that's missing. So, I mean...
we don't know where the boundaries are?
No, it's required by law that you perambulate to make sure that they haven't moved.
We just haven't got a copy of it.
I could redo what I did, but it's still going to be incomplete, is my point. My feeling is
What are you proposing that?
we perambulate the boundaries of the town of Tilton, and we do the entire boundary.
So professionally, or we do it ourselves?
We do it ourselves. Or you can get volunteers to do it. You just go out and, you know, you can take a compass and, I mean, you've got perambulations from, I have at least 2 years previous. You just, you know, okay, they started here and they did compass blah, 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 and you follow their compass line. Oh yeah, there's marker. Write it down, dialogue it, I mean.
Now, the markers
catalog
don't
it.
move, do they?
Pardon?
They're not
Markers
supposed to.
don't move, right?
Oh, there are some missing. When they did the Samberton boundary perambulation in 2007, they discovered that the boundary, when the state redid Autumn Drive, Cram Road, and Perkins Road, they never put the boundary marker back in.
Do we replace the markers?
We asked them to replace it, and I was told they put it back in. I've never gone up and looked.
Want to take bets?
Somebody told me that in the Samberton
That's in the hall.
Tavern, there is a boundary marker that has TNS on it. Tilton and Samberton. But there's, I think, a couple missing. So, I mean, I could rewrite that, but it doesn't do us any good because it's incomplete, like I
Right.
said.
We
I
need
mean,
to
even
do
if
it.
they had started at the Franklin-Tilton line,
Yep.
you might have something, but, you know, we
Does that
don't...
mean we have to walk the entire boundary?
No, you can ride almost half of it in a car and go, yep, there's a lake, yep, there's a lake, yep,
Yeah.
there's the river, yep, there's the river, yep, there's the lake. Or even more fun, you could get in a kayak.
I love the kayak.
I do too.
Yeah, you just gotta pull out at the dam.
In Lockmere,
Dams.
that's easy.
Well, no, and this one down
That's
here.
where I live. At the
Oh,
dam
yeah.
Lochmere.
You'd have to pull out down there. We pull out in the park.
Right.
I'll bring the poke boat, I won't go in the kayak.
So that's my suggestion. I said, I'm more than willing to
Is this a
rewrite the
spring project,
impartial one.
Catherine?
Geez, I wouldn't want, this would
I
be the
do it,
perfect time.
yeah, I do it in the fall.
Spring,
When
you're
the
gonna be
foliage
eating
is
bugs.
gone, because you don't want, if you do it like,
Wouldn't the markers be buried in the leaves? No?
no,
it's
do
supposed to
in
be like
between time.
3 feet high.
Right after the first frost is a good time.
Yeah, and then the snakes are gone.
No, well, there you go. All right.
So that's my suggestion.
Well, I would love to do it, but I can't guarantee that I'll be up for that. Even in early November, I just don't know what the prognosis is.
We'll stick you in a car.
I was going to say, you can do the drive around. Yep,
You can
there's
pick
the
us
lake.
up when we get up to Burley Hill,
Yeah,
because
but-
that's the most
Geez, I'd be
walking.
missing the fun part, dang
No,
it.
you can do all the ones that are down,
No, I want to walk through the woods.
we'll like you.
I gotta go, and then we can take the new SUV through the rest of it?
Yeah.
All right.
Did you ever
Yeah,
get that?
you got
Did
the
you ever
Chiefs'
get that
attention now,
four-wheel
Eric.
that they wanted?
I think we need some off-road vehicles.
That's what I just said. For years, they
Can we-
wanted
Can
one.
we get a couple off-road vehicles for us to go and bring,
Trust me, there's areas they won't go through.
Oh, okay.
Horse, it's called a horse.
Yeah, you'll be walking.
I participated in one in Northfield, and we did it with the other towns. So when we did Franklin Northfield, we had the Franklin, where they designated their lane.
And that's exactly what you want to do.
Get in touch with the other towns and set up times.
Yep, that's exactly what you want to do. So you're not necessarily going to do the whole boundary in one day, and I don't suggest you do.
Right.
I mean, you could do Franklin and
Could be
Samberton.
miles and miles.
And, do Samberton in 2 days if you want. Although Samberton, a lot of Samberton is driving.
Yeah, you go along March Road and
Yeah, March Road is just, I mean, one's in the house, one's in the church.
Perkins Road and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay, I'm
you're
up to
actually
that.
physically supposed to walk it.
Right.
Okay, so that's that. The other one is simple. Yep, that's who it was. Yep, Bonnie Randall. Yes, they were up. They're doing a history of the town of,
Right.
are they doing it on Tilton or just Lockmere?
Yes, history, Tilton.
Tilton.
And Lockmere. Or is it just Tilton, and they're including Lockmere?
is part of Tilton.
I know, but it seemed like they were pinpointing on Lockmere for some reason to me. Anyway, they were up here looking at a bunch of pictures.
Right.
And we still have pictures that, and they're particularly interested in ones that are stacked over there. They're in between, they're on these wooden frames with plexiglass on them.
Right.
And the pictures are beginning to deteriorate. So I wanted to know if it was okay with you guys if I took them out of those frames and put them in protective sleeves so they'll stop deteriorating?
Little sleeve for protect them from.
Yeah, they're specific for pictures like that.
Yeah, I would say that.
I mean, they're not, we could spend lots of money.
Well, here's
This
the
is
thing.
inexpensive.
While you're in the process, maybe they ought to be scanned so we have electronic copies.
Yeah, well, some of them are.
Yeah, I don't know where he left off at, so.
Some of them are.
The Ladies Guild in the early 60s did a Lockmere history.
I have 2 of them.
I got a copy of it and I scanned all those things, the old hotels and stores, and I've got pictures of big factories from shoes and stuff down by the dam where the dam sits and whatnot. And it is fascinating. That
It's
whole
cool.
area. It was Samberton originally.
Yep.
Right.
Samberton Bridge.
And are we going to take an action on the Tilton School Pond? Yes or no?
I thought we were waiting to get a hold of Jim.
Oh,
and
yeah.
get together with Jim.
Well, but, I mean, the question is, are we going to trade properties?
No, I don't want to.
I don't want to. But we've never actually made that decision.
I'd like to see how much it would be to buy it.
I mean, for me, it doesn't matter whether they make a deal to buy it or not. I don't want to give up the property we have.
No, I don't either. I personally would vote against it.
Yeah, I would too.
Get rid of it.
So my vote doesn't hinge on purchasing the pond.
Was
They
there
don't-
not a quote attributed to you about a third public hearing about this issue?
No, the statement was, at the meeting, was that we needed to look into things a little bit further. We need to ask and perhaps do a little bit more research, and Mr. Wakefield was going to ask Fish and Game, and my statement was, and if we need to, we could always have a third public hearing. That was interpreted as we would, in the paper, as we would. So it's, no, I did not say that. But I will contact Jim Clements. He couldn't do it the first week because of school opening, but I'm sure he's just about ready to sit down and talk about it. I'll be more than happy to. Chuck wanted to be a part of it, and
Right.
we want to be a part of it.
So,
Well, it's a Conservation Commission deal. I mean, it's not the selectmen, the town of Tilton, it's not the Board of Selectmen purchasing the property, it's the Conservation Commission.
that's right.
Yeah,
So
but
we
it would
can't
be
make,
us trading.
no. Well, it would be us trading,
Yeah.
but it would not be us buying, so it's a
No,
Conservation
evidence,
Commission
no.
deal. They'd have to make the deal. we'd basically be sitting in on their deal.
Well, I was just opening up the conversation. That was it.
facilitator.
Right, that's it.
Yeah,
That's all I
that's
would
good.
be.
At this
So,
point, we have no idea
Do
what
they
the
have the
school's
money in their
thinking.
coffers after buying Ernie's and?
Depends on how much they charge.
Right.
right, it would depend on what their thought process was. And we don't know
Have
that.
a firm offered yet,
No idea
then
what the
Right.
they
what the
can't
offer would
say
be.
whether they could buy it or not.
Right.
I know that the Conservation Commission, it is my impression that they would love to have that property.
Oh, I
Right.
know they would.
Certainly.
Yep.
So I'm sure they're looking at it real hard.
I'll send them an email.
So you want to hold that vote?
Oh,
I'd just as soon wait to vote on a land swap.
yeah, let's
Okay.
just do that.
The other issue is Simmons Court. This came up a while ago. Actually, it was a year ago. We were approached, somebody wanted to buy it. Everybody remembers Simmons Court.
Yep.
It's up off of Lancaster Hill Road in the
Yes.
Sprague development. Oh,
Right.
you weren't here. I'm sorry.
I was
I'm sorry.
sitting out there
Yeah,
somewhere.
so Simmons Court, and a butter wanted to purchase this parcel. The town owns it.
Right.
He wasn't even in the butter.
He's not in the butter?
No. He was associated with the Nevada.
Oh, okay, that's where it comes from.
But he actually didn't do it.
But at any rate, they wanted to purchase the property. He called a couple weeks ago. He has never returned my calls. The phone number I have here, when he called, is the same phone number from 2010. He's not calling me back. And his question was now is, when are we going to clean up our property? Because it's almost a landfill.
What is it?
Just a piece of raw land.
It's a piece of raw land. When it was subdivided, it was meant to be common land, I think.
Well,
Right, it was actually donated to be like a parcel.
A green
of-
area.
A green area, green space.
yes.
And
Good space.
people used it as a dump space.
Yep.
But, Dennis and his guys went out there and looked at it. And although
Lancaster Hill
they
Road.
picked up some stuff,
Right here?
there's
Okay.
cars back
Okay,
there,
Joe Gray
and
lives
big
on
things,
17.
like big generators or whatever they are, but it's
So which
all
part
really
is it?
antique old
Seven.
stuff.
7? Okay.
It'd be hard to get out. You'd have to get permission from the budding landowner.
Well, they built it up around there after all this stuff was dumped in there. They put homes and stuff all around it. So now there's really no way, unless butters give you permission to go across their land, to get to the old car that's back there, and there's some other big things.
Now, it seems like this circle, this cul-de-sac at the end of Simmons Court goes right up against our property.
It does.
Yeah, but you've got terrain issues there because
Ah.
it gets very steep.
Right, so you have to go through that lot or that lot to get at
Right.
these
Or
things.
another road down this way a little.
Well, if these people want these things to stay there, then all they gotta do is refuse to give us permission to cross. I got the feeling they're gonna be motivated to get the property cleaned up, just a guess.
Well, the big
It's
things
been
are
there
way
for
back.
A lot of
Decades.
years.
Nonetheless, who wants an old abandoned car out behind your house? Aside from us, Catherine.
Got a couple.
Well, it's more a question of how you're gonna get it out.
Trees growing up through the engine block, that kind of thing.
And the fact that neighborhoods popped up and were built around this area.
Is it?
When it was
is something
subdivided,
You
it
could park in
should have
that
been-
cul-de-sac and walk into the woods or
You can
whatever?
walk into there,
Sure.
but you can't, you can't drive into there. Not,
Oh, no, it would be a hike.
Doesn't it drop off?
yes.
When I think isn't there some wet areas back there?
Pretty
Yes, and
agile,
there's a
I've
lot
got
of
boots, I'll be
wetlands.
all right.
That's
Well, you
really-
can dismantle the car piece by piece, Joe, and just
It
lug it
depends on
out.
what kind of car, this might be a Model T or something back there, right? Depends, maybe I will.
But anyway, it's
I'll go
also
take a look at
wetlands. Most of the rear property is wet. It was an unbuildable lot, and when they developed that development on Dunlop Drive, certain lots that were too wet and they couldn't build on them, they made them green spaces.
But the town
How
owns
was
it?
that we ended up with this
No,
particular one?
we only own that one, we took it by tax deed.
It's set number 7.
Yes. but there's others there's one on the main drag going up Dunlop, and then as you circle around and come back around, there's two of them on that road. And they belong to abutting neighbors. They have both lots, even though the one lot is not buildable.
There's no interest in somebody purchasing this lot on
Well, there
the
was
cheap.
last year, but we decided not to.
But I mean,
Because
there's,
we were saving all the garbage?
Yeah, it's our garbage.
well, not only that, but there was nothing he could do. You can't build a home on it.
Yeah, we didn't want an issue to come up where he was going to try to build on it.
Seeking a
We figured,
variance.
you know what, it was set aside for green space for that community, even though it wasn't buildable, leave it as green space. You know, it's not a loss of taxes because nobody can build on it, so it's not like you're putting it back onto the tax
It
rolls.
would be in current use, and, hey, $10 is $10. Wasn't that what you said earlier, Kathy? A version
It's
of
not enough acreage, but it's got to be,
Well, if it is,
Is
if
it
it's got
$100 and $100?
wetland on it.
it's not 10 acres.
But if it's got a wetland on it,
$10
there's no
an acre.
minimum for that.
Well, no, there has to be a certain percentage of wetlands. Not
Okay,
just
it's
wetlands, it's a
unbuildable, but what are
percentage.
we gonna do about the garbage?
Well, I'm just letting you know, I mean, we've never done anything about the garbage. As Sandy said, Dennis went out and picked up what they could.
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to take a walk up
Yeah.
and see, and I'll report back.
I'm just letting you know that this guy has contacted us, and this is the issue. This was an FYI.
But part of the problem. too,
Joe's
is
all over this.
The,
Like
the
flies on
that's
garbage.
The garbage that's close to the road has been done by a lot of the neighbors. So, you know, we suggested, because he asked, you know, when we said we didn't want to sell it, he said, well, do you mind if we clean up the lot?
Right.
We said
And we
no.
said, hey, go for it. But, so it hasn't been done, you know, I mean, it was great words and, you know, they
Talking
talked
cheap,
about
right?
it.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
But it's
But
just-
I mean, Dennis and his guys did go out there, and the stuff that's in the very back, in the wetland part, he said, I don't know how you get in there to get it out, not now.
Well, I grew up in Samerton. I know where there's a 32 Ford that's part of a beaver dam. Engine and all. Now, how can you get that out? There's no getting that out, ever. Out by Woodman's house, out there through the woods, it's laced with old cars full of bullets.
Yeah. We got an old,
Get those
we got
out
an
of
old
there.
Packard out in our woods.
Tilton's part of that? Wow.
Well, I know if you go down to my
It's
field
redneck
across the
country.
street and walk down, and there's there must be 10, 12 old cars in there. It's not on my property, it's on somebody else's property, I don't want to say the name.
But how do you get them out? After a certain length of time, the trees grow through them.
But
Yeah, you
they're
can only go out and cut 'em out.
40s and 30s, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like the mafioso parked back there.
Oh,
And walked away.
And it was Bloody Sunday.
But they're all back there.
it's probably your friend.
I am fini.
All right, Norm?
Yeah. Okay. I can't remember if I'm repeating myself from last week, I apologize, but the Parks Commission is going ahead with the purchase of a skating rink at, it's over $5,000, I can't remember the exact price, to put up at the 132 ball field, using the well that was recently installed to flood it. That telegraph call box at Riverfront Park, they said, get rid of it. I don't know who's going to be responsible for taking it down. I said, because the one thing is, I said it has to come down because we don't want people thinking that if they pull that lever, the fire department's going to come.
Didn't the fire department volunteer to take it down?
Yeah.
Fire department
So-
was going around.
Joyce? Yes. Didn't the fire department volunteer to take down that telegraph box in Riverfront Park?
Yes, and they would want somebody present when they do it, then they give you the box.
Dennis, have one of Dennis's guys there.
Yeah. Good.
And what are we
Dennis
gonna
can
do with
store
the
it.
box?
If you could contact them and
Some
tell them they
company,
can,
some
they can
towns
take it
still
away,
use the system.
that's fine.
So we're going to sell it to another company, another town?
Give it to them.
I'll give it to them?
Give it to 'em.
another town?
If they're using it, but we won't be using it.
Some of the northern,
Contacted Laconia and
Maybe it'd be,
Franklin.
you give it, find a museum that'll take it.
they don't want an extra one?
What about the northern companies? Northern country.
communities.
We didn't contact, it's cities, it would be in cities, would be the ones.
Concord? Concord?
How about Berlin? That's a city. It's
Berlin.
north.
Berlin.
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 That's the way it's pronounced.
South
You better
of
not
Milan.
say it the other way. At least not be standing on Main Street.
And it's south of Milan.
My brother lives in Ireland.
Okay.
How is your brother?
Anything else?
No,
I said hi.
other than,
I saw
as you
him
know,
a few
and
years
that's
back.
why I'm going to say it now.
Just by accident.
Public record. I will
but it
be out
wasn't
of
a bad-
commission for several weeks. I'll be here next week, but after that, I'll be out of commission for, I'm hoping that I'll be able to attend a meeting after 2 weeks, but it could take longer depending upon what happens.
Right.
What's the chat committee bring in?
Let us know if we can help in any way.
That's my right foot.
All right. Joe,
Oh, yeah, Joe's got stuff. Let me see. Firstly, the putting of an ice skating rink at the ball field precludes the dumping of snow at that location. And the Conservation Commission,
didn't we already go over this?
not in my world, I want to
Okay.
know where we're going to put the snow.
Well, we had a
I
big
know we
issue
talked
on
about
snow
it, but I want to know where
storage.
we're going to put the snow.
Okay.
Snow's coming.
Well, you're going to have a tiny area at the ball field. Tiny area. Tiny. The only other place that I could think of right now is 61 Business Park Drive. It's a huge parking lot.
They were filming.
It being, of course, in the Aquifer District. It's not a long-term situation for certain, but we got a serious problem.
Yeah,
Where
we
does
do.
the snow go?
I got to get a hold of my buddy Jerry and see if he'll let us put it on his property. But that sits on top of an aquifer. There's a little brook there, and everything drains right to the lake.
Is that the one in Samberton?
No.
No? Because trucking our snow to Samberton, somebody had proposed...
No, across the street from her.
Quite frankly, I don't think it's a good idea to put the salt snow on the uphill side.
Oh, yeah.
I know where you're talking about, but the
It's
lake...
on the
is
graveled area.
There's gravel there.
the last resort.
Well, that's it. We have a situation here. If we get an accumulation of snow, we're going to be,
Up Snow Creek.
Yeah.
without paddle.
thank you.
What if we...
That's why I brought it up.
So-
I know we've talked about it, but I'm going to talk about it every single week
Yeah.
until we have a place.
What if we... Can I say this out loud? What if we approach the Gaudettes?
Where?
Awesome Lowe's.
That's
Yeah.
That's just above the river.
Yeah, that all flows downhill in the little brook from Ice House Pond. I forget what they call the brook.
In
Comes through
addition
there.
to which, the
No,
Winnipesaukee
but there's
River
a
is just
huge
down over the
area
bank.
before it
It's
goes
not going to
down.
make it to that brook. It
Right.
will go over the back of the bank towards the river and across the trail
Yeah.
tracks.
Right.
It's just no really good place to dump snow in Tilton. We have too much water.
It's never been addressed properly. We used to dump it in the river, for crying out loud. And even the state, I called them a couple of years ago, and the guy laughed at me, and I said, seriously, this is an issue we have to consider. How do you properly dispose of road snow with all the oils and salts in it? Forget about the trash you pick up. How do you get rid of it?
Dumping it in or
And I
on
think
water.
if we're going to be
Grounded
forward-thinking, it's developing that wooded lot with bunks
Got a couple more.
and whatever we have to do to contain it, whether that's a liner with sand on it.
Well, I was looking.
Periodically.
They've got all sorts of things where you put in
Which
fine
one is the
sand
lot?
and then little
Yeah,
rocks.
and
big
periodically you have to replace the sand.
rocks, and it melts down through it. Yeah, we own that property, and it could be our snow dumping area in perpetuity.
That's right. But you'd,
Permanent solution to a terrible problem, and I know that it's in a precarious spot.
Is it in?
It's but that's why we need all the mitigation.
you design it as a true snow storage area, and you don't just dump it on the ground.
No,
That's what I said, you build bunks, you build berms, you use liners.
It is.
Yeah, it's big enough. It's a
We have
couple
to
of
clear
acres.
trees. There would be some property clearing involved.
That property
But you know
business
what?
park, it's like an acre, almost 2 acres, isn't it?
The wooded area?
Yeah.
It's an acre.
I didn't think it was.
I think that's
So
going to
even
be
an
big enough
acre
for a
is-
Snow Mountain if
Yeah,
it's done properly.
There's only
I
one
also
thing.
I also believe that
Don't go, my mind.
Me either.
it's a good thing for the residents of town, simply because those trucks backing up to dump snow go beep, 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 and they characteristically dump that snow at 1 in the morning. So, or whenever, all through the
night.
night.
We clear
So
the
having
street.
it in a residential area is going to cause problems. That's in a business park.
Can I offer something?
Absolutely.
I know that that is Nickerson's Park, and Nickerson has a recorded document on the rules and regulations and what is not allowed in the park.
Snow dumps.
I don't know. I'm just telling you.
It's building design.
Well, that's part of it, roof design, building design, but maybe we should at least read it and
Oh,
make sure
certainly,
that...
certainly. There'd be lots of stuff we'd have to do.
Oh, yeah, there's lots of stuff we have to do.
But we got to do something, and it's only like 60 days away.
Well,
That?
our only choices, I mean, we only have 3 choices. Buffalo Park,
Can't.
Ken.
Conservation Commission voted not to do it.
Ken.
Well,
We have, no, we
I'm
can't,
not
we
going.
can't, no, we can't, as a conservation area, I was picking on you. But we have 61 Business Park Drive parking lot.
Right.
And like I said, a little bitty corner of the ball field parking lot.
And the little teeny
Can we
part
do
of
any,
Mechanic
can we
Street.
do any of it on the land that we deeded?
We own it.
1.44 is that little?
So it's 1.5, almost 1.5.
The area off 132 is even worse as far
That
as
has a little
The
wetlands right on the
accessibility is not
roadside,
good.
and it has a huge wetlands down behind it that
But,
runs downhill.
but it's 2 acres of land. Can we get an acre of it that we can store a
Where he
temporary
had
solution?
where he had his subdivision,
Yeah,
is that what we purchased? What do we own up there exactly?
two
of the lots.
2 of the lots.
2 of the subdivided lots?
Yes.
Yeah.
Depends on what they were. If they were on the uphill side,
Tanger.
that whole area behind Tanger,
Adjust it, whichever way it was.
good lord. My eyeball's falling out of my head.
So this is,
This is your big wetlands behind.
No, it's up here.
This is your big wetlands behind Tanger Outlet. Remember they were dumping
Right.
snow into it over the fence?
But this is
And
where
we're
the
up
property
here.
is, up here though,
Yeah, up
Joyce.
in that neighborhood somewhere, but that's
Where we
all
deeded.
It's further up, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
a
further
little
up.
bit, yeah.
Can you make this,
Oh,
Yeah.
I have to get my thing, because I have my...
do you do that
No.
crazy thing?
Hang on.
Oh, that's
Just
what,
get out of here.
don't you just do that?
Well, you can, but she has it, she has the,
You have the wireless mouse, Joyce?
Bat moved out.
It's much easier with a mouse.
And you can, the chief taught me how to move, if you click on that little arrow to the left, you get rid of the...
Yeah,
Oh,
that
that
right
was-
there cancels it.
should I
Click it?
click?
No.
No, go down to the
No,
little
the little
arrow.
arrow,
to the left.
boing.
Yeah, click on that, there you go.
Move.
All right, so,
And if you want to zoom in, because it backed out.
Dick Brown
Oh,
Road.
no, they're down here.
where the hell are we?
You're right here. This is.
Oh, no, that's
No,
the
we're up,
chief's house.
we're up in, we're looking at Bobby's
What are
house.
you doing in there?
That's Newfound Lake.
Okay, go back up and
This
search.
is like
and
Dick Brown Road.
searching it.
I used to go from Ashland over on that road.
Lake. It's not in Tilton.
There's a house up there, I'll
There.
tell you what,
Now get rid of that, yeah.
I like it a lot.
All right,
Oh, yeah, up at the top.
so this is where the lot is up here, right?
There, yep.
Right here.
Oh, that's not as wooded as I thought.
It's not wooded, it's pasture, but see all this, wetness in here.
It's all wet downhill, right?
But we're
And the
not going
property-
there.
The property itself has a little patch of cat nine tails, and it just has to do with drainage. It's right on the edge.
Those people hired my brother to brush hog that.
Yeah.
He wouldn't do it every year, so he said he's not gonna do it anymore because it beats the heck out of his tractor.
But you can, they had a road kind of cut through there.
So maybe we could go up and look at it.
Yeah.
If it's 2 acres, then we can, they're an acre lot, each piece.
Are they abutting?
Yes.
Yeah,
We have
it's
to,
still a Band-Aid. It still
Yes,
doesn't,
it's a Band-Aid, but it gets us by this year.
it gets us
We'll do
by.
something this year for sure.
Because if it snows a
This
lot,
looks like it's quite a distance away.
Yeah.
if it snows a lot, we're going to be filling up our parking lot.
Right, and then this is right up the road, but look at, this is at quite a distance here.
Catherine and I, Catherine Wozner and I have decided it's going to be in the 70s until Christmas. Then it'll snow, and on the 26th, it's back in the 70s, right?
I'm not going to get go ice fishing. No way.
Yeah,
No
this-
snowshoeing?
For a week.
Oh, I see, yeah,
week and
that's
a
a
half.
golf course, okay.
On Christmas Day, you can snowshoe.
This is the golf
I
course
used to
here.
I used to snowshoe Smuggler's Notch in
the
Vermont
acreage there.
on the first full moon of the year.
Snow cones, that's as close
That's
to
Catherine's
snow as I
house.
So
wanna
that's
get.
awesome. At midnight.
And
That's
here's
awesome.
where she's talking about here with the gravel.
Yeah.
Because here's Catherine's house right here. Is this all your land?
Why don't you let us know the snow there?
Not happening.
See that?
All this? All this, all
There's
this?
an app for that.
Yeah,
All that?
there's an app for that.
Whoa. Okay, all right.
There's gotta be room for a snow.
Well, let's just
About on the
look,
back nine.
The
Can't we
rock
dump it
is
on the
right
back
about there.
so, I was thinking right here.
Keep going.
Where?
Keep going. Up, up.
nine? Yeah. No, a
Keep
little
going.
further.
Keep going. You're almost there. Go that way.
Pull it upwards.
Right there.
Right there, see?
What used to be the Wayland Motel.
See? Look it.
And that little brook comes down through and wraps
No, no,
around
no,
the
it's on-
backside and drains like that.
No,
Oh,
it's up
yeah.
here.
No,
It goes
she's
this way,
right.
right
She's
here.
See that little ice house, that little pond, retention pond right there?
There's two of them. Comes down in, there's a little wet swale
Yeah,
right
but they
down
might
in
let us
there.
dump some of it
There's a big
there.
one here.
Yeah,
This
well, that's
one's
the brook
bigger.
that comes off of the ice house pond.
Yeah,
Then there's that little bitty pond
there's
there,
that
right,
little one.
just behind Agway.
Well, look at this,
What about over,
right there.
what about over by the highway garage?
Yeah, right.
Is that over near the frog lady?
Well,
I don't think she'd like
it's
it.
You could probably dump a certain amount on their leaf
I know I
pile
should know your name,
that
frog
area.
lady, but
off of Clark Road. They could fill that up.
she's not a frog, but she has.
Go to the highway garage. Now, what field is that there, right there?
So every time I
School
think about
Street.
this building,
That's,
Tilton School.
I know what she's doing.
no, that's,
I know her as a frog lady. That's right.
What?
that's not Tilton School.
I don't mean it mean.
Who is it?
Yeah, who is it? It's
That
Tilton.
house?
Abbott?
No,
No,
Hast is way
way
out.
up.
So who is that?
Probably is.
Is that where Tilton Sand and Gravel was mining all that gravel one year?
Yeah.
Because here's the arena,
Yeah.
So why wouldn't Tilton School let
right
us?
there.
That's not Tilton School.
Oh, I bet that's Swain's.
Oh,
Yeah, probably.
yeah, that is Swain.
Could be.
Yes, because
Yes.
there's the long
Yeah.
road in, and he's
And
got a
like-
little shack out right there, yeah.
Right.
That's his hayfield, isn't it?
All right, where did the highway garage go? Winter
We're not
Come
there yet.
scanning for,
That's the school.
snow dumps?
Yeah.
Or are we perambulating?
Keep going. There you are, right here. Yeah, pull it down a little more.
Oh, look, there's Dennis.
You want to look up
Go
towards
this way.
the
The top, yeah.
Because we own,
that
Up
wooden-
in this area here.
No.
That's where the loam piles are.
And it goes right up through, pull it down and one more, a little more. Yeah, it goes right up through, there's a gate
Yeah.
up
Right
right
there.
there.
That's where the loam piles are,
Yeah.
up near the road.
But we own this.
That's
we
a
own
road,
all
there's
this
not
too?
much room
And
back
we own
there.
over here. There's quite a bit here.
But you certainly wouldn't be
Yeah, but you'd have
bothering
to
the
take
neighbor to
down
the
trees.
right.
There is room, but it's not clear.
I don't
That's
want-
Rusty's, right?
I'd rather not
That's
say, yeah,
Camaro
that's
Heaven?
Rusty's.
That's not Rusty's,
Heaven.
that's his brother.
Camaro Heaven.
Chuck.
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 I wouldn't,
Mr.
I mean, you wouldn't want to cut all that out.
No, we don't want to
For
cut it.
snow, that's
for
a
snow.
shame.
Yeah, but you own it.
That's a shame, though, to do that for
No, you
snow.
want to leave that
Well,
buffer
and there's
there.
also wetlands in there that
There
there
are.
are
Yeah, there's
streams
some
coming through there.
right in through there.
We're very,
I
very
say we
lucky
go
in that
head
we
back
sit on the
over to
water.
What about, go back, head east along West Main, east, the other way. What about Turgeon's?
They just cleared that property, didn't they?
Of course.
They might let us put snow on it.
That's a thought.
I'll have to get a copy of it. I'll have it next week.
Where's Turgeon's?
Keep going.
Keep going.
Who
Right in
owns it
here.
now?
You're getting there. You're on it.
There now.
Keep going.
So it's gotta,
Got to catch up.
yeah.
Whoa, it missed it. There it is. All of that.
Is that the tire dump?
No, it's Turchin's.
Where?
It's off West Main Street.
There's the edge of the high school field.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where they had the big tire pile.
See how far it
Did it
is
still
from the
have
river?
tires in there?
Move it
They
down
sure
more.
did.
Yeah, keep going.
Old cars.
there.
Down
And
the river.
they had a huge mountain of tires. That's how I noticed it, because the tires stuck up above the trees.
Well, why wouldn't they
They're
allow
gone
us to
now.
put snow there? It's all cleared out. It's all leveled now.
Who owns it?
The Turchin Family Trust.
It's a trust.
Well, it's Belair Family Trust.
That's his
Right. Oh, they
niece,
changed
isn't it?
But we can't haphazardly dump snow on it, can we?
No, we'd have to get owner's permission, but they might give us permission to do it for this winter.
Well, you know what happened to us? One year, that it was so much snow that the ball field was full. So Joe had told Dennis that his guys could dump snow on our field across the street, on the Highland side. And that was fine, except
Cemetery.
the Conservation Commission went after us in print, about the fact that the town was dumping pollutants
Oh, I remember that.
in our wetlands.
I was like a new selectman. That was like the first year I was a selectman.
And what
Yeah.
was so aggravating about it is, yes, I have wetlands in that field, way at the other end of the field, down at the bottom. And this was up at the top on the highland, and so anyway, we did contact him and told him that, to make sure, instead of giving the identification of the property as map and lot, this was the Plessner's field. So anyway, I know that the highway guys felt bad because of the problems that we got, and it was not, it was only to put the excess until...
And what did they do about it? Nothing, dragged you around through the paper, right?
Yeah, but we also explained to them that we wanted a retraction because they were dumping nowhere near the wetlands, and we didn't appreciate, exaggerations like that being said.
We could fill up our little parking lot and that would be in the juice.
So Tilton School doesn't have any...
So that's one of my issues, and one that
Agricultural field.
certainly won't be solved tonight, but needs to be solved.
Well, I'll get that. I was looking for
The old
that
Pillsbury property?
Yeah.
agreement
Folks,
with
Ken, can you
Nicholson,
find
but I
that?
didn't see it. I'll have to get a
Yeah,
copy of
that's,
it.
I have other
My
things.
ex-father-in-law? Well, no, my ex-stepfather. Oh my
right
God,
here.
he was my stepfather.
It's right there. See all this? They own all that. So why can't they just let us come in there and just dump it here?
Because it's close to the
No,
downtown
that was my
area, and that's where we move
boys.
snow from, right?
It's not working, though.
And just give them, we'll clean it up in the spring.
We're coming any closer to winding this down?
I've still
you
got a
get to
list of
that?
stuff.
Well, there's a
Go up
road
School
here.
Street.
There's a road here,
Well, why
Catherine,
don't you start on
that
that
goes out
list?
back here.
I'll listen.
I'm ready as soon as, because we're not going to make a decision on this evening, but I
Okay.
wanted to plant some seeds, some snow seeds,
Well,
we'll call them.
let's get in touch with the Turchin people. Let's get in touch with the Tilton School.
Layers.
And I'll talk to Jerry Shaley. Can I have the,
And we can dump it in the parking lot at 61 Business
and-
Park Drive just on our own.
Let's not leave out the auto serve people.
oh, yeah, and the auto serve.
Right.
Joyce, can you contact Gaudette's, Turgeon, and Tilton School?
Yep. I know with Turgeon, the state is represented by an attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more business to come before us in the public session? Okay.
We've not
I
done.
still have stuff here. I went to a Gasset meeting on Tuesday, I think. Gasset, it's a 10-year plan, is what it is for the State Department of Transportation. Mr. Burton was there.
Oh, you went to one of the
Forrester,
hearings,
That's right, Gasset.
one of the public meetings.
It's an acronym that I
Yeah.
don't know what it
Yeah,
stands for.
you went to one of the public meetings.
That's right, I did. There was talk about why they're going to decrease the state road budget by 33% when it comes to repaving projects and stuff like that. And everybody pretty much was up in arms over that. And it was about getting things on the Silver Lake Road project on the 10-year plan. But it wasn't the forum for that. All that stuff is prioritized by the Lakes Region Planning Commission. But it was the area from exit 20, Route 3 from exit 20 to Winnisquam bridge was identified by all the surrounding towns, Meredith, Laconia, Guilford, as being the gateway to their area. And the fact that it used to be cement road, and every 30 feet you have a bump, doesn't have wide, it's not wide enough. There are certain intersections, and that's when I interjected my intersection issues, Manville Road, Silver Lake Road, and the DOT guy, and I didn't get his name, but Mark Morrow was looking real nervous around him. He was a suit anyway. This guy wrote it right down on his list of things to check out, because it does affect so many people in the Lakes region area. And if they identified one thing, access to 93 for their goods, they can't get...
It's a corridor.
That's right. They can't get industry to go into their business parks because there's no way to really effectively get their stuff to 93 to ship it.
No bypass.
No bypass. And that's what I said. The way to ship it got cut off up here in Belmont when I was a little kid, high schooler, middle schooler, right? Okay, so that was the Gasset meeting. Then, today I went to a consortium meeting. We now have 11 different signed places, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, and as well as Northwood is supposed to be sending in their thing, which will give us 12 different entities in the consortium. There's been no billings yet from Chandela Law Firm, DTC, or whatever the acronym is there. We're due to have the next round of public hearings by 12/31. They'll be sending out an audit list, community-specific questions about whether MetroCast has lived up to their responsibilities. That'll be questions about whether people want to fund LRPA through these negotiations, whether we should have TV channels at town hall or at the schools, or whatever questions. Those are just examples. They put out information about sending notices to various committees and school and library and police and get the word out early. Let me see. I won't bother you with that stuff right this very second. The one thing that really got me, and I saw that from Avatar, is the fact that we can tax the polls. And they had figured out that $3,000 or $900 was the value of a poll. But we can also tax, and I saw that as well, the right-of-way, which is a separate issue. And It's like $5,000 an acre. And you apply your regular, it's a law that just became passed. I spoke with Peter Bolster, the state representative. He's from Alton, but he was on that committee that got that bill passed. It was also recommended that we be sure that information gets on our MS1 this year, so that we have a history of work and that angle, just in case.
Right.
I don't even know what a MS1 is, but I know what MS4 is and MS5.
Those are all municipal
Comes three
service
before
forms from the
that.
DRA.
It's 3 before MS4. I know that part. Okay, that's that. I also noticed at Business Park Drive, there were a number of Asplin trucks. And I noticed that in preparation for the hurricane. That made perfectly good sense to me, because they were all gone the following week, and there were cars parked there for the cruise, and they took them to Vermont or northern New Hampshire.
Who gave
They
them
were there
permission to
last
be
weekend.
there?
Huh?
Who gave them permission to park there?
I assume that it's an emergency SOU thing. And if that hurricane had a hit right here, having 6 Asplin trucks in Tilton would have been key.
It could have been.
But it didn't.
It wasn't an SOU thing, I'm sorry, it was not an
I
SOU thing.
assumed it was an emergency management thing, but,
Probably a
PSNH,
PSNH
they
thing.
have,
okay, well, my question
Yeah, but
is,
why were they parked on our property without getting any type of permission?
apparently it's her question as well. Why were they parked there during Katrina if they didn't have permission? Why were they parked there last weekend?
Chief, have you given them, have you given PSNH carte blanche to park over there when they have emergency situations?
No, but we did send a cruiser over there last week to verify if they were Asplin people, and they were.
Yep.
The trucks say Asplin right on them. Big bucket trucks.
The cars wouldn't.
The cars belong to the
cars go
Asplin
with
people,
the
and they belong to PSNH
The cruise.
and the cruise.
So what?
So our next question is, we should find out why they're parking there.
PSNH has been awfully good to us.
Right.
I'm not saying that they
So
can't do
we
it. I
need
just want to
to
know why
tread-
they are and how come, and
We need to tread cautiously and judiciously.
What we
I
need
just want to
to,
find out what their
I think the
authorization.
biggest thing is.
Bobby, you have a connection up there, don't you? Could you just kind of inquire and
I think
be
the-
diplomatic and,
If they ask me if it's okay, is it under emergency, like storms, or how?
I would covet half a dozen Asplin trucks and
we just
PSNH
like to be
trucks.
notified.
Just have them
So that we're
notified.
aware of who's using the
If
property,
they're
don't
gonna
you
park
think?
trucks over there because they're expecting, the storm and down wires and stuff, and they want to be able to mobilize from,
Center of
they
the
just
state.
need to let us know.
Okay,
FYIs.
I'll take care of that.
Thank you.
Okay, that takes care of that. I have all the paper bids together in a format that you can just look at them side by side, the different prices, and forgot them on my dining table, but I guarantee you I will get them to you, and we can work on this for next Thursday.
okay.
And lastly, dun-dun-dun, on the way in here to cruising around today, I went up to the Pine Street Bridge and looked around, and I like to cruise at Tilton. I love this town. And I happened to notice that there are 2 flags on Main Street that advertise gold and jewelry and whatever that are actually falling over into the parked cars. And I was wondering if they had like a sign permit for that, or it can't be right to have them falling over onto cars. And every time I go by there, those signs are like leaning over into vehicles.
Are
They're in
those
the
big
post.
sail kind of things?
Yes.
Big, tall,
They're in
like
the,
sailboat.
they're in the
Sail kind of things?
sidewalk.
Yeah.
Sailboat banners. I don't know what even signs you would call
They're
them.
they're secured in a post.
Yeah, they go in a hole in the sidewalk or whatever, but it's not
They better
working.
know it. They better have
Whatever it is,
a
they-
base that can be taken in.
It ain't working. They're on top of carts. It's an eyesore.
There is a hole in the sidewalk, in the curbing.
hole?
I have no idea whether,
I think that when I walk by
I'm
there,
telling
and
you,
know I
those
walk
signs
around
go
tonight
into
after
a
the meeting.
hole in the curbing.
I'm pretty sure, I think there was a hole in the curbing.
Right.
See, there used to be holes.
Not in the sidewalk, in the curbing.
There used to be holes in the sidewalk because every merchant would put out a flag.
Right. So that might have been reusing that same thing.
It might be from that, but they would need permits and even a special exception for at least one of those.
I would certainly think so, because I noticed them too, and I thought, those are atrocious. But, so that would be a job for us to give to the code enforcement.
Code enforcement.
And he may already be aware of it, I don't know.
He might be all over it. I don't know. I just thought I wouldn't mention it. And my last thing is non-public.
Why would that be, I'm just curious, why would that be?
We have very restrictive signage in the downtown, because without it, people were like putting out sandwich boards, they were doing this, they were doing that, and it got so cluttered downtown that you couldn't walk down the street. So the signage for the downtown really is very modest, because you don't need huge signs. People, as they walk down the streets, you see the sign on the front. And it became quite an issue a couple years back, to the point to where people started complaining because they couldn't walk down the sidewalk.
And in the entire town, the number and size of signs are restricted to certain square footages.
Right.
And one banner and things like that, and they could only be 4 feet long. And
So is there any exception to the rule if Bryant and Lawrence had a special sale one weekend, or?
There are things that they can do, temporary sale things that, they can put out for whatever the sale is. Say if it's a 3-day sale, they can have it out for 3 days. But it's done through the land use office downstairs. You just don't, it's not, you just don't throw them out.
If you allow one person to have signs that are like going everywhere, then what's the next guy to say, oh yeah, I can do that, look, So it seems like our ordinances should be enforced.
I don't know if there were a next guy.
Our sign ordinance is very restrictive.
Seems we're very
to the
sparse down there.
businessman, I think.
For next guys.
I think they're too restrictive.
There is some of that as an issue, but there are some people on the street that operate businesses aside from this one person, and I would hate to see motorcycles used as signs, or it could get completely out of hand real quick.
No, they're not.
I think in this economy, people need to do what they need to do to get their products sold.
And as long as they work within the confines of our ordinances, I agree wholeheartedly. I'm all for it. No, you don't believe in ordinances, Kathy?
I think our sign ordinance is ridiculously restrictive.
Well, it's unfortunate. I would agree with you, except for the fact that no one seems to know when enough is enough.
But one person's gauge of enough is not another's.
Well, when it gets to the point where it's just nothing but blight, what do you do?
I don't think our sign ordinance is anywhere near restrictive enough in some
We
cases.
changed the name to Las Tilton.
We have ordinance against flashing Las Vegas-style signs, but you want to go out and ride from Winnisquam to the town line thing and count the signs? I mean, they don't even listen to the ordinance.
Even the one that, as I was
And they have
sitting...
variances and
well,
special exceptions, and I think it's loaded
There's
crap.
one up there at exit 20 that is not grandfathered, and they asked for a variance, they got it, but the sign is not supposed to change more than once a day.
Right.
And it
Walgreens.
changes like every 5 minutes.
Walgreens.
They make it last so people don't notice, but it changes.
Unless you're watching it.
It's a box drugstore.
Walgreens.
Oh, Walgreens?
It's been going on ever since they moved in.
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
It's not supposed to change, very slowly.
You go up there and you will find out that it's only supposed to change once a day, because I put that condition in. And it doesn't. It changes like every few minutes.
Sit there at a light and watch
Instead of it
change.
changing every few seconds, it changes every few minutes.
Don't get me started on variances and exceptions and rules and, an exception to this, an exception to this, and then you go down here and a poor guy has a sale and he wants to put out a banner and you're all over him. Come on.
I'm not about those signs up there either.
Let's move
There's
on.
nothing I could do, I tried.
Let's move on, please. Any more business to come before us in a public session before I say something that I'm not supposed to? I make a motion to enter into non-public as per RSA 91A:3. Joyce, what do we have?
61 Business Park Drive.
There you go.
E, consideration of pending claims litigation, and C, matters, if discussed in public, would likely affect adversely the reputation of any other person. Second?
Second?
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to seal the minutes of the non-public as they pertain to personnel permanently and as they pertain to legal matters until the matters are resolved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Face up, right?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the SRO memorandum of understanding with the Winnisquam Regional School District with the current cost in their current budget of $47,406. And then next year, it will be according to this new memorandum of understanding.
Well, I thought we were going to, I thought they were okay with that contract, it's just the cost.
The timing of it.
Yeah.
They're all set with the budget. They'll put it in their budget next year
Yeah,
accordingly. Correct?
correct.
Right.
A second.
All right. So motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Yes.
No.
Abstain? Okay.
I move we adjourn?
There's one more thing
Oh, no.
about the lawyer that we have to hire.
Yes. I would like to make a motion that we hire Attorney John Radigan of Exeter for our current upcoming lawsuit.
Second.
Any discussion?
Specific about which lawsuit or no?
No.
No?
That's legal.
All those in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Norm.
I move we adjourn?
Second?
Thank God.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Yes.
All those opposed? Abstain?
Aye! Jesus.